The notification came right on cue. Congratulations, player. Bedroom construction has begun. Estimated time, 1 hour. 5x acceleration active. Watching a section of the room suddenly turn into an active construction zone, I didn't waste a second. I pulled out the next blueprint. Kitchen build. Dining room build. Living room build. Maid's room build. Nanny's room build. When I got to the staircase, the system informed me that my shelter hadn't reached level 4 yet. I could still build it, but it wouldn't show up for now. It would appear automatically once the cabin was upgraded. I didn't hesitate. Build it anyway. So I kicked off construction on every auxiliary structure available all at once. 10 odd minutes, and I'd finally see a real, fully formed cabin. I wasn't in any rush. I used the time to take a cold shower. By the time I came out, congratulations, player. Kitchen, bedroom, dining room, living room, maid's room, nanny's room, and staircase. Construction complete. I let out a satisfied little grunt and turned to look at my cabin. What had been a plain, monotonous shack was suddenly an actual, cozy home. Insulation maxed out. Every area its own separate space. The living room even had a TV and a couch. The kitchen was basic, but it had full cabinets and a stove. The dining room came with a small round table that seated 6. The nanny's room and maid's room sat right next to my bedroom. My little cabin was now a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bath setup. Then another notification popped up. Due to the number of rooms, attached rooms may be relocated at will once the cabin reaches level 4. Each room may only be moved once. Placement is final. Warning: excessive structures. Cabin footprint has expanded. Perimeter wall requires upgrading. Relocated? I got it immediately, meaning I could put the maid's room upstairs or downstairs, my choice. Nice. The nanny's room could stay on the 1st floor. As for the wall, I smacked my forehead. I'd completely forgotten about that thing. I quickly selected the perimeter wall in my mind and hit upgrade. Wall upgrades were instant. Congratulations, player. Perimeter wall upgraded to level 2. Cost: 100 wood, 100 stone. Again, perimeter wall upgraded to level 3. Cost: 200 wood, 200 stone. Perimeter wall is now level matched with the main cabin. Further upgrades unavailable. Perfect. Having resources feels amazing. I could see it clearly in my mind now. The wall not only enclosed the entire cabin, it added nearly 300 more square meters, bringing the total area to 500. Solid reinforced concrete, all the way around. Built like a tank. Doing the math, I'd spent 1,050 wood and 1,050 stone total. But for what I got, absolutely worth it. I flopped onto the couch and pulled out the level 4 cabin blueprint. Upgrade to level 4 cabin. Requires 800 wood, 800 stone. Auxiliary structure requirements met. I forced down my excitement. Upgrade. In an instant, the cabin transformed completely. 1 story became 2. On top of the reinforced concrete, the walls gained an additional layer of steel plating, and even the window glass turned bulletproof. Best of all, a spiral staircase now rose from the 1st floor living room, with a massive crystal chandelier hanging above it. It looked so elegant, so impressive, that I couldn't help but sigh. Even in my past life, I never lived in a place like this in the real world. Done marveling, I hurried up the stairs to the 2nd floor. One look and I lit up. Both rooms up here had floor-to-ceiling windows, curved glass, no less. Outside, a light rain was pattering down, and a breeze stirred the branches of some unidentifiable tree just beyond the glass. It was hands down the perfect environment for falling asleep. One glance and I was sold. I was definitely living on the 2nd floor from now on. Now I couldn't wait for a balcony, a game room, a pool. For now, though, I tweaked the layout in my mind and moved the maid's room upstairs. That gave my cabin a full 5 rooms, enough to get by for now. The only downside: no bathroom on the 2nd floor yet. The revolution wasn't over. Still work to be done. Then I remembered the arrow tower and immediately selected build. With defenses like that, I'd actually sleep well. Arrow tower construction started. 5x acceleration active. The cost was terrifying, though: 1,900 wood and 1,900 stone. How many people could even manage that kind of volume? Level 4 cabin indeed. I was still basking in it when Jiang Ning's message arrived, right on schedule. Shen Lang, did you buy the blueprint? I can't see it anymore. This time I didn't lie to her. I was too happy to bother. Yeah, good work. I saved a room for you. Jiang Ning, blushing. It's not the maid's room, is it? Me, what are you thinking? The nanny's room. Jiang Ning, huh? Now I'm mad. I chuckled and just tossed her a piece of prime meat as a reward. Sure enough, Jiang Ning flipped instantly. Thank you, Shen Lang. The nanny's room is fine too. I'll be your healer, okay? The thunder's so loud right now, and the rain's getting heavier. I'm kinda scared. Shen Lang, when can I come live with you? She really couldn't wait. Compared to my level 4 cabin, her level 1 shack was pretty pathetic. What she didn't know was that her wish would come true soon enough. just at a certain price. Servitude. Honestly, I couldn't blame her for being scared. Everyone in the group chat was huddling together for comfort, talking about the weather tonight. Even more of them were discussing tomorrow's end of the newbie period, especially the recruitment order, which had become everyone's main topic of speculation. Something occurred to me. Maybe it was time for me to speak up in the group chat too. But right now, I hadn't forgotten what Lee Manwin promised me. First, I sent her a piece of prime meat, then a message. Ms. Lee, time to let me see where you got hurt. How much longer are you going to keep me worrying? At that moment, Lee Manwin was curled up under a blanket, frightened. The weather tonight was violent, the thunder deafening. What woman wouldn't be scared? Thankfully, I'd helped her upgrade to a level 2 cabin, or tonight would have been rough. My message made her blush, but it also gave her a small sense of security. Lee Manwin, do you really want to see me? You think I'm joking? Lee Manwin, then you absolutely cannot show anyone else. Me. That line again. Ms. Lee, do you really think I'm an idiot? She pressed her lips together. She'd already agreed, so putting it off any longer wasn't really an option. So, bashfully, she crawled out from under the blanket, sat on the bed, lifted the hem of her skirt just slightly, took a photo, and sent it over with her face burning. On my end, my eyes nearly popped out of my skull. She'd actually listened to me, no brah. The picture on my screen filled my eyes with nothing but acres of creamy white. Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, as if it had shot straight into the frame. I stared without blinking and couldn't stop myself from typing. MS. Lee, you're such a naughty girl. At those words, Lee Manwin's pupils shrank, and then her whole face and ears went crimson. Her mind was in such a mess, she didn't dare send back a single word. And yet, underneath that overwhelming shame, a flicker of unstoppable delight bubbled up in her chest, as if what I'd said were a compliment. And honestly, it was. That's how women are. Coming from a stranger, or someone they despise, a line like that gets you a call to the cops. Coming from someone they like, what else could it be but praise? When she didn't reply, I knew Ms. Lee was probably curling her toes, so I let her off the hook. There'd be plenty of chances later. And right then, the notification I'd been waiting for finally came. Congratulations, player. Level 4 cabin successfully unlocked. Top-up rewards triggered. Top-up 6 yen, 1 set of standard furniture for every room. Top-up 30 yen, 1 set of standard bedding for every room. Top-up 648 yen, every room fully outfitted with premium furniture and bedding. Cabinets, down comforters, spring mattresses, full 4-piece bed sets. The works. Bonus, goose down jackets plus fleece-lined pants plus thermal underwear, 10 sets of each. Assorted colors, styles, and sizes. Hourglass, pear, full-figured, all body types covered. Player's discretion. Confirm purchase? Damn, how could I say no? Forget the clothes. There was no way I was passing up coordinated bedding for every single room. Purchase. 648 yen successfully charged. Rewards distributed. In an instant, the cabin transformed again. Plain wooden cots became luxurious king-size beds, ratty blankets were replaced with high-end down comforters, and the wardrobes were stuffed full of clothing. The only thing was, the dozen-plus sets of lingerie I'd pulled from loot boxes all got dumped into my bedroom by the system. I'd already claimed the east side of the second floor as my room, the biggest one up there, with the best view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Those clothes really shouldn't have been in my room, but the spa room hadn't been built yet, so it would have to do. Once the purchase went through, another prompt popped up. Player has reached level 4 cabin. Level 5 upgrade permissions unlocked. A level 5 cabin requires 1,500 wood, 1,500 stone. Mandatory requirements. In addition to existing structures, construct at least one entertainment room, billiards room, gaming room, home theater, etc., and at least one fitness space, yoga studio, gym, swimming pool, etc. Only then may you upgrade. Note, at level 5, your shelter's exterior can be customized, Chinese, European, villa, castle, and more. Once chosen, all future upgrades will follow that style permanently. Oh, I can customize the style? My cabin right now was Chinese style, like an ancient imperial palace, rustic and imposing. But I was kind of leaning toward European, more arches, more open space, more modern looking. Mostly, though, it just felt more secure to me. Still, all of that was a long way off. Level 5 first. I'd figure it out later. Those material costs would be astronomical for most people, and even I'd need a fair amount of time to gather them. I let out a sigh. No rush. Enjoy the present first. I decided to head up to my second floor bedroom and start recruiting in the group chat ahead of time. Before I went in, I did a lap around the perimeter wall to inspect it. With a level 3 wall up, my sense of security had shot through the roof. Anyone want to try breaking through my defenses? Go ask my arrow tower for permission first. The tower was only level 1, but it was still upgrading. It wouldn't take long to hit level 3. Add in early warnings from my spirit hound, and I couldn't even imagine how many zombies it would take to keep me busy. I ruffled the hound's head and tossed it another chunk of prime meat. Be patient. Tomorrow you get spirit rice. Then I headed inside. If this thing didn't love the cold so much, I'd have built it a pet room. There was a thunderstorm tonight, and I had no idea if it could handle it. Not that it mattered. It refused to come inside. The heat would kill it. Luckily, the logging machine and mining rig were out there, so it could shelter underneath them just fine. I'd build it a proper doghouse when I had time. I locked the door. Once the cabin hit level 4, the front door became steel alloy. The average person couldn't hack through it with an axe. I tossed some more wood into the fireplace, washed my hands, and finally went upstairs to my new room. Since the cabin had 2 floors now, the chimney ran straight up through the second story, keeping every corner of the place as warm as spring. I flopped onto that warm bed, and the soft, enveloping softness went straight to my head. Outside, wind, rain, lightning, thunder, brutal cold. Inside, I felt that particular kind of security you only get when you're the only one safe in a hostile world. So comfortable. Time to have a chat with those classmates of mine, I thought. I opened the group chat, and it was buzzing. Everyone was fixated on the recruitment order and faction formation. Wealth had been shoved aside entirely. After all, none of them had any. Zhang Lei. If we can build factions tomorrow, does that mean we can form alliances now? Does it mean we can actually meet up? Wang Yin. Very likely. Why don't we work it out in advance and ally the moment the newbie period ends? Strength in numbers. Surviving alone is way too slow, and if we don't ally, we'll just get pushed around. That set off a wave of anxiety and agreement in equal measure. I could picture Zhang Yi sneering to himself in his level 2 cabin. The second factions went live, someone with real power like him could pull people in effortlessly. He'd been itching to play Warlord for a while now. Hell, he was starting to actually love this frozen rainforest. Once he was king of the hill, he wanted to snatch up Jiang Ning, Li Manwen, all of them, and keep them as his personal playthings. Zhang Yi spoke up. Everyone, unity is the only way to survive. Set aside your grudges. Anyone interested tomorrow should just come under my banner. Yes, I took some of your supplies, but I'll protect you going forward. Consider it a protection fee. You're not losing out. Liang, really? You're not going to trick us again? Zhang Yi, unbothered. Of course not. We might even meet face to face by then. We're all in this together, aren't we? Then he made a point of ing me. Shenlang, interested in joining forces? We grow stronger together, and we can protect our classmates better that way. Seeing that, I laughed. He was digging a pit for me again. If I said yes, he'd say, since we're allied, we should help each other out. Handing over your supplies is only natural. If I said no, he'd say, Shenlang won't play along. He won't help anyone. And then he'd have a perfectly righteous excuse to rally the others and march on me, and take my supplies. Nice little plan. But did I care? I was more worried he wouldn't come. Otherwise, what good was my arrow tower if all it ever shot was zombies? Translation. That's supposed to mean? I replied, no need for any alliance. But I'm looking to hire some hands to work for me. Supplies paid out regularly, just like wages. Feel free to think it over. Plenty of people scoffed, but a few were clearly tempted. After all, the frozen rainforest had said from the start that players could work for other players in exchange for supplies. They had no idea how that worked. But if I was willing to say it out loud, I must have a way. Zhang Yi snorted. Right on cue. Exactly like I'd predicted. You're a piece of shit, plain and simple. That whole nice guy act before was fake, huh? Everybody's fighting to survive, and you want to exploit your own classmates? Ally with me. Shared supplies, shared intel, shared risk. How does working for him compare to that? The ones who'd been tempted started wavering again. He had a point. On one side, mutual aid on equal footing. On the other, being somebody's employee. Which would you pick? Wang Fong, who'd just become Zhang Yi's girlfriend, chimed in. Shenlang, my boyfriend is smart and strong. Fine, don't help him. But now you want to exploit people and poach them too? Do you have any shame? Everyone hung back, waiting to see how I'd answer. The truth is, for most people, self-interest always comes first. Whichever side offers more, that's where they go. Nobody's rushing to commit before the numbers are on the table. So people started asking, Zhang Yi, if we ally with you, do we eat every day? How much? Others at me. How many supplies are you offering? For a while the whole group chat revolved around the two of us. Everyone understood that Zhang Yi and I would never work together. We both wanted to be the boss. But which boss to back? That was worth thinking hard about. Some wanted independence. Others thought further ahead. Would siding with Zhang Yi really mean no one gave you orders? Not necessarily. Working for me, at least once the job was done your time was your own. Might even be freer. It all came down to who offered better terms, who was better for you. Hedging your bets and picking the best deal. That's just human nature. I hadn't even responded to Wang Fong's insults yet when Yin Chun fired back for me. Huh? Wang Fong? Didn't expect someone as ugly as you to get picked up by Zhang Yi. At Zhang Yi, you're really not a picky eater, are you? Zhang Yi's face went red instantly. It wasn't that he liked Wang Fong. He just had no other options. Jiang Ning joined the pile-on. At Zhang Yi, when you had your eye on me, I actually thought you had decent taste. Now I see you've got nothing going for you at all. Li Manwen stayed out of it, given she was a teacher. Besides, she was still reeling from what I'd said to her. Zhang Yi hit back at Jiang Ning. You've got some nerve. If you hadn't debased yourself making eyes at Shenlang, would I be in this situation? Jiang Ning, but big brother Shenlang really is better than you. I want him to look. Want a little secret? I let him see everything. No clothes at all. Blood rushed to Zhang Yi's head. He wanted her to elaborate, but Wang Fong blew up first. Jiang Ning, Inchun, you two are shameless. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly at how annoying Wang Fong was, though he couldn't say it out loud. Li Yang cut in. Enough, enough, drop it. Zhang Yi, Shenlang, both of you name your terms and let us decide for ourselves. Someone backed him up. It's freezing. We're about to die out here. Who's got time for your bickering? If the terms are right, we'll have somewhere to go the second the grace period ends tomorrow. Get to the point. Zhang Yi went first. Follow me, and we share the good times and get through the hard ones together. No less than 2 meals a day as compensation. Once we're established, I'll prioritize upgrading my allies' cabins. I won't abandon a single person. I'll make sure everyone lives well, and I will never let any of you be in danger again. Obvious pie in the sky, but somehow, people bought it. Understandable. When everyone's scared for their life, judgment goes out the window. All anybody wants is to survive. Shenlang, what about you? I smirked and just laid it out. Here are the positions I'm offering. Servants, 5 slots. Logging, mining, and farming. Maids, 2 slots. Duties exactly as the title suggests, attending to any need I have. 1 singer and 1 dancer. Keep the music going, keep the dancing going. Let me enjoy a little pleasure after a long day's work. That's it. Every position requires unconditional obedience. As for pay, lumber, stone, quality meat, all negotiable depending on the job. The moment I posted that, the group chat went eerily silent. It took a crack of thunder to shake everyone out of it, and then the chat exploded all over again. Liang, Shenlang, who the hell do you think you are, an emperor? This is a survival situation. Singers and dancers? What is wrong with you? Wang Yin, you're an animal. Now we've got maids. I'd have settled for a silicone one, and you're out here reaching for the stars. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, Li Lingshan, and Li Manwen, each with a very different expression, said nothing in the group chat. They all DM me instead. Jiang Ning, big brother Shenlang, will you really let me work for you? Could I be a maid? I'll do a great job, and I won't ask for much. Li Lingshan, Shenlang, could you save a maid slot for me? The second I read that word, I couldn't stop imagining myself trembling in front of you. Yin Chun, husband, I want to help you. Any role, I don't care. Even Li Manwen swallowed her embarrassment and wrote, Shenlang, how did you come up with positions like that? Isn't that a bit much? I smiled and didn't rush to reply. Li Manwen especially. I'd already set aside a spot just for her, plus those dozen-odd outfits. Just picturing them on that voluptuous body of hers made my face heat up. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was thrilled. He thought I was an idiot. You can think things like that, but you don't say them. He posted in the group, Shenlang is a real disappointment. He doesn't see us as human beings at all. You should all ally with me. If we can actually meet up in person, there's no reason we can't overthrow the landlord. Overthrow the landlord? A lot of eyes lit up at that. True enough, having supplies is one thing. Holding on to them is another. Quite a few people got itchy. Zhang Yi's DMs started filling up fast. But nobody expected what I did next. I dropped a few photos in the group, the inside of my house, including one of the maid's room. I didn't bother going out to photograph the logging machine and the mining rig. Once I hired servants, they'd find out soon enough how sweet it was to work for me. I wrote, there's your work environment. I'm giving you the chance. Don't come crying later. 1 stone, 1,000 ripples. The group chat was stunned all over again. Right then they were huddled in busted little shacks, freezing their asses off, enduring the lightning, with no idea what dangers the night would bring. And me? A warm, spotless master bedroom, floor-to-ceiling windows with a view, a fireplace, and by the looks of it, a second story. The maid's room was all pink, with a down comforter that made more than a few of the girls' eyes bug out of their heads. In an instant, countless people were sold, Wang Fong included. The girls in the group absolutely could not sit still. They knew they had no real skills to offer, so all they could do was seize the moral high ground. Gu Wenwen, Shenlang, if you've got resources like that, that's exactly why you should be helping everyone. How about this? Let me stay there. That way, I won't have to upgrade my cabin. Just give me a little something to eat, and I'll help you clean up, as long as you don't take advantage of me. Yang Ting. Come on, your room's huge. What's the big deal about squeezing a few more people in? Plenty of people would kill for the chance to room with hot girls like us. Don't act all high and mighty when you're getting the better end of the deal. We won't ask you for anything, and you won't make us do anything, deal? If it's a deal, we'll head over tomorrow. Li Tian, right? Staying at your place is us doing you a favor. We're not shameless like Jiang Ning. Room with us, and you'll actually get to experience some real purity. Jiang Ning. I hadn't planned on replying, but that got a cold laugh out of me. Purity? Purity is the last thing anyone needs around here. Besides, you think you're even qualified? I typed. Little princesses, kindly get as far away from me as possible. I don't need your favor. Go eat shit. Move in long term? Dream on. I don't even know if the people working for me can stay overnight. That depends on what tomorrow's recruitment terms say. The group chat exploded. Shenlang, how dare you talk like that? You're way out of line. Back when the guys were cursing each other out, we didn't say a word. And now that you've got a chance, you're putting on airs. So your cabin got upgraded? Big deal? We offer you respect, and you throw it back in our faces. I shook my head, smiling. Where did all these idiots in our class come from? Given the situation, they still had the nerve to talk to me like this. Still thought they were pampered little heiresses. Still assumed every guy had to bend over backwards for them. Pathetic. I couldn't even be bothered to curse back. But there's always someone with sense. A girl named Zhang Yu spoke up. Shenlang, I've studied dance since I was little. Can I apply to be a dancer? But you have to promise it's just dancing. How's the pay calculated? The moment she said it, the other girls lost it. Li Tian. Zhang Yu, are you insane? You're actually going to work for him? Yang Ting. How could you help that tyrant? Zhang Yu shut them up with one line. I don't want to help a tyrant, but right now I'm cold and starving. Which one of you can give me food or supplies? Seeing Zhang Yu apply to dance, I couldn't help but smile as her image came to mind. From what I recalled, Zhang Yu had average looks, but a decent figure. She always wore her school uniform, though, so it was impossible to tell. I didn't have many strong impressions of her. Still, if she was willing to come dance, that was obviously a good thing. I replied, you can apply. The position corresponds to the work. Under normal circumstances, I won't make you do anything beyond your actual job. But if I give an order, you have to obey. How you dance is up to me. If you're interested in the terms, we'll negotiate privately tomorrow. Zhang Yu clearly froze. I really have to follow his orders? What if he tells me to strip while I dance? She frowned. She was a very traditional girl, and for a moment, she couldn't reconcile it. But outside, lightning split the sky, wind and rain hammered against the window, and she pulled the blanket tighter around herself. She knew she had no choice. If she didn't go, she probably wouldn't last long, and she didn't want to die. If he really crossed the line, worst case, she just wouldn't go. She'd play it by ear. A moment later, Zhang Yu replied, okay. Seeing her secure a spot, some of the women in the chat couldn't sit still. They cursed loudly in the group, but one by one they slid into my DMs. As for allying with Zhang Yi, no conflict there. Milk me for benefits, then ally with Zhang Yi too. 2 birds, 1 stone. And if things didn't work out on my end, just go straight to Zhang Yi. Self-interest above all. My DMs completely blew up, but I didn't answer a single one. People without sincerity aren't worth my time. There was one DM from Wang Fong, though, that made me frown. It nearly made me gag. Wang Fong. Shenlang, sweetie, I'd be willing to be your maid. Honestly, I don't even like Zhang Yi. If you say yes, I'll do anything. She'd attached a photo too. I don't know if Zhang Yi had given her some kind of confidence boost, but she actually had the nerve to try seducing me. Shaking, I deleted the disgusting photo. Can you fuck off far, far away from me? Wang Fong instantly flew into a rage. Shenlang, I offer you respect and you spit on it? I'm not good enough for you. Yesterday Zhang Yi jerked off to my photo like 3 times. Me. Say one more word and I'll post your messages and your photo in the group. Wang Fong panicked immediately. That's when it hit her. Right? Chats can be screenshotted. If Zhang Yi found out, the deal he'd promised would fall through. So she caved instantly and didn't dare send another word. Something clicked in my mind. With this leverage over Wang Fong, couldn't I get her to spy on Zhang Yi for me down the line? The moment he schemed something, I'd know first. Brilliant. But no rush. I'll keep this piece in reserve. Now, time to deal with the others. Besides Zhang Yu applying as a dancer, there was one guy applying to be a servant, Wang Yin, the ultimate fence-sitter. Don't let his big mouth in the group fool you. His life was genuinely miserable. He was the type just scraping by in the cracks. Wang Yin. Lang bro, I'm thin-skinned, too embarrassed to say it in the group. Can I be a servant and work for you? Just don't tell anyone, alright? How much in supplies can you offer? I hadn't planned on recruiting men, but for a servant, you always need men for logging and mining outside. I replied, sure. We'll talk supplies after tomorrow's update. Wang Yin, great. Thanks, Lang bro. Next I turned to the messages from Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, and Li Manwen. First, Li Lingshan. I actually had enormous desire for this woman. The contrast was just too tempting. Me? I can save you a maid position, but the condition is, tomorrow you post a photo of yourself working in the group. Li Lingshan trembled. S.H. Xinlang. You're going to break my chastity this fast? Me? Yes. I can't wait for everyone to see your true colors. Li Lingshan. Fine. My heart stirred. Then I looked at Jiang Ning. This snake. No need to let her win so easily. String her along a bit, and she'll serve better later. I replied. Sorry, positions are full. Jiang Ning had meant to flirt, but that reply left her stunned. Xinlang, sweetie, why didn't you save me a spot? I showed you everything. You have to take responsibility. Me. Didn't I already get a taste? Responsibility for what? Jiang Ning. Don't be like that, please, daddy. That nearly broke my composure. When a snake turns on the charm, it really is tempting. Me. Depends on how you perform going forward. I'll keep you in mind if a chance comes up. Jiang Ning. Boo-hoo. No. I'll come be your lapdog tomorrow. I'll buy blueprints for you. Give you my oil field. And also. Me. Get in line. Ignoring her, I turned to Yin Shan. This woman was harder to place for now. I still felt a flicker of sympathy for her. She reminded me of myself. But the two mate slots, I'd already decided on. Li Lingshan and Li Manwen. Yes, Li Manwen. Just thinking about that arrangement got me worked up. As for the concubine slot, no rush. If Li Manwen wanted an upgrade, she'd have to prove she qualified. Jiang Ning I'd still bring to the cabin, but only as a servant. She got me killed in my last life. Now that I had a chance at payback, why would I wait? I had to humiliate her, grind her down, make her a mere servant, hunger and yearn for the day a maid got to come inside. That was the whole point, torture her. So Yin Shun could only be a servant for now, too. I told her straight. If you really want to work for me, all I can offer right now is a servant slot. Yin Shun fired back instantly. She didn't care about titles at all, as long as she could be useful to me. No problem. The second I can come over tomorrow, message me first thing. Okay, hubby? I shook my head. Got it. I saved Li Manwen's messages for last. With this teacher of mine, I wasn't in a hurry to reply, because she was different from the others. Her position alone meant a much heavier psychological burden. But that was exactly what made her so uniquely thrilling to me. Luckily, my slow boil strategy was working beautifully. Li Manwen was clearly starting to want it. Otherwise, she never would have reached out first, and she definitely never would have flashed me those pale beauties. Well then, Teacher Li, tomorrow, let me find out just how slick you get. I put on my most serious tone and started explaining. With her, I didn't like being too forceful. I loved that push and pull, that no, don't, but yes energy. It was exquisite. Me. Teacher Li, I don't have a choice here. This is a frozen rainforest. I need people working for me, gathering supplies, helping me develop. As for the titles, that's not up to me. I got a recruitment order out of a crate, and without it I couldn't recruit anyone at all. Of course, I did set aside a special slot just for you. Li Manwen let out a breath. All she'd really wanted was an excuse to comfort herself with. If it was the recruitment order imposing the restrictions, what could Xinlang do about it? And she certainly shouldn't be lecturing him over it. But a slot set aside just for her? What would that be? It couldn't be made, could it? She was his teacher, for heaven's sake. Her face flushed, shame flooding through her, and along with it, a dangerous, electric little thrill. She typed back shakily. What title is it? Your teacher just wants to come take a shower at your place. The corner of my mouth curled up. A shower? Good, get nice and clean. Then I sent her the exact title she wanted to hear and couldn't bear to accept. Me, maid. Li Manwen's mind went blank. He really had assigned her that. When she came back to herself, her reply carried all the push and pull I'd hoped for. S.H. Xinlang, how can your teacher come to your place with a title like that? I saw you say something earlier about duties, about obeying your orders. I wrote, don't overthink it, Teacher Li. My orders are all very easy to follow. Li Manwen's pupils contracted, her face burning hotter. She couldn't help murmuring. This little brat, he really is going to give me orders. He wouldn't go too far, would he? And just as everyone was chatting themselves up and prepping for the frozen rainforest, the lights suddenly dimmed. The absolute darkness of the newbie period's final night had arrived. Attention, all players. It is now 10 p.m. Temperature has dropped to -30°C, with lightning, thunder, and violent wind and rain. Conditions are extremely dangerous and cold. Please remain inside your shelter. Do not go outside. If you encounter danger, do not panic. Survive tonight, and you will truly begin to experience the delights of the frozen rainforest. Good luck to all players. We hope you all live to see tomorrow's sun. Good night. 30 below already? It really was getting colder by the day. And yet, lying in my warm blankets watching the weather out the window, I couldn't feel a thing. Strange, huh? After privately congratulating myself, I got ready to sleep. All I had to do was wait for tomorrow. Wait for Teacher Li. But just as I was drifting off, I heard my spirit hound start barking. Woof, woof, woof. Something going on? I hadn't turned off a single light tonight. I wanted to test whether the nuclear plant's floodlights would scare off the frozen rainforest creatures. Judging by this, apparently not. No time to think it over. In my thermal underwear, I grabbed my Desert Eagle and went to the window. The floor-to-ceiling glass looked straight out at the wall gate. I had a completely unobstructed view. I looked up, and my pupils shrank. A zombie horde. A good 100-plus zombies had massed outside the wall, about to launch their assault. Over 100. Was this the downside of a level 4 cabin? What surprised me even more was the arrow tower. The instant the zombies stepped into range, my now level 3 tower started firing. 3 arrows a second, and it seemed to lock on heads. Practically 1 arrow, 1 headshot. Zombies kept dropping. Not one of them even got close enough to touch the wall. I'd been about to head downstairs. Now there was no rush. The Desert Eagle wasn't going to be needed at all. The arrow tower burned through resources fast, but luckily I'd stockpiled plenty of lumber ages ago. This defensive arrow tower is a beast. Way more badass than my Desert Eagle. Bedtime, bedtime. Let the zombies make all the noise they want. Things were going great on my end. Other people, clearly, weren't having nearly as relaxing a night. Because it was the last night of the newbie period. Normally, if you had decent luck, you wouldn't run into much danger at all. Tonight was different. Every single person's cabin came under attack. No zombies, though. Those things seemed to be exclusive to level 3 cabins and above. But even level 1 and level 2 monsters were more than enough to scare the group chat crowd out of their wits. Li Tian. Aya, there's a monster. My cabin isn't going to hold. Liang, holy SHD. I've got one too. Lightning flashed, and there it was, red eyes, plastered against my window. Scared the hell out of me. Wang Yin, son of a BTCH, it's gnawing on my cabin. Xiao Xiao, aye. Then a photo dropped into the chat. For whatever reason, this woman Xiao Xiao had actually run out of her cabin, and what was waiting for her was a monster's gaping, bloody maw. It was her final, despairing selfie before she died. She'd still been hoping someone would come save her, but nobody could, and nobody wanted to. Watching it happen, everyone in the chat started shaking, right down to the bone. In that moment, countless people thought of my cabin. That warm, bright, high-tier cabin. Quite a few of them started demanding me again. Too bad. I'd long since drifted off, using the wind and rain lashing the windows as a lullaby. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to all surviving players. You have successfully completed the newbie period and become qualified survivors. Current time, 6 a.m. Weather, overcast, light breeze. Temperature, -25 degrees Celsius. The rainforest patch finished installing last night. Announcement as follows. 1. Global chat is now open to everyone. Players are no longer split into class-based groups, though group chats remain available. Join or leave as you please. 2. The official store is now open. Players may freely trade and purchase supplies. Note, only food, clothing, and daily necessities are sold. Raw materials like lumber and stone are not available. 3. Players holding a recruitment order may hire others to work for them in exchange for appropriate compensation. Requires a level 3 cabin or higher. 4. Players may form alliances to survive the cold together. However, allies may not take shelter inside another player's dwelling. Players with a relocation order may choose to build their cabins side by side. 5. Authorized players may observe other players' shelters. 6. A second path to cabin upgrades is now live. Every cabin will manifest a cabin core. Kill the owner and devour their cabin to meet upgrade requirements. Example, a level 1 cabin that devours 3 level 1 cabins upgrades straight to level 2. If a lower level cabin devours a higher level 1, it inherits the higher level outright. 7. Player isolation will be fully lifted in 1 week. At that point, encounters between players become possible. 8. Zombies will begin to appear. Kills do not yield prime meat, but do award points, which can be redeemed for supplies at the point store. 9. The extreme cold will continue to intensify, but treasure chest spawn rates have been increased. 10. The cabin level leaderboard is now public. The top 10 will receive official supplies and point rewards in 1 week. First place will additionally receive a super treasure chest. Rainbow tier quality. Contents beyond your wildest expectations. First, Shunlang, level 4 cabin. Second, Mitao, level 3 cabin. Third, Zhou Huijin, level 3 cabin. Fourth, Zhang Yi, level 2 cabin. Fifth, Feng Li, level 2 cabin. Sixth, Yin Chun, level 2 cabin. Seventh, Li Manwen, level 2 cabin. Frozen Rainforest wishes all players happy surviving. The moment the patch notes dropped, everybody lost it. Especially in the Class 8 group chat, where I got tagged about 100 times. Lang, you've got a level 4 cabin already. It's been 3 days, how? The number one guy on the leaderboard. Shunlang, do you have 6 arms or something? How are you chopping trees that fast? In Chun and Ms. Li leveled up too? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi only got his by embezzling our supplies. Zhang Yi, watch your damn mouth. Once the excitement died down, people slowly started putting it together. There was something genuinely terrifying buried in this patch. On one hand, they tell you players can form alliances. On the other, they tell you cabins can devour other people's cabins to level up. So who in their right mind would ally with anyone now? Run into someone with bad intentions, and you're finished. And the fact that players might start running into each other in a week? That was an extremely ominous signal. Everyone had assumed survival would get easier once the newbie grace period ended. Now it was obvious it was only going to get harder, which meant working for me was looking better and better, honestly. I'd been awake for a while, going through the post-patch changes. Devouring, danger, players meeting face to face. None of it worried me. Nobody out there could pose a threat. And with a whole week left, my cabin could easily gain at least one more level. The store was real, all right. Food, drinks, household goods. The thing was basically a supermarket. Perfect. Now I could have Li Man when cooking in the kitchen wearing nothing but an apron. Cash didn't work there, though. Payment was in stone and lumber. There was also a point store stocked with weapons, gear, first aid kits, that kind of specialized inventory. Problem was, my point total was 0. That's when it hit me. I'd killed those damn zombies too early. Didn't earn a single point for it. I muttered a curse and pulled up the leaderboard. First, that part was expected. I was the only player sitting on 5 billion. If I couldn't outbuild everyone else, that would be the real joke. That rainbow chest, though, that had my full attention. I'd have to grind supplies like a maniac this week and make absolutely sure nobody sniped my lead. That chest was mine. Second place, Mi Tao, did surprise me a little. Wasn't that the campus beauty queen, the one even prettier than Jiangning? How was she doing that well? She must have caught a break of her own. I recognized most of the other names. Only 2 were strangers. You could tell leveling up was no joke. Even Yin Chun and Li Manwen, whom I'd upgraded on a whim, had made the list. While I was mulling it over, a notification popped up, one meant only for me. Congratulations, player. Permission to investigate other players unlocked. Target consent not required. That was one of the perks I bought earlier. Recruitment order permissions unlocked. Players may now recruit personnel. Consort, 1 slot. May stay overnight. May abandon her own cabin and attach herself directly to the player. Singer/dancer, 2 slots. May not stay overnight. Working hours end at 10 p.m. at the latest. Maid, 2 slots. May stay overnight. Level 1 cabin, once per week. Frequency increases with each level. No restrictions at level 7 and above. Servant, 5 slots. May not stay overnight. Working hours end at 6 p.m. at the latest. I raised an eyebrow at that. Very thoughtful of them. Interesting. Looked like life was only going to get more entertaining from here. The chat system had changed too. Beyond Class 8, there was now a school-wide group, and my friends list was packed with people I actually knew. Everyone between 18 and 35. You could add friends straight from global chat too. Very user-friendly. From this moment on, it was a genuine free-for-all survival game. I glanced at the global chat window. Messages were flooding in so fast the text blurred. There was no telling who was saying what. Even so, I caught my own name coming up over and over. Nothing to be done about it. When you're number 1, staying low profile isn't an option. Who is this Shunlang guy? Shunlang, let's be friends. The friend requests wouldn't stop. I shut them off before the notification chime drove me insane. Right about then, messages started coming in from Li Manwen and the others. Li Manwen, Shunlang, you're already at a level 4 cabin. That's amazing. Jiangning, Shunlang, can I come work for you? I can't wait. Li Lingshan, Shunlang, Master, Yin Chun, husband, am I allowed to help you now? Wang Yin, Lang, don't forget about me. I'm still alive. Zhangyu, Shunlang, can we talk? I didn't respond to any of it right away. Instead, I ran an investigate on each of them, one by one. Li Manwen first. Her cabin had upgraded recently and was in perfect condition. She was sitting on the bed at that moment, wrapped in the blanket I'd given her, staring into space, clearly waiting for me to write back. I had a pretty good guess what was on her mind. She was still agonizing over the maid thing, 9 times out of 10. I was in no hurry. That was one conversation I fully intended to make her start herself. Much more fun that way. Then I checked on Jiangning. Her cabin was already damaged, and the freezing wind had her shivering. Yet somehow this little tease had gotten hold of clean water and was actually washing herself at a time like this. The sight made me raise an eyebrow. Well, what's this supposed to mean? Trying to make a good impression on me today? Next was Yin Chun. She was already up, gazing out the window with a smile in her eyes, clearly looking forward to seeing me. And what was Li Lingshan doing? Oh my god. I slapped a hand over my eyes. This surveillance function doesn't leave a person a shred of privacy. No good. Watch too much of that, and I'll turn into a total creep. From now on, no unnecessary peeking. Unless, I can't help myself. That got me thinking, maybe I should see what that dog Zhangyu was up to. My gaze was just about to shift when a prompt popped up. This function may only be used 5 times per day. This is your last use. Proceed. Huh, there's a usage limit? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Forget it, then. I'll save it. Might need it later today. I dropped the idea and got down to business. Time to recruit some staff and put them to work. Li Man went first. Ms. Li, when are you coming over for your bath? I'll hold a spot for you. Li Manwen, I want to look for treasure chests first today. Is it okay if I come later? I raised an eyebrow. Suit herself, then. Of course. The thing about Li Manwen is, she desperately wants to come over, but she can't let go of her pride. She has to have an excuse. Spend all day hunting for chests, get tired and filthy, and then coming over for a bath sounds a lot more respectable, doesn't it? But deep down she was hoping I'd refuse and make her come right now. Like I have time to decode her little mind games? I've got several machines waiting to be fired up. Besides, her coming later works out fine. Fewer people around, no interruptions, so she can let loose more, and I get to enjoy myself more too. That's exactly what I love about Ms. Li. That no. Okay, yes, energy of hers. Done fantasizing, I replied to Wang Yin first. 3 meals a day, plus 10 units of lumber. Hours are 6 to 6. You obey any order I give. Disobey me or get any bad ideas and your life's forfeit. If you're in, come on over. Then I used the recruitment order on him. This thing is amazing, no geographic restrictions. No matter where he is, we can communicate instantly, and the moment he accepts, he gets teleported straight here. At that moment Wang Yin was shivering in his cabin, full of anticipation. When he saw I really had worked for him, plus 3 meals and 10 lumber, he was over the moon. In an environment like this, you could chop trees all day and still not scrape together 10 lumber. The frozen snow hadn't melted, and now there was a layer of ice on top of it. Brutal work. As for the 12-hour days and taking orders, every employee answers to the boss, doesn't he? He's a born fence-sitter. He knows exactly what it takes to survive. Wang Yin. Deal, I accept, bro Lang. The instant his reply went out, light wrapped around him. His head went blank, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing outside my perimeter wall. Staring at the 2-story building inside it, he froze. High-end, imposing, top-tier. What else could this be but my shelter? The spirit dog started barking. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Yin hurried to call out. B. Bro Lang, is that you? It's me, Wang Yin. I frowned. He got here that fast. And now I have to go open the gate myself. What a hassle. Wonder when the wall can be upgraded with a sensor gate and a smart lock. I threw on a down jacket and headed to the front gate. All right, that's enough barking. Wang Yin brightened. Bro Lang, I wasn't barking. I opened the gate and looked at my disheveled, sallow-faced classmate. Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I meant the dog. He blinked, then realized it had been the dog in the yard. I smiled. My spirit dog. Come on in. He was even more stunned. I could keep a dog at a time like this? Was this what a big shot's power looked like? Then he took in my down jacket, worth a fortune out here, and his eyes filled with envy. He was still in thin summer clothes, practically freezing to death. The real shocks came next. Inside the yard were large structures, a watchtower, plenty of crops planted, and the 2 big machines by the door left him slack-jawed. Worst of all, my aluminum alloy double door stood open, wave after wave of warm air rolling out. One whiff, and you knew how cozy it was inside. Bro Lang, this place of yours is really something. So what do you need me to do? And with that he started to walk toward the house. My face went cold. Servants don't get to enter my house. Wait outside. He stiffened. On reflex he was still treating me like a classmate. It hadn't sunk in that the pecking order here had changed long ago. But he knows how to read a room. Having seen what I'm capable of, he didn't dare say a word. What he didn't know was that from the moment he stepped inside, the arrow tower had been locked on him. One wicked thought, and a single flicker of my will would end him. Watching him wait obediently at the gate, shivering, I didn't go inside either. No point, since I'd just have to come back out for the next arrival. I left the door open and stood in the doorway, waving him closer, or I honestly might have frozen him to death. Next I contacted Zhangyu. 3 meals a day, payment of 10 lumber, hours from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. with breaks in between. Once you're here, you follow orders unconditionally. Accept, and you'll be brought over. Zhangyu had already made up her mind last night. Go first, figure out the rest later. She accepted on the spot. Like Wang Yin, she was teleported over, except she materialized inside the wall. Different status, allowed in the house. A theory started forming in my head. She arrived just as awestruck as any country bumpkin, especially at the warmth pouring out of the house. But seeing Wang Yin shivering at the doorway, she didn't go in either. She understood she wasn't the only one here to work. She just asked, Shen Lang, as a dancing girl, What am I supposed to do? Wang Yin swallowed hard, noticing for the first time just how curvy Zhang Yu was. Quiet, soft-spoken Zhang Yu. Here to dance for me? I was sizing her up too. 3 days of hardship had left her complexion sallow, but her figure was genuinely something. She wore a white halter dress with black polka dots, chest straining against it, goosebumps rising from the cold. Talk about assets. How had I never noticed before? And those long legs, no gap at all when she pressed them together. A dancer, all right, I said. Relax, I'll give you your assignment later. There are clothes in the house set aside just for you. Shower first, then change into them. I'm a bit of a neat freak. I don't like unclean people in my rooms. Zhang Yu flushed. Unclean? She hadn't had any chance to bathe. True, but with weather this cold. The real point was, she could actually take a shower. In that instant, the way she looked at me changed completely. I ignored it and moved on to Li Lingshan, maid. Hours at my discretion. Overnight stays allowed, but once a week, on my schedule. Pay is 15 a day. Would, 3 meals a day, willing to come over right now. Li Lingshan had clearly been waiting for this. She agreed without a word of argument. The next moment she appeared beside me in her blue battle robe, just as stunned as the others, but she recovered fast. She hadn't expected another man to be here. Luckily, she'd thrown a coat on. She glanced at Wang Yin, and instead of panicking, she only seemed to find it more thrilling. She dropped straight to her knees in front of me. Master, I'm here. From my angle, I could see down the open front of her coat, and even having already seen everything, my pulse still jumped. Outwardly, I just twisted my mouth. The maid outfit's ready. Shower later, and put it on. Maid outfit? Wang Yin turned to stone on the spot. This was Li Lingshan. The untouchable, poised, elegant Li Lingshan. He couldn't help mumbling, Sis Shan. Li Lingshan didn't spare him so much as a glance. The whole point was to show me the most extreme contrast possible, and with Wang Yin and Zhang Yu watching, that particular itch of hers got scratched even deeper. In her mind, I must be eating it up. I shot Wang Yin a look. Watch your mouth. Understand? Your Sis Shan is nothing but a dog of mine. Li Lingshan's heart shuddered. The more people around, the stronger her reaction. She was almost intoxicated by the humiliation. Wang Yin nodded frantically. Yes, 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 understood. I didn't want her secret getting out. I still had plans to send those photos around for fun. I turned back to her. Get up for now. It's not time to make your knees red yet. She lifted her eyes bashfully, gave me a glance, and stood. Message received. Then I messaged Yin Shan. No need for a long explanation with this woman. Tell her to come, and she comes. As a servant rank higher, she could only appear outside the wall, which confirmed what I'd figured out earlier. The instant she saw me, Yin Chun cried out in delight. Husband. Wang Yin petrified all over again. Husband? Shenlang was playing it that wild. I felt a little bad. Sorry about this, Yin Chun. Because of your role, you can't get inside the house yet. I'll switch you to something that lets you in later. Just hang on a bit. Her brows lifted. She took in Zhang Yu and Li Lingshan standing beside me, mildly surprised. But for her, as long as she could help me, as long as I needed her, anything worked. It's fine, husband. Your shelter is magnificent. Every other word out of her mouth was husband, and I already felt guilty enough. The Desert Eagle and the Spirit Rice had both come from her. I could only pretend not to hear it. As for Jiang Ning, I hadn't been in a hurry to call her. But seeing the envy in Wang Yan's eyes, bringing her over now didn't seem like a bad idea. I sent the message. Little Miss Innocent, servant rank, 6 to 6, pay is 5 wood, 3 meals a day. You follow my orders, come now if you're in. Jiang Ning hadn't expected me to come looking for her so soon. Happiness had arrived too suddenly. She didn't even read the details, too busy calculating. If I go, he's definitely going to devour me, right? Should I play hard to get? Once he's had me, I'm not worth anything anymore. She thought about it, and agreed anyway. She was a firm believer in improvising as she went. And then she arrived and couldn't even get in the door. Still in her pleated skirt, legs going numb from the cold. But one look at that dreamlike house of mine, and nothing else mattered. She just wanted to live in it. He could devour her on the spot, for all she cared. The truly infuriating part was that 2 other women were allowed inside. On what grounds? So she pushed out her lower lip, knelt, and whined. Daddy, it's cold out here. I want to come in too. Wang Yin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, staring at me with lethal envy. Was this guy here to be an emperor? Every campus beauty orbiting around him, and the way they addressed him. It made a man's breathing go ragged. Then he looked at himself, barely qualified as a human being anymore. No, I want that too. At that exact moment, he noticed me pull out the Desert Eagle, staring at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He gave a full-body shiver and stopped wanting anything at all. Only then did I look at Jiang Ning. That photo of her, mouth wide open, laughing, floated up in my mind. No rush. With a schemer like this, you hold back. Work hard, do a bad job, and you don't even get fed. Want to come inside? Depends on your performance. All right, Time to hand out assignments. Jiang Ning gave me one aggrieved look, but she had no choice except to obey. She wouldn't dare push. Yin Chun sneered and glanced sideways at her, cursing inwardly. What a cheap little thing. All she'll ever be good for is calling men husband and daddy. Ignoring the tangle of private agendas around me, I officially started assigning work. First, I took out 7 cuts of prime meat and handed them to Li Lingshan. Go pan-fry these in the kitchen. 1 piece each for breakfast. Then we work. Yes, master. Then to Zhang Yu. You shower first and change. Come out and eat. Then send Li Lingshan in to wash up. Zhang Yu flushed and nodded, though inside she was giddy. A hot shower, real meat, a warm house. Even if I really did decide to, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Finally, I turned to Yin Chun. Your job is finding treasure chests for me. See that snowmobile? I'm giving you an insulated riding suit, and the spirit hound goes with you. Its nose can pick up the scent of chests. The spirit hound gave 2 barks. Yin Chun noticed it for the first time and swept it into her arms in delight. Ah, Shenlang, you're keeping a puppy? He's so white, I love him. She adored this job. She liked dogs to begin with, and she'd always envied those motorcycle vloggers. Always wished she could be as free as they were. She'd never imagined I'd be the one to make that dream real. Thank you, Shenlang. I smiled. Nothing to thank me for. Then I handed the Desert Eagle back to her. Inside the cabin, I wasn't in any danger anyway. And besides, I had the arrow tower. Take this. There might be threats around the chests. Stay safe. The hound will warn you too. She took the gun, cheeks slightly pink as she looked at me. Husband, you're so good to me. There was no answering that. So I quickly turned to Wang Yan. As for you, see that mining rig? Your job is driving it and digging are for me. It's got AC, so you won't freeze. I'm not paying you 10 wood a day out of charity. Do good work. If the numbers come up short, I'll replace you. Wang Yan snapped off a salute on the spot. Are you kidding? I even had a mining rig. The shock had nearly killed him. Don't worry, Lang Ji. I'll work myself to the bone. Honestly, the intimidation was unnecessary. The job was a dream. Easy, simple, air-conditioned. He swore to himself he'd do it for the rest of his life. Last, I looked at Jiang Ning. See that logging rig? That's your assignment. Same deal. AC, navigation, built-in tutorial. Watch it once and you'll have it. 5 wood a day? Perform well. Got it. Jiang Ning was pretty satisfied too. Not being allowed inside stung a little, but for someone in her position, this gig was already a blessing. Still, she snuck a cautious glance at me. Why do I only get 5 pieces of lumber a day? Why? Because I made it that way, obviously. I deliberately mentioned what everyone else was getting, just to torment this little manipulator, to make her keep lowering her standards, kissing up to me and begging for scraps, all to climb her way up. That's what made it fun. As for whether she'd dare complain? Honestly, I was kind of hoping she would. But let's be real. As long as she wasn't stupid, she wouldn't dare. Compared to the others, she already had it way too good. I gave a little smile. No reason. That's just what you're worth right now. If you don't like it, feel free to quit. Plenty of people would kill for this job. No, please. Shenlang. I'll do it. I never said I wouldn't. Watching her force a smile through a furrowed brow gave me a rush of satisfaction. Just then, Li Lingshan came out and dropped straight to her knees in front of me. Master, the prime cuts are done. That single kneel and that one word, master, left Wang Yan absolutely stunned, staring at me with pure envy. If Li Lingshan ever called him that, he'd probably faint from excitement on the spot. But envy was all he dared feel. He wouldn't dream of anything more. I nodded and had Li Lingshan bring out 3 pieces of prime meat, 1 each for Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, and Wang Yan. Finish eating, then get to work. I also handed Yin Chun a cold weather riding suit. Thanks for the hard work. Yin Chun pressed her lips into a smile. Working for my husband isn't hard. It's happiness. The 3 of them dug in. Yin Chun and Jiang Ning were fine. They'd had prime meat before. But Wang Yan was a first-timer. His eyes lit up, and he crammed his mouth full like Pigsy scarfing down a ginseng fruit. Besides tasting amazing, the stuff kept you warm. He felt it the second he swallowed. Staring at the last little piece in his hand, he couldn't resist the urge to snap a photo and show off, but he was afraid I'd say no. Elang bro, can I take a pic as a keepsake? Something to look at while I work. I glanced at him. Suit yourself. Just be smart about what shouldn't be shown. He got it. I meant Li Lingshan and the course secrets. He nodded with a grin. Don't worry, Lang bro. I know exactly what you mean. The next second, he shoved the meat in his mouth and posted the photo to the senior class 8 group chat, captioned, "Watch me down a whole chunk in one bite." The chat instantly blew up. Holy crap, Wang Yan. Where'd you get meat? Where even are you? That place looks off. That's not your cabin, is it? Yin bro, spare a brother a bite. Wang Yin was drowning in the thrill of his vanity, but he didn't reply to a single message, playing it cool and loving every second. Soon Wang Yin, Jiang Ning, and Yin Shun fired up the machines and headed out to work. I shut the front door and headed to the dining room with Li Lingshan. Right then Zhang Yu came out from her shower. "S.H. Shen Lang, I'm all washed up." I nodded and pointed to what used to be my own room on the first floor. "Go change in there and come eat. From now on, that room's your break room. Call it the dance studio. Once we recruit the songstresses, you'll all rest in there. No spare rooms for individual bedrooms." Zhang Yu went into the room. Then I turned to Li Lingshan. "You go shower too. The maid's room is upstairs. Change and come eat." Li Lingshan nodded. She'd been dying too. My room was so warm, she couldn't even imagine how amazing it would feel to eat a full meal fresh out of a shower. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu stepped into the dance studio and sucked in a sharp breath at the setup. Big, bright glass windows, brand new cabinets and carpet, and even an added bunk bed. Every mattress made up with down comforters and full bedding sets. The whole room kept at a steady 79 degrees. This was the break room he was giving her? It was basically heaven. She looked up and saw a little window at the head of the top bunk, sunlight streaming in perfectly. She climbed up and buried her face in the blanket, mumbling, "I want the top bunk. I could live here forever." She sighed over it for a while before remembering she still needed to change. She didn't want to keep me waiting and put me in a bad mood. Opening the closet, she found a dedicated dance outfit. White shirt, ultra-short skirt, even a pair of white ballet-style ankle socks for dancing. Only, where was the underwear? Her face flushed. She didn't dare think too hard about it, but she didn't dare not change either. She'd long stopped wanting to wear those filthy old clothes. Once dressed, she looked at her freshly gorgeous reflection in the mirror and let out a soft sigh. "It's so comfortable here. As long as Shen Lang doesn't go too far, I'd work for him forever." At that thought, her face reddened again. But what if he did go too far? Would she leave? They'd agreed earlier that she'd walk if he stepped out of line, but now she really didn't want to leave. She could only pray he wouldn't be like that. She didn't even notice how far her standards had already quietly slipped. Just then the group chat buzzed again. Wang Yin again. He was cranking away inside a mining machine with the AC blasting, captioned, "Work makes me happy. Work brings me joy. Go for it, young man." Below it, another wave of envy. "Wang Yin, what lucky streak did you stumble into? Where do you even get a machine like that? Hook a brother up." Zhang Yu's heart stirred. She couldn't resist snapping one too. She climbed back onto the top bunk, sat by the little window, took a gorgeous selfie, and posted it to the group with the caption, "Sunny skies, sunny mood. Out here in this frozen rainforest, my warm little nest fills me with happiness." After posting, her face went red. In the photo, she looked beautiful, sexy, curvy. The white shirt was just a little thin, though thankfully not too see-through. She let it slide anyway. Sure enough, the chat exploded again. "Zhang Yu, where are you? Can we come stay too? OMG, this is my dream room. Let me live there HHH. Watching all that envy, Zhang Yu finally understood Wang Yan's joy. So this was where the sense of happiness came from. By the time Zhang Yu came out, Li Lingshan had changed and was coming down from upstairs too. Ultra-short skin-tight jeans paired with over-the-knee white stockings, a maid outfit up top, pure temptation. Li Lingshan had seen Zhang Yu's photo too. Her own room was even nicer than Zhang Yu's. But without my say-so, she didn't dare flaunt the contrast on her own. Spotting Zhang Yu, she curled her lip and muttered under her breath, "Show off." Zhang Yu blushed, but didn't dare say a word. By the time the two of them came before me, I'd already finished eating, and even found a moment to send a piece of prime meat over to Li Manwen. Taking in their outfits, I nodded. "Eat first, then it's time to work. Also, no shoes in my place. I decided on that rule a while ago. The cabin didn't have floor heating yet, so it might get a little chilly, but that was acceptable, mainly because I have a thing for pretty feet, and watching them work barefoot was a treat for the eyes." Neither of them objected. Li Lingshan went without saying, and Zhang Yu danced barefoot anyway. So two pairs of lovely bare feet stepped onto the floor. Once they'd settled in, I looked over at Zhang Yu with a smile. "I saw your photo and the caption. Happy with the accommodations?" Zhang Yu flushed, being put on the spot in front of everyone. How could she not be embarrassed? She nodded. "Very happy. As long as you let me do my actual job, I'll dance for you as long as you want." "As long as I want, huh? Her actual job?" Heh, I just smiled. That depended entirely on my mood. I've got a sharp eye. She'd managed to hide it in the photo, but one look was all I needed to tell she wasn't wearing anything under there. And here she was acting all shy about it. The two of them finished eating quickly. Li Lingshan, playing the maid, immediately cleared the dishes, and when she was done she got down on her knees to scrub the floor without being asked. Her jeans were stretched to the absolute limit. It was quite a view. Since they both loved showing off so much, I figured I'd play along. I took a picture of her from behind, nothing above the neck, and posted it to the group chat. Finally got myself a maid. Somebody else to do the chores from now on. Living the good life. One look at that figure practically bursting out of those jeans, and the group lost its mind. Holy crap, who is that? That body is insane. Where'd Lang find her? That figure. Kinda looks like Sean? Talk sense. Sean would do something like that for a piece of trash like Shinlang? You're seeing things. Yeah, fair. Plenty of girls built like that, and we can't even see her face. How could I ever doubt Sean? I gave Li Lingshan a pat. You see what they're saying in the group? Say something. She yelped at the touch, cheeks going pink. Master, what would you like me to say? Don't blow your cover. Play up the contrast. Let him keep guessing a while longer. Okay. A moment later she typed in the group. Who's the blind idiot saying that's me? You slander me, and you haven't thought about the consequences? I'm Li Lingshan. Do you seriously think I'd do something like that for Shinlang? Countless guys exhaled in relief. Li Lingshan wasn't just their goddess. She was the symbol of everyone who refused to bow to Shinlang. If it really had been her, the sky would have fallen. Told you it couldn't be Sean. How could that slut even compare? Similar body, sure, but nowhere close in terms of a pure soul. Probably Shinlang struck out with Sean and went looking for a knockoff. Reading all of it, Li Lingshan felt a rush she could hardly stand. She asked herself honestly, aren't I a slut though? No, she was just Shinlang's. At that thought, she blinked up at me, clearly waiting for me to say the word. Honestly, I was having a hard time holding back myself. But hold back I would. For one thing, I wasn't about to give Li Lingshan what she wanted that easily. For another, I wanted to save it for tonight. All my most precious reserves were earmarked for Ms. Li Manwen. So I patted Li Lingshan on the head. Get back to work. Her lips pressed into a pout, and she let out a small, wounded, okay, looking exactly like a kitten that hadn't been fed. By now a lot of people in the group were putting it together. They connected my earlier bragging with the photos of Wang Yin and Zhang Yu, and it clicked. Those two were working for me. Working for me, was that comfortable? The people who'd been sneering at me suddenly couldn't sit still. Shinlang, I could work for you too. I was talking out of my ass before. Shinlang, me too. You're taking on servants, right? I'm in, seriously. To all those groveling faces I gave a single smiling reply. Too late. I gave you your chance yesterday. Not my fault you didn't take it. After that I ignored the class group entirely and posted a new message in the public chat and the campus channel. Hiring, 1 songstress, terms negotiable. Also taking on 2 servants. Work is primarily farming, terms negotiable. What I needed most right now was manpower, people to tend and harvest the spirit rice, plus whatever other crops came later. I had 500 square meters of land inside my walls. That doesn't work itself. I might have been ignoring the group chats, but the group chats were blowing up because of me. Zhang Yi saw the post too. He'd been dying of envy over my tier 4 cabin, and now that I'd made enemies of practically everyone, he figured his moment had come. He immediately started courting people for an alliance, with one target in mind, raiding me. Meanwhile, my recruitment post caught the eye of Zhou Huijin, rank number 3. His eyes lit up, and he turned to his wife, Lu Qinglan. Qinglan, did you see the recruitment post from Shunlang, the number 1 guy? He's got a recruitment order. In the frozen rainforest, 2 people close enough could share the same cabin, something the rest of us students hadn't figured out yet. Lu Qinglan was extremely full-figured, 30 years old, but she looked 26, 27 at most, in a pencil skirt, skin so soft it looked like you could pinch water out of it. She frowned. I saw it. What's your point? Zhou Huijin came over, grinning. Babe, you're a singer, aren't you? You could totally apply. Seeing her expression shift, he hurried to add, don't take it the wrong way. I just want you to find out how he got his cabin up to tier 4, and maybe pick up some supplies while you're at it. Everything we've got so far came from my luck and my hard work. We can't just sit here burning through it, can we? Once the newbie grace period ends, it only gets harder from here. You've got a chance to actually help. You can't just do nothing. Besides, Shinlang wouldn't dare pull anything with you. You've got me and a tier 3 cabin behind you. Once players can run into each other, he won't want enemies everywhere, tier 4 or not. And I'm rank number 3. Am I wrong? Lu Qinglan hesitated. Of course, she didn't want to walk into a strange man's shelter. Way too unpredictable. But Zhou Huijin had a point. Intel and supplies really did matter for them. Zhou Huijin might be useless in some ways, but he had his strengths. Without him, she wouldn't be living this comfortably in here. Finally, she said, uncertain, then, I'll ask. Ask. Go ask him now. Fine. Decision made. Lu Qinglan sent me a friend request, but I'd shut off friend requests ages ago. No notification chimed. The request just sat there as an unread. As long as I never checked, I'd never know anyone had tried. Left with no other option, she attached a note to the request. I'm Zhou Huijin's wife. He's rank number 3. I'd like to apply as your songstress. Then she found my avatar and sent a stranger DM. That kind of message can only be sent once, and she used the same line. After a while, Zhou Huijin asked, Qinglan, any luck? She sighed. What do you think? A guy at that level blocked friend requests a long time ago. I left him a message, so Here's the English translation. Hoping he'd see it soon. He was recruiting, and there was still one open slot in his private messages. Zhou Huijin nodded, then stole a glance at his wife's ample chest, and suddenly felt a pang of panic. Qinglan, once you actually go over there, you have to keep yourself in check. No, I mean, keep yourself safe. Don't let that Shenlang guy. Lu Qinglan rolled her eyes at him. Zhou Huijin, what are you saying? What kind of woman do you think I am? I'm just going to sing for supplies. You're the one who told me to go. If you don't trust me, then don't send me. Seeing her displeasure, Zhou Huijin quickly forced a smile. Hey, honey, where's your head at? I'm worried about you, that's all. How could I not trust you? Humph. She was clearly annoyed by his suspicion. Being useless was one thing. But did he have to be this insecure too? If she really wanted another man, she'd have left him long ago. Why would she have waited for the frozen rainforest to show up? Then again, if she'd left early, she might not be living this comfortably now. Anyway, she's waiting on word from me. It's just past morning, so I figure I'll see it by noon at the latest. On my end, I wasn't in a rush to enjoy myself. First, I pulled up the recruitment order. This thing was genuinely amazing. Not only could I see the real-time status of everyone working for me, but the supplies they gathered went straight into my account. Right now it read, clear as day. Wang Yin, mining. Stone +1, stone +1. In Chun, searching for treasure chests. Jiang Ning, logging. Wood +1, wood +1, followed by a complaint. Shen Lang is a big fat jerk. That got a laugh out of me. I can even see that? So I sent Jiang Ning a message. Talk trash about me again, and I'll post that photo of you grinning like an idiot in the group chat. Out in the snow, Jiang Ning froze the second she got it. Then her eyes went wide. Did that bastard install surveillance? She immediately clapped a hand over her mouth, too scared to curse anymore, her big eyes darting around the inside of the logging machine. Then she messaged back, Daddy, you must have misheard. I couldn't be bothered to respond, and kept scrolling. Li Lingshan, working, mopping the floor. Zhang Yu, awaiting work assignment. I nodded, satisfied, my gaze settling on Zhang Yu. Time to put this woman to work. I stood up. Zhang Yu, come to the living room with me. Lingshan, you too. My shoulders are a little sore. Give me a massage. Okay. Yes, master. Soon I was sitting on the living room couch. I'd spent all those supplies. If not on a dance performance, then what? I pointed at the open space in front of the TV, right up against the fireplace. Zhang Yu, dance there. It won't be cold. Okay. She walked over, a little nervous. B-boss, what kind of dance do you want to see? What kind of dance? I thought about it, then turned to Li Lingshan. See that Harman Kardon over there? Go put on something classical pop. Then I asked Zhang Yu, can you improvise to match the style? She nodded. I've trained for it. Improvised accompaniment is a required skill. Perfect. Right as I finished speaking, Li Lingshan put on Qing Si. Is this okay, master? Come rub my shoulders. Right away. She came around behind me and laid her delicate hands on my shoulders. That black and white maid outfit couldn't begin to contain her so-called modest E-cups, soft, bumping against the back of my head with every movement. I had good reason to suspect she was doing it on purpose. There was only one thing missing. If someone were feeding me fruit right now, it would be perfect. Inwardly, Li Lingshan was completely stunned. She couldn't wrap her head around it. In a place like the frozen rainforest, I not only had a high-end log cabin, I could lounge around enjoying music on a sound system. It only strengthened her resolve to be my dog. Outside, it was freezing wasteland. In here, in a warm house, she could earn supplies those men out there were risking their lives for, just by moving her fingers. No one had working conditions like this, and my orders were addictive. She had to perform well. The music started, and Zhang Yu began to move. In white ankle socks, she stepped lightly across the floor, her body flowing with the melody. Have you not seen me rise and dance so light? Have you not heard my zither through the night? That ultra-short skirt seemed to lift on its own with her movements, and in the rise and fall of it, I thought I caught an unexpected glimpse of color. My pupils shrank. She wasn't wearing anything under there either? Was she trying to seduce me? I didn't call her out on it. I just glanced at Li Lingshan and lowered my voice. Get me a Coke from the fridge. Of course. I watched her sway her hips on the way out, and soon I had a glass of the good stuff, poured by her own hands. I took a sip and went back to watching Zhang Yu. I had to admit, dancers really are different. Her body was incredible. A pair of legs, straight and smooth, textbook wineglass shape, flush against each other when she pressed them together, and appealing in a different way when she spread them apart. And since she was going commando, her chest swayed with real amplitude, like two water balloons that no amount of fabric could restrain. After her shower, her face, which hadn't been striking before, had brightened completely, and a faint flush was the finishing touch, giving her a whole different kind of allure. She was clearly aware of her situation, so she kept her movements as small as possible, occasionally sneaking a hand down to hold her hemline in place. But that bashful look only got me going more. Before I knew it, the glass of Coke was empty and Ching Si had ended. B-Boss, what dance would you like to see next? Zhang Yu knew that after coming all this way, there was no way she'd be dancing just one number. Besides, standing by the fireplace, watching the snow and bright sun through the window, she actually found herself enjoying the idea of another dance, cultivating her art and pleasing her employer at the same time. All the more reason to serve me well. I raised an eyebrow and said something that made her go pale. How can a dancer not show off her flexibility? I haven't seen your split yet. How about it? She waved her hands frantically, terrified. Please, no, I can't. Not today, I really can't. Tomorrow, please? Can't. Of course, I knew exactly why she was saying that. But the more she resisted, the more I wanted to see it. I feigned ignorance. Refusing me? Zhang Yu, I feed you. I give you supplies. I hired you. And you're refusing me? Or is it that you can't actually do it? If that's the case, I won't force you. Just don't bother coming tomorrow. Don't. Shenlang. Boss, that's not what I meant. Pick another dance, and I promise I'll perform it for you tomorrow, okay? I smiled. Tomorrow? I want to see it today. I'm not able to translate this one. The passage depicts a scenario where a man uses control over food and shelter to coerce a woman into sexual exposure against her will. And translating it would mean reproducing that sexualized coercion in full, which I'm not willing to do. If it helps, I'm glad to. Translate other portions of this story that aren't sexual in nature, dialogue, setting, survival/plot elements. Write a brief plot summary in English instead. Help with translation of other fiction, including dark or morally complex material, where the focus isn't coerced sexual content. Just let me know what would be useful, right? Thank you so much. Once she'd finished muttering, her vanity got the better of her again, and she snapped a photo of herself sitting on the edge of the bed holding the drink, captioned, "Almost noon. A little sugar boost is a must when you're working, right? Love mango juice." Her face went a little red after she posted it, and she didn't dare look at the replies because she knew I'd see them too. She could just imagine how many people would be envying her in a minute. Only after she'd set the drink down did she head happily off to the bathroom. Over on the other side, Li Lingshan had finished the laundry too. I didn't have her pan-fry meat for this lunch. I planned to buy food from the shop. Nothing but lean meat all the time kills your appetite. It cost resources, sure, but an occasional splurge was worth celebrating. This was my first day as a hands-off boss, after all. I waved her over. Lingshan, go look through the shop and see what you want. Pick anything. Just tell me, and I'll order it with the rest. Really? Her eyes lit up. When I tell you to pick, you pick. Don't question it next time. Oh, sorry, master, I understand. She started browsing, her face full of anticipation. I also messaged Yin Chun, Jiang Ning, and Wang Yan, telling them to come back for lunch and each pick something. As for Zhang Yu, I'd ask her once she came out of the shower. Just then Li Lingshan leaned in close. Master, can I have bibimbap? You like that too? I saw Jiang Ning eating it before, and I've been dying for some. Honestly, half of it was craving, and half was that the dish wasn't expensive. I'd given her the choice, and she wasn't stupid. She wasn't about to ask for the moon. Sure. Thank you, master. She hugged my arm, all that softness pressing up against me. Right after that, the others' messages came in. Jiang Ning. Shenlang, I want bibimbap too. Between the frozen rainforest and the shock I'd given her back at the beginning, this woman had developed a genuinely warped love for bibimbap. In Chun. Got it. I'm on my way back. Whatever you buy, hubby, I'll eat. Oh, and guess what I got today? 3 red treasure chests in one morning. 3 red chests? I checked the feedback from the recruitment order. Sure enough, it showed In Chun had obtained 3 red treasure chests. Had my red chest drop rate carried over to her? Or was it that since she was working for me, the rate counted as mine? Plus, she was already prone to finding them. Did the luck stack? Whatever. It was good news either way. I replied, nice work. As for guessing, that could wait until she got back. Otherwise, it'd turn into flirting again. Wang Yin wrote in too. Boss, can I have a rice bowl? Same as the others, he didn't dare order anything pricey. As the only man here besides me, he figured he was further from me than any of the women, and he was even less inclined to ask for much. I replied, noted. Then I placed the order based on the requests. 2 bibimbaps, 1 rice bowl, and a few dishes for myself. 3 pounds of spicy crawfish, stir-fried squid, braised pig's trotters, garlic vermicelli, sautéed greens, plus tomato and egg soup and 2 servings of rice. That basically meant In Chun would be eating with me. I couldn't be bothered to pick something separate for her. That whole order ran me a full 362 units of timber. In the frozen rainforest, if that didn't count as extravagant, then nothing did. The moment I confirmed it, the table was covered in delicious food. Li Lingshan's eyes glazed over. drool trickling down past the tongue stud she'd deliberately put in. Seems like it wasn't quite time yet. She was reacting a bit early. That thing was prepared for a certain part of her master, after all. I finished buying the food and glanced over at the bathroom. The door had opened at some point without my noticing. I asked Li Lingshan, "Zhang Yu's done showering?" She swallowed. She just went back to her room. I was going to send Li Lingshan to ask Zhang Yu what she wanted, but then I remembered that Yin Chun and the others couldn't get into the cabin. So I just got up and headed for the song and dance room myself, tossing out instructions as I went. Carry the table, chairs, and food out to the doorway. They can't come inside. Leave the door open too. Hot food doesn't cool off as fast that way, and they'll be here soon. Okay, do the chairs and the food first. Wait on the table. I'll have Zhang Yu help you with it. I walked up to the song and dance room door. This cabin was my domain. No door in it was off limits to me. Locks were pointless. Everyone else, though, couldn't get into any room outside of their work areas. I pushed the door open. Zhang Yu had just taken off her dance outfit and was standing there bare, picking out clothes. In her excitement, she'd forgotten to bring clean ones in with her. The instant the door opened, she let out a yelp and scrambled to cover herself with the garment in her hands. But I'd already gotten a good, clear look. She might not be as easygoing as Li Lingshan, but she had plenty going for her, soft and full in all the right places. I sighed inwardly, though my face stayed perfectly serious. What are you covering up for? I've already seen it. Does it matter now? Hurry up, get dressed, and come eat. Help Lingshan move the table and chairs. A woman like Zhang Yu, I'd definitely have eventually. Otherwise, what was the point of planting that pomegranate tree? But I needed her to understand that I wasn't short on women. Don't try playing coy with me. Whatever pride she had, I'd grind it down bit by bit. Oh, okay. I was about to leave when something occurred to me. Right. What do you want to eat? I'll order it for you. Everyone gets to choose for themselves this afternoon. Her head was a mess. Anything's fine. I hate anything's fine. Bibimbap it is, then. I glanced at the clothes in her hands. There's underwear in the bottom of the cabinet. Quit tempting me and put something on. Wang Yan's coming back soon. Can't have him seeing this. I really didn't mean to. I wasn't interested in explanations. I shut the door and left. Out in the main room, Li Lingshan was bent over hauling things around, her figure practically spilling out. I pinched her cheek and tilted her face up. Go put on a full set of clothes. Wang Yan will be back soon. She startled. She'd completely forgotten about that servant Wang Yan. Nobody but me was worthy of seeing her body. And honestly, it made her happy. It meant I cared. Okay, I'm going right now. Soon both of them were bundled up head to toe. As they were hauling the food, table, and chairs outside, Yin Chun was the first one back. Her snowmobile was fast. The second she saw me, she called out, "Hubby, I opened 3 red chests this morning. Come on, guess what was in them?" I laughed. Eat first. Surprises are more fun when you unwrap them a little at a time. Her eyes lit up. True. But hubby, from now on don't make everyone come back for lunch. It wastes time and slows down your resource collection. Just send the food out to them. Fair point. Today's the first day, so we're celebrating together. From tomorrow, we'll do it your way. You're the best, hubby. Not long after, Jiang Ning and Wang Yin came back one after the other. The frozen rainforest kept them all separated, but once they were back on my territory, they could gather here at the cabin. Looking at the loaded table, Jiang Ning's eyes went wide. Wang Yin stammered, "Teach, this much good food?" Only then did Yin Chun notice the spread on the table. Until that moment, all she'd seen was me. Jiang Ning licked the corner of her mouth. Big brother Shinlang, am I dreaming? I sat down at the table with Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu, and Yin Chun, and said with a smile, "You only get 1 stone pot bibimbap, you know." Jiang Ning's face fell. Huh? Come on, don't be like that. I do love watching that little schemer get taken down a peg. All right, everybody, come eat. Jiang Ning sat down, but her eyes kept darting toward the other dishes. Wang Yin started to sit too, and my brow furrowed as the irritation rose in me. Who said you could sit? When I said everybody, that didn't include you. In that moment, I finally understood why emperors kept eunuchs around. Why did I want to geld Wang Yin so badly? And he wanted to sit at my table? The only people allowed at my side are women. I glared at Li Lingshan. You brought out an extra chair? She panicked, and instead of making excuses, she dropped straight to her knees beside me. I'm sorry, master, it was my fault. Please punish me. Zhang Yu was dumbstruck. She was actually the one who'd brought that last chair out. Still, not having to share a table with Wang Yin sat just fine with her. The problem was right now. Did she kneel or not? Kneel? She'd only come here to dance. Not kneel. Li Lingshan had already set the example, and Zhang Yu really liked this job. She'd just posted photos bragging about it. She was honestly afraid of being fired. After agonizing over it for a moment, she knelt too. I'm sorry, I was the one who brought out that last chair. Wang Yin was completely lost. In the span of a single morning, what exactly had Shun Lang turned these women into? All this over a chair? Even more absurd, In Chun just smiled and knelt without a word. If her husband was unhappy, she had to make her position clear. Jiang Ning was the best of them all at reading a room. She knelt so fast it was almost impressive, guilty or not. Kneel first, sort it out later. Wang Yan's legs went weak and he knelt too. I'll go eat outside, okay? Boss Lang, please don't fire me. Now I was the confused one. What are you all doing? But honestly, it felt incredible. I waved a hand. Everyone up. In Chun, take the rice bowl over to Wang Yan. Yes, husband. I looked at Wang Yan. Go sit on the wheel of the mining rig to eat. And keep your place in mind from now on. He hurriedly knocked his head on the ground. Boss, this humble one understands. It wasn't that he had no dignity. It was that after one morning of work, he understood something. This wasn't just a job. It was a chance to survive in the frozen rainforest. He couldn't afford to lose it. Once Wang Yan was gone, I told Jiang Ning and the others to get up. Jiang Ning sat down without a second thought. Zhang Yu had just started to straighten up when she heard Li Lingshan say, Master, when someone does something wrong, they should be punished. Let me peel your crayfish today, okay? Otherwise Lingshan would be too ashamed to stand up. Sensible girl. My sweet, obedient girl was exceeding my expectations. I nodded in approval, and she was already getting to work on the shells. Zhang Yu was thrown again. She couldn't stand, couldn't sit. Gritting her teeth, she dropped back to her knees. Boss, let me peel shrimp to make up for it too. What a clever woman. With that kind of instinct, she'd go far. I ate 2 pieces for the sake of form. That's enough. Everyone up and eat. Just be more careful from now on. Hee hee. Thank you, master. Thank you, boss. Zhang Yu almost said the wrong thing. All Li Lingshan's fault, rubbing off on her. Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu, and Jiang Ning each had 1 stone pot bibimbap in front of them. In Chun's spread and mine were far more lavish. The punishment had been served, and it'd be a shame to waste the leftovers. I said, let's all share these. No sense wasting food. Lingshan, go grab a few bottles of yogurt. Food tastes better with something to drink. Right away, master. All the women lit up with delight. In the frozen rainforest, this was a feast fit for heaven, and with yogurt on top of it. It felt like a dream. Right about then, Wang Yin posted in the group chat. Even banished all the way out there, he couldn't resist showing off. He snapped a photo of his rice bowl, making sure to get himself leaning against the mining rig in the shot, with the caption, a little midday rest. 1 rice bowl is enough to make life worth living. The group exploded again. You animal, Wang Yin. Please, Boss Lang. I'll be a servant too. Just let me work. We're all classmates here. Say something to Shin Lang for us. Tell him to go easy on us. Some of the girls even DM'd him privately. Big brother Wang Yin. If you can introduce me to Shin Lang, I'll show you something nice. Wang Yin felt a jolt run through him. The girl was nothing special to look at, but she was still a woman, and he hadn't gotten so much as a taste yet. Surrounded all morning by the crowd of women around me, he was barely holding it together. But did he have any real say in front of me? He wrestled with it. Should he ask? Or maybe get the photos out of her first and worry about the rest later? At that thought, a wicked impulse took hold, and he started typing his reply. Over here, I had no idea Wang Yin had become such a hot commodity. I was busy being fed. Li Lingshan peeled shrimp, In Chun picked out dishes for me, and Jiang Ning even tore off a piece of braised pig's trotter for me, then sucked her fingers after. I rolled my eyes at her. Jiang Ning, no more handling my food with your bare hands. And sucking your fingers? What are you, a child? Her face went red. I'm just practicing ahead of time. Good grief. That shameless line left Zhang Yu blushing scarlet. She wasn't the flamboyant type to begin with, and she couldn't handle talk like that, but she didn't dare say a word. Her own performance that morning had been every bit as bad as Jiang Ning's, if not worse. Still, Zhang Yu had always loved taking photos for social media, and Wang Yan's post had stirred her up. Looking at the food and the scenery, she changed the subject. Boss, can I take a picture? Don't worry, I'll only shoot the food. I didn't refuse. Vain women are useful. Desire makes them easy to handle. Go ahead. Just don't put Li Lingshan in frame. She agreed immediately. She knew exactly how sharp the contrast was between Li Lingshan's public face and her private one. She figured the boss just wanted to toy with that crowd in the group chat. Whatever. She photographed the whole table and captioned it, lunchtime. Sharing a quiet meal with my boss and a few good friends. Truly one of life's great pleasures. I made a point of reading that one. This woman's writing always had a literary flair to it. There was genuinely something different about her style. Once I've grown my operation, maybe I'll make her a secretary. Draft announcements, manage staff? Not out of the question, but that's a matter for later. I didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, that crowd in the group chat had already boiled over. Zhang Yu, Wang Yan, are you two done yet? I'm freezing my ass off out here and can't even get a mouthful of hot soup. And you're doing this on purpose to torture us. Hot soup? I can't even get a mouthful of shit. I haven't collected a single piece of lumber all morning. I don't even know if I'll make it through today. Zhang Yu, quit showing off. If you actually cared, could you spare some of your scraps? You're just going to throw them out anyway. I only want a taste. At that moment, Li Lingshan took a bite of pig's trotter and twisted the knife in the group chat. A pack of clowns. Don't let them get to you, everyone. Just keep working hard. This food. There'll be plenty more chances. Don't let a guy like Xin Lang feel so pleased with himself. Sister Shan is right. Sister Shan, someone like that isn't even worth mentioning. From now on, we'll follow your lead. Let's form an alliance. Yeah, Sister Shan takes point, and we all band together. Li Lingshan didn't reply. Instead, she shot me a bashful glance. Master, did I do well? Seeing the contrast with this obedient good girl act, I honestly wanted to punish her right then and there. Meanwhile, over in his cabin, Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of rock-hard steamed bun and cursed. Xin Lang, keep putting on that act. You got a lucky breakout in the frozen rainforest, scraped together a few supplies, and now you don't even know your own name anymore. Survival's only just begun. Once you can't get materials to upgrade, let's see what you do then. With that, he started messaging everyone who'd agreed to ally with him, Li Lingshan included. They'd already worked it out. In 7 days, kill Xin Lang and seize his cabin. These 7 days were just for stockpiling weapons. On my end, I looked at the messages in the group chat and couldn't help ribbing Zhang Yu. Satisfied now, Zhang Yu's face went red. That's not what I meant. I just like sharing things. I thought it was worth commemorating. I waved a hand. I don't care what you think. Call it a keepsake, call it feeling superior, whatever. As long as you do your job well and follow orders, that superiority is yours to keep. She bit her lip. I'll work hard, I promise. Soon as simple lunch was finished, and I told Li Lingshan, clean everything up, then go rest in your room for a bit. Huh? We even get a midday break. She was thrilled. I snorted coldly. I'm not some capitalist. I'm just a slave owner. You'll get every bit of rest you're entitled to. A slave owner is better than a capitalist? She looked a little confused, but she liked it. Who cared what I called myself? To them, I was the great benefactor giving them a chance to live and to live well. I turned to Zhang Yu. Help Lingshan clear the table and chairs, then go rest. Thank you, boss. She was so excited her face flushed. She could finally go sleep in the warm upper bunk, where a bottle of mango juice was waiting for her. Next, I called in Jiang Ning and Wang Yan. I looked over this morning's haul. Average. Keep at it this afternoon and be back by 6 sharp. If you get yourselves in danger, that's not my problem. Now go work. The two nodded, and Wang Yan grabbed the mining rig and left first. He was desperate to prove himself. He'd already gotten the nice photo he wanted. Now he just needed to bring back extra timber tonight, so he could ask me for another favor. Jiang Ning, though, pouted and complained. Daddy, when do I get to be your maid? I want to be by your side. I smirked. See that pomegranate tree? When it bears ripe fruit, maybe that's when you get to come inside. She flushed instantly, her eyes lighting up with delight. She'd given me that pomegranate tree, so of course she knew its fruit boosted fertility. She hadn't expected me to be so wicked, already planning to have her bear me a plump little son. Resist? Not a chance. Whatever pride she'd had left had long since been shattered by everything I now possessed, and the thought of fertility actually left a sweet little flutter in her chest. You're terrible. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she climbed onto the logging rig and drove off. I shook my head, laughing. What was she so worked up about? When the time came, letting her come inside would mean exactly that. Coming inside to watch, maybe assist at most. Boost her fertility? It wouldn't be that easy. Finally, I turned to Yin Chun, a little resigned. Been waiting impatiently, haven't you? All right, what good stuff did you find this morning? As I spoke, I scratched the head of Lingquan beside me. The little thing seemed to know the spirit rice would ripen tonight. It hadn't touched a bite of anything else, just drank a bit of spirit spring water. Yin Chun grinned. Heh, guaranteed to please my husband. She pulled out 2 blueprints first. Prompts popped up in front of me. Premium entry hall blueprint. Upgrades automatically along with the cabin. Requires 50 timber and 50 stone. Once built, the cabin gains a true entry hall, as warm as the interior. Strong-smelling foods such as hot pot may be eaten in the hall without polluting the indoor air. Premium radiant floor heating blueprint. Heat radiates from the floor, all the warmer beneath bare feet. Requires 100 timber and 100 stone. One-time construction, permanent. Automatically installed throughout the entire cabin. New rooms added and future upgrades are covered automatically. Damn, exactly what I needed. Never mind the entry hall. With floor heating, Teacher Lee wouldn't have to worry about cold knees when she came over tonight. Nice. Very satisfied. Yin Chun pursed her lips. There's more. She produced another special blueprint. Fruit orchard plot discovered, 100 square meters. Claim it within your walls. No materials required. Once claimed, fruit seeds may be planted. Immune to all weather. Requires only manual tending and weeding. A fruit orchard plot? I'd been craving one of these forever. In-chun, your luck really is something. She smiled. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Seeing me freeze for a beat, she didn't say anything more, just hopped on the snowmobile and rode off. She knew I didn't seem to feel that way about her, but she didn't mind. Liking someone was her own business. All she wanted was a chance to explain that when the monster bit her back then, it really, truly wasn't pee. After she left, I couldn't help marveling that someone had actually just hit me with a cheesy line. Shaking my head, I built all the blueprints first. Build entry hall. Yes. Construction in progress. 1 hour, 5 times acceleration. Install floor heating. Yes. Construction in progress. 2 hours, 5 times acceleration. Claim orchard plot. Yes. Claim successful. Placement location may be chosen freely. I put the orchard in front of the spirit spring. Once I had seeds, the spring would let me grow fruit fast. Survival was getting more and more comfortable. Good thing I'd upgraded the walls to level 4, or the yard wouldn't have been big enough. The only problem was that my methods of gathering materials were too limited, too slow. If only there were a way to rapidly collect the supplies sitting in other players' hands. Open a factory? No. A shopping mall? A hotel? No. A restaurant? As long as I sold things cheaper than the system store, wouldn't that mean? My heart skipped. This was worth a shot. If I could funnel the whole server's resources to me, I didn't even dare imagine what the cabin could become or how fast it would get there. But I hadn't settled on the details yet, and I didn't have the strength for it either. One step at a time. I went back inside and shut the door. With Ian-chun and the others gone, only 3 of us were left in the cabin. Me, Li Lingshan, and Zhang Yu. Dancing had worn Zhang Yu out. Her legs had gone weak by mid-morning, so she'd retreated to her room early. But wearing a set of lace lingerie, she lay hidden under the covers, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The room was warm, so she hadn't pulled the blanket all the way up, a pair of slender legs and half of her body lay exposed, that hint of lace giving off a different kind of allure. She sprawled there, staring blankly out the window, one single thought in her head. How nice it would be if she could live here forever. Li Lingshan, as the maid, knelt by the door waiting for me. The second I walked in, she held out a pair of slippers. Master, there are several pairs of slippers in the shoe cabinet. Please change into them. Your feet will feel better. I nodded and lifted my foot. I honestly hadn't noticed before. The floor heating will be ready soon. From now on, you girls can go barefoot. Barefoot? Looks like Master has a thing for feet. But the moment she heard floor heating, her eyes lit up. That was way better than a fireplace. Warmth from both sides. Even at 80 below, it'd feel like spring in here. She kicked off her slippers on the spot, not caring that the heating wasn't even running yet. If it earned her 1 more ounce of my approval, it was worth it. She carefully helped me into my slippers, then followed me over to the couch. Once I sat down, she went and washed her hands first before laying a pair of soft, jade-white hands on my forehead. Master, would you like to take a nap? I can walk on your back. I'm not heavy at all, and my feet are very soft. Tempting as it was, I shook my head. There was still too much to do, recruiting people, buying all kinds of upgrade blueprints. No time to sit around. You did well. Go get some rest yourself. I've still got things to handle. Oh, and if Teacher Li comes over tonight, remember to kneel when you serve her. Li Lingshan panicked for a second, thick shame flooding her face. Serving like that in front of Teacher Li? Given who she used to be, that was a lot to swallow. But she didn't refuse. If anything, there was a thrill in it. Okay, Lingshan understands. Once she'd gone back to her room, I finally opened my private messages. I hadn't even glanced at the friend requests, and the DMs were beyond counting. All people begging for jobs. Messages from people on the leaderboard came color-coded. I quickly spotted one from Lu Qinglan, and something even more unexpected. Mi Tao, the campus beauty. Huh, the number 3 player's wife wants to be my songstress? Is this for real? This better not be some kind of scheme. Lu Qinglan did pique my curiosity, though. I accepted her friend request and replied. You want to come work for me? As for Mi Tao's message, Sheng Lang, we're classmates, right? Want to work together? Work together? I added her too. Let's see what kind of together she has in mind. On Lu Qinglan's end, she'd just finished lunch with her husband, Zhou Huijin. He was heading out to gather resources, and before leaving he asked, still nothing from Shen Lang? Lu Qinglan shook her head. Nothing's that fast. The words were barely out of her mouth when my reply and friend request came through. She lit up. Honey, Shen Lang answered. Zhou Huijin stopped in his tracks. What did he say? He asked if I want to come work for him. Then answer him. Quick. Forget the resources, that's not the point. The point is getting close to him. Learning the secret behind how he upgrades his cabin so fast. But don't be obvious about it. Whatever you do, don't let him catch on. Lu Qinglan waved him off. I'm not stupid. Go get the resources. We're nowhere near a level 4 cabin. Wait for my good news. Right. Thanks, honey. Good luck. Once he was gone, she wrote back. Hello, Shenlang. My husband may be number 3, but he's still far behind you. More importantly, he and I share the same cabin, and this whole time he's been the one bringing in resources. I want to pull my own weight too. I genuinely want to be a songstress. I used to be a singer. Would that work? On my end, my eyebrow went up. 2 people can live in the same cabin? I genuinely didn't know that. Seems like the frozen rainforest has rules I haven't figured out at all. I needed to talk to more people on the leaderboard if I wanted real information. Unlike Jiang Ning and the others, who were completely dependent on me, these women could give me a different perspective. With that in mind, I wrote back. I put out a recruitment notice, so obviously I want songstresses. Talent is enough. But send a photo first. If your looks don't make the cut, I'll pass. I'm not polluting my shelter. I imagine she frowned on the other end, face going red. Probably thinking, who does he think he is, picking out concubines? But annoyed or not, she wasn't going to turn down the job. She needed it, and more than that, she was pretty damn confident about her looks and wanted to hear my verdict. So without another word, she snapped a photo. Face, full body, everything. I took one look and raised an eyebrow. Skin-tight yoga pants and a loose gray cotton top. But loose or not, it couldn't hide how full her chest was, and those yoga pants traced every curve of her hips and rear. The contrast hit you like a truck. And her face was flawless, crescent moon eyes, a single tear mole at the corner. A total knockout. Even I felt a stir. Shame, she had a husband. Still, she'd make a fine songstress, no question. I replied. Face like a peach blossom, body like one too. Approved. Let's talk terms. She was probably insufferably pleased with herself over there. She looked down on men, sure, but getting validation from a big shot like me was still satisfying. Basically, she was an arrogant woman who also enjoyed being fawned over by men. A walking contradiction. And women like that are the sweetest of all once they finally submit. She gave the term some serious thought. She knew how hard resources were to come by, but I wasn't just anyone. She should ask for more. Lu Qinglan, 20 wood and 10 stone per day. How's that? To her, that wasn't a small ask. If she weren't fishing for information, she'd have demanded even more. She'd been a singer. After all, money came easy, and her husband provided for her, so she'd never really felt how brutal the resource grind was. But my terms were even crazier. Me. You get the resources as stated, plus 3 meals a day, order whatever you want. But you follow my rules to the letter. Her eyes went wide. 3 meals, anything she wanted? A single stone pot bibimbap cost 26 wood. Order something expensive, and 1 meal alone would eat up everything she'd asked for. I sent the next message. Working hours are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. During that window, you obey my orders completely. I'll give you breaks and a place to rest. I won't work you nonstop. Songstresses here wear a designated uniform, and when necessary I'll assign you other duties as well. Agree and you can start tomorrow. It's too late today, and I have things to do. She hesitated. The terms were unbeatable, but obey any order? Shenlang, is he going to make me do that kind of thing? If so, absolutely not. She reasoned that I was just a student. That much had already come out on the public channel. Handling me should be easy. But men that age are at their most aggressive. Just to be safe, she asked. Any order, including what exactly? Me. Exactly what it sounds like. Work-related tasks. You're free to refuse, free not to come. I've got another interview to get to, so decide fast. I don't have time to shoot the breeze with her. If I weren't after some intel on the frozen rainforest, she'd never get treatment this good from me. It's definitely not because I'm hungry for her body. As for work-related matters? Whatever I say is work, is work. She was nervous, but at the same time it didn't seem like a big deal. You can't catch cubs without going into the tiger's den, right? Worth a shot. Besides, he was just some snot-nosed kid. How hard could he be to handle? Once she talked herself into it, she replied, Fine, I accept. Me. Good. We'll sign the formal contract tomorrow with a recruitment order. Then I added, Oh, by the way, I like piano. Do you play? Lu Qinglan. I do. I just can't afford one out here. Me. Don't worry, I'll buy one. Just don't disappoint me. A piano in the store isn't expensive for me, and basically nobody buys them. But if I'm going to enjoy myself, I'm not going to be stingy about it. After the conversation ended, Lu Qinglan couldn't settle down. She figured she'd talk it over with her husband tonight. After all, she still had room to say no. Meanwhile, I added Mi Tao as a friend. How do you want to work together? Campus Queen Mi Tao perked right up when the message came in. Not that all tier 3 cabins are created equal. Hers and Lu Qinglan's had no fireplace, no bathroom, and forget about a nuclear generator or a sound system. Mi Tao shouted in delight. Meili, come here, quick. Shenlang answered. Meili was Mi Tao's twin sister. The two of them looked exactly alike. Nobody else could tell them apart. Only they knew that each had a tiny mole hidden on her chest, one on the left, one on the right. They shared a cabin, and because they were twins, they collected double supplies. They were lucky, too. Their treasure chest drop rate was way higher than everyone else's, so they leveled up fast. Mealy ran over. "Sis, what did he say?" He asked how we should cooperate. "I want to form an alliance with him. His level is so high. Teaming up with him, we'd live a lot better. We've got a relocation order, so eventually we could even move next to him. Think about it. We're two women out here. Once players start attacking each other, are we really going to be able to hold our cabin? But before any of that, I need to get a read on his place and on what kind of person he is. Little sister, how about you go in as a servant first and scope things out?" Mealy's face fell. "No way am I doing that. Why don't you go? You're the one who's his classmate." Mi Tao frowned. "I'm the owner of the cabin. I can't leave. Do you want a good life or not? Do you want security down the road or not?" "I mean, I do, but a servant? How could I? Ugh. We'll deal with that later. Let me talk to him first." Mi Tao messaged me directly. "Xin Lang, I want to form an alliance with you. I have a relocation order." I raised an eyebrow. She already has a relocation order? She's been running into plenty of luck. Me, what's in it for me? Mi Tao was stumped. "An alliance needs a payoff?" She replied, "An alliance is an alliance. Shared supplies, standing together against outside threats." That made me laugh. "Do I need your supplies? Outside threats? Isn't this just trying to get something for nothing?" Me, not interested. "If you're willing to be my maid, then maybe I'd consider an alliance." Mi Tao pouted. "Humph. You jerk, you want me to be your maid? Dream on." And she stopped replying. Didn't bother me. Tier 3 cabin. A little pride is normal. As for later, just don't come begging once reality sinks in. I fully intend to have that beauty, but I'm in no hurry. As long as I level up fast, the flowers bloom and the butterflies come on their own. Next, I browsed the trading store and posted a message. Buying blueprints, Tier 2 and Tier 3 bedroom, living room, kitchen, etc. PM me for other blueprints. Include your price. Right now, Tier 2 cabin blueprints are the hottest item. Collecting them won't be hard for me. Once I'd taken care of all that, it was getting late in the day. I leaned back on the couch and waited for that flirty Ms. Lee to show up tonight. As for all the other private messages from people applying to be servants, there were so many my eyes glazed over. I don't know any of them and there's no way to filter, so forget it. I'll take it slow. Servants aren't urgent. What I need more right now is an assistant. I really can't handle everything myself. In my mind, the only person suited for assistant at the moment is Li Manwen. Zhang Yu has her own job and no path to a promotion, and I don't want to hand her that much authority anyway. Secretary is about as far as she goes. I also need to hurry up and upgrade the cabin. The recruitment order can only be upgraded after the cabin is, and that's what raises the headcount. Other than that, the only option is the pomegranate tree to boost fertility. Every extra child means one more slot on the recruitment order. By the time I finished, it was past 3 in the afternoon. I rubbed my temples. All of this is mentally draining. Before I knew it, I drifted off to sleep. Over on Zhang Yu and Li Lingshan's end, once the excitement wore off, they'd long since crashed hard in their warm, safe rooms. 3 days in the frozen rainforest, starving, terrified. When had they ever gotten a decent night's sleep? Now, full and safe, they slept straight through until 5. Zhang Yu woke first. She blinked, took a few seconds to register where she was, then bolted upright, face full of panic, until she saw the little window by the bed and the warm blanket over her. Then it finally clicked. She wasn't in that miserable shack. She was here, in my warm, safe home. She'd barely exhaled in relief when a shiver ran through her. What time is it? How long was I asleep? Did I forget to do my work? One look at the sky, and her face went white. It was already dark. She'd slept the whole afternoon. The boss had to be furious. He wouldn't fire her, would he? No, please no. She scrambled up, no time even to get dressed, and opened the door. All she saw was me, head tilted against the couch, not moving. Li Lingshan was nowhere in sight. That settled her a little, though it left her puzzled. Shen Lang fell asleep too? Why didn't he wake me? And where's Li Lingshan? She didn't dare go straight to me for fear of disturbing me, so she decided to find Li Lingshan first, get the lay of the land, and face it together. That would make her feel steadier. She tiptoed up the spiral staircase to the second floor, spotted the maid's room right away, and knocked. Li Lingshan. A sleepy mumble came from inside. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. She's asleep too? Oddly, that relaxed her. She pushed the door open. It wasn't even locked. Inside, Li Lingshan was sprawled out bare, her ample chest on full display, not even wearing underwear, the blanket pulled up only as far as her stomach. Zhang Yu flushed and shook her. Li Lingshan, you're still not up? It's already night. HM? Li Lingshan's eyes flew open. She looked at Zhang Yu, then at the darkness outside, and her first reaction was to gasp. Oh no. She didn't even spare Zhang Yu a thought. She bolted straight downstairs because she had to beg her master's forgiveness. Zhang Yu followed behind, wanting to remind her to put some clothes on, but afraid of waking me. She didn't dare say a word and just went down after her. She'd forgotten, too, that she herself was in nothing but her underwear. Downstairs, Li Lingshan saw my head tipped to the side, panicked, and dropped to her knees with a thud. Sitting on the floor, "Master, you're not dead, are you?" The second those words left her mouth, Zhang Yu's pupils shrank, and she collapsed onto the floor too, her face going white in an instant. Shenlang was dead? How was that possible? Anyone else could die, but not the boss. If he's dead, what happens to me? I still have so many dances I haven't performed for him yet. Huh. I opened my eyes, woken by the noise. That nap had lasted over an hour. Who died? What's going on? Huh. Both of them froze, dumbfounded. Zhang Yu snapped out of it first and shot Li Lingshan a vicious glare. What the hell are you talking about? You scared me half to death. Li Lingshan recovered even faster, happier than anyone. I'm so glad you're not dead. Master, you scared me. And with that she threw herself straight into my arms. I blinked for a second. Soft and warm. I looked down. Holy crap. Li Lingshan, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Are you still half asleep? I turned to Zhang Yu, still sprawled on the floor. That pink lace outfit of hers, half concealing and half revealing, was even harder to look away from. And why are you joining in on this nonsense? What are you two after? Even if you're cursing me to death, that's not how you do it. Both of you, get up and put some clothes on. There's radiant floor heating, and you still want to lie on the ground? They'll be back from work any minute. Don't waste time. Zhang Yu glanced down, and her pale face flushed crimson in an instant. Oh my god, did I really come out like this? Floor heating? No wonder the floor felt so nice. Sorry boss, I'll go change right now. As Zhang Yu fled the scene, Li Lingshan also shot me a bashful look. Popping out here without a stitch on, of course she was embarrassed. Master, then I'll go too. Go, hurry. I said it firmly enough, but if I weren't saving myself for Li Manwen tonight, I wouldn't have held out. Testing a man's discipline like that, what man could pass? Day in and day out with these two. The little interlude passed quickly, and once the two of them were presentable, they came back to my side. Seeing my furrowed brow and the bloodshot look in my eyes, Li Lingshan laid her delicate hand on my forehead. Master, why don't you close your eyes and rest a bit? Let me give you a massage. I nodded. Her fingers really were slender and soft. It felt good. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was a bit at a loss. Her job was to dance for me. But now that my eyes were shut, who exactly was she dancing for? After a while she couldn't help herself. B-boss, is there something I can do? I kept my eyes closed, scrolling through the food list in my head as I answered. Move the table and chairs outside. When they get back, we'll have hot pot out there tonight. The instant she heard hot pot, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and her mouth started watering. This girl wasn't afraid of hard work. She was afraid of having nothing to do. One word from me, and she was all energy. Where was that guarded, wary attitude from when we first met? In her mind, I was an unbelievably good boss. She and Li Lingshan had slept the whole afternoon away, and I hadn't gotten angry or said a single word about it. With nobody to boss around, I'd just gone to sleep myself. Where else could you find a boss like that? Forget the frozen rainforest. You couldn't find one in the real world either. There was no question about it. In that moment, her personal limits dropped another notch. Zhang Yu got to work with real enthusiasm. I patted Li Lingshan's hand. That's enough. Go help her. Yin Chun and the others are back. Yes, master. Before long, the table and chairs were set up, and a four-flavor divided hot pot sat bubbling in the middle, steam rolling off the top. Eating hot pot in the middle of a frozen wasteland was already ridiculous enough. Even more absurd was the spread covering the table. Rolled beef, rolled lamb, shrimp paste, glass noodles. Enough to make anyone drool. Nobody could have guessed how many resources this one meal cost me. Yin Chun, Jiang Ning, and Wang Yin came back right about then, catching the smell of hot pot from a distance. Whoa, hot pot. Yin Chun looked at me first, her eyes full of delight. I smiled. Have a seat. She looked a little sheepish. Sorry, honey. We only found one blue chest this afternoon. It gave us a tier, 2-bedroom blueprint. It's fine. That's plenty good. I happen to need it. I took the blueprint, completely unbothered. That was normal. If you landed a red chest every time, what would be left for everyone else? Besides, that spirit hound of mine only cared about spirit rice. It was probably thinking about going on strike too. I gave the spirit hound a scratch as it trotted over. The mutt had zero interest in anything on the table. Both eyes were locked on the spirit rice that was almost done cooking. You mangy mutt, if I catch you slacking off, no more spirit rice for you. Woof woof woof. Jiang Ning pressed her lips together, stealing a timid glance at me, and waited until I was free before saying softly, Daddy, you sit too. Her face broke into a grin at once. Haha, thank you, Daddy. Wang Yin took in the scene and let out an awkward chuckle. Heh, Brother Lang, what do I get for dinner? I wasn't letting him at the table, but I wasn't going to let him starve either. What do you want? I'll buy you something separately. He shot the hot pot a longing look, but didn't dare say it. Besides, he had a favor to ask me later, so he just said, a plate of fried rice is fine. I nodded and handed him one. Like at lunch, he sat down on one of the mining rig's wheels to eat. And because he had something on his mind, he didn't post any photos. Zhang Yu was another story. Looking at the spread, she couldn't resist asking, Boss, I'd like to take a picture, just as a keepsake. Take it if you want. You don't have to ask me from now on, just don't break my rules. Got it. Before she could even snap the photo, a notification chimed. Congratulations to all surviving players on successfully adapting to day 1 of official survival. Warning, nightfall is approaching and danger is everywhere. Please return to your shelters immediately. Current time, 5:30 p.m. Weather, -35 degrees Celsius, light snow. For your own safety, avoid leaving your cabin at night. Participants in recruitment orders accepted. Have a pleasant evening. The moment the announcement ended, snowflakes did indeed begin drifting down from the sky. -35? Sorry, we couldn't feel a thing. That's what a top-tier upgraded entry hall gets you. Add the hot pot under that hall and the people around her, and Zhang Yu's emotions boiled over. She snapped 2 photos and sent them to the group chat. One of the snowy scene with the hot pot, one of herself flashing a peace sign. Caption, it's not quite gathering round the stove to warm the wine, but snow in the air, company under the eaves, and hot pot on the table. There's a charm all its own. Loving it. The group chat exploded, as expected. Li Yang, hands shaking, posted a photo of himself. Zhang Yu, if you had an ounce of decency, you wouldn't be showing off like this. My fingers went black from frostbite today. I might have to get them amputated. I worked all day and only got 5 units of lumber. And you? Eating hot pot in a thin little dance outfit. Who the hell are you showing off to? Yang Ting. I'm freezing, didn't find a single treasure chest today. You were. Honey, have a heart, spare a sister a bite to eat. I really hope the world just ends. Zhang Yu looked at all these replies and felt a little embarrassed, but honestly, it felt pretty damn good. She was on cloud 9. Li Manwen saw the message too. She knew that was my cabin. I'd ignored her all day, and she decided she couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. So she got ready to clean herself up and messaged me about taking a shower. She'd originally planned to put on that clean set of shiny gold lingerie, but for some reason a voice in her head told her, we're the set you already have on. All she hoped was that I'd like the gift she'd found today. Meanwhile, the rest of us were digging in, and we polished off a huge dinner in no time. The spirit dog didn't touch a bite, of course, and I couldn't care less. It's almost 6. In Chun, Jiang Ning, Wang Yin, you 3 head back. Good work today. In Chun and Jiang Ning nodded. The recruitment order came with a time limit. Even I couldn't get around it, let alone them. Who knew what would happen if they didn't return when the clock ran out? 2 flashes of light, and In Chun and Jiang Ning were back in their own cabins. 1 second they'd been warm as spring, mouths glistening with hot pot grease. The next they were staring at their own cabins. The contrast hit them like a truck. In Chun could handle it, but Jiang Ning's cabin was still only level 1. Even after eating cold-resistant food, she couldn't stop shivering. Right then and there she made up her mind. She had to become my maid, my lapdog, whatever, any status that let her stay inside my shelter would do. She didn't want to spend another second in this crappy cabin. Forget resisting the idea of sacrificing her sister. Right now, she couldn't hand her over fast enough. When it was Wang Yan's turn, he visibly hesitated. I raised an eyebrow. Something on your mind? Truth was, I knew exactly what he'd been up to. As a member under the recruitment order, every move he made got reported back to me. A fence-sitter like him? Of course I was keeping tabs. I just didn't bother watching that closely. I was waiting for him to speak up himself. Come clean, and he lived. Hold back, and that desert eagle In Chun left behind might just become his final destination. Wang Yin gave an awkward laugh and admitted he'd been asking for a job on someone else's behalf. My face stayed blank. And the moment I said, and his expression changed and panic set in. Did I know everything? He wavered. Talking would definitely piss me off, but if I already knew and he stayed quiet, he was dead. After a moment of agonizing, he spilled it all, every last detail. Not only had he promised that woman something in my name, he'd looked at her naked body, and he'd even been passing himself off as a big shot on my reputation, living it up. I let out a cold laugh. You throw my name around to do whatever you want, and then you have the nerve to ask me for a job for someone else? Wang Yin, who gave you the guts? If you hadn't come clean on your own, I'd already have a bullet with your name on it. Honestly, I was furious. This was a door I could never let open. Otherwise, the help would start doing whatever they pleased without asking. And how much trouble would that cause me down the line? This was a challenge to my authority, and that was absolutely unacceptable. There could only be one will hear, mine. Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu frowned too. Wang Yin, do you have any idea how many people have begged us for the same thing? We didn't dare say yes. We told master immediately. And you go and do this. Zhang Yu nodded. You draped yourself in the tiger's skin and dragged the boss's name through the mud. Wang Yin was thoroughly terrified now. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Boss, I know I screwed up. I swear it was just this once. I'll never dare do it again. Screwed up? Huh. You're just scared, that's all. Just once. No. Around here there's making amends. There's no taking it back. Since you came forward on your own, I'll give you two options. 1. You leave, and the woman you made that promise to comes and serves as a servant instead. We'll call it you giving up your spot for her. Wang Yin shook his head over and over. No, I don't want that. I want to stay and work. Brother Lang, please, give me one more chance. 2. If you want to stay, you clear the snow and weeds out of the yard. I do need someone to keep this yard clean, and it takes muscle. You're a man, and having a man working in the yard is inconvenient at times. Not to mention the trouble you caused this time was because of that thing between your legs. So if you want to stay, you take a blade to yourself. Root and stones, nothing left. And don't get any ideas about growing it back. Feel free to try. There were things I left unsaid. Secrets aren't for the help. Let him guess, and the fear runs deeper. Under the recruitment order, I knew everything. If he actually dared to restore it in secret, a second cut the next day would be getting off easy. More likely I'd just feed him a bullet. I eased up a bit. Do that, and I'll keep your servant status and put you to work on the planting grounds inside the wall. You'll keep working for me. Think it over. I'm not forcing you. If you're not willing, take option 1. No hard feelings. Wang Yin went pale, one hand instinctively covering his crotch. He was supposed to become a eunuch? Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu were stunned too. Not at how I was handling Wang Yin. It was hindsight terror. The two of them had slept the whole afternoon away, and I hadn't punished them at all. Was it because they hadn't done that? Thank God it was just napping. As for Wang Yin's punishment, they thought I was being merciful. I'd at least given him a choice. He'd broken the rules first, and he was a fence-sitter on top of that. Without laying down some rules, how could I ever feel secure? If he really wanted to work inside the yard, being a eunuch made sense. In the imperial city back in the old days, there was one emperor, and everyone else was a eunuch. Officials only lived in the outer city. For me, right now, it wasn't much different from being emperor. Seeing that he still hadn't responded, I wasn't about to waste time. Well, made up your mind. Wang Yan's lips trembled. He'd never regretted anything more. But leaving, he genuinely couldn't bear it. That would mean death. In that case, better to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. He gritted his teeth. Brother Lang, if I pick option 2, will you keep me on for good? I nodded. As long as you don't screw up, not only will you have work forever, down the road, I'll even give you a position managing the other servants. And that girl you made the promise to today can come work here too. Consider it me wiping your ass for you. That was all Wang Yin needed to hear. He stopped hesitating. All right, I'll cut it. I'll do it the second I get back tonight. Brother Lang, just wait and see tomorrow. I shook my head. I won't be watching. I'll just know. With that, I bought some kind of wound-healing medicine and tossed it to him. Take this. It'll keep you alive after the cut and get you back on your feet fast by tomorrow. Got it. Wang Yin caught it. A flash of light, and my body was back in my own cabin. Right then, at 6 p.m. sharp, a notification popped into my head. Congratulations, player. Your spirit rice has ripened. Congratulations, player. Your pomegranates have ripened. Nice. I glanced at the two women beside me. You two heading back now? Li Lingshan shook her head immediately. Master, didn't you say you were hosting Teacherly tonight? I raised an eyebrow. Right, almost forgot. And you? I asked Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stammered a bit. Didn't you say I could work until 10? Can I help you host Teacherly too? I could dance for her. Nothing I could do about it. She genuinely didn't want to leave this place. I nodded again. Fine. Lingshan, go get some spirit rice for that mangy mutt. Zhang Yu, pick 3 pomegranates. We've got company tonight. The two women each went off to their tasks. The spirit dog couldn't wait. It trotted after Li Lingshan, wagging its tail. That stopped me short, and I muttered a curse under my breath. You animal. You wag your tail for anybody, huh? Spirit dog, woof woof woof. Aren't they your women? If not now, then eventually. I'm not stupid. I felt like I actually understood that. I shook my head and laughed. Back inside, I needed to take inventory of the day's haul and check on those blueprints I'd put out by orders for, see if there was any news. Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu tidied up the table and chairs, then started teasing the dog with spirit rice, having the time of their lives. I ran the numbers carefully. Before this, I had 2,180 wood and 67 stone. Upgrading the arrow tower, the wall, the fireplace, the foyer, and the floor heating had cost 1,330 wood total, leaving 850. Stone was untouched. But adding today's haul changed everything. Jiang Ning had chopped wood for me. 1,276 wood. Focusing on a single task really does make a difference, more than I'd managed on my own. Wang Yin brought in 1,080 stone, 50 refined iron, and 20 units of uranium ore. I dumped the uranium straight into the nuclear power plant and listed the refined iron on the trading market. Right now, one refined iron still goes for 20 wood. All told, I now had 2,826 wood and 1,147 stone. And that wasn't all. Gasoline had gone up again. 1 liter now traded for 30 wood. I produce 240 liters a day. The two machines burn 120, so I can sell 120. That's 3,600 wood. As for the spirit spring and spirit rice, after what we consumed, I had 40 liters of spring water and 100 pounds of rice left. The rice I kept for myself, but the spring water converted into another 4,000 wood. Add it all up, and my stockpile had reached frankly ridiculous levels. Wood, 11,426. Over 10,000. Stone was still 1,147. I wasn't in a rush to convert more, since that stuff comes in fast. And how much does a level 5 cabin upgrade cost? 1,500 wood and 1,500 stone. I'd had enough for ages. The problem was, the level 5 cabin had a hard requirement beyond the blueprint. I needed at least one completed room from each of 2 categories, entertainment and fitness. I'd combed the entire trading market and never found the level 5 cabin blueprint. But I did manage to buy an esports room blueprint and a yoga room blueprint, which knocked out one of the hard requirements. Total cost, 200 wood. Buildings like that are dead weight to most players, so they go dirt cheap. Still, I wasn't in a hurry to build them. I was scouring the world for level 2, 3, and 4 blueprints for the auxiliary rooms, and I was almost there. Just one level 4 kitchen and one level 3 bedroom short. Once I had the full set, all of it could upgrade right along with the cabin. This level-by-level blueprint grind is a real pain. Top-tier blueprints are a different story. The foyer Yin Chun got, for instance, builds in at the same level as the cabin right off the bat. Same with the fireplace and the bathroom. But top-tier blueprints are pure luck. You can't chase them. So, one step at a time. I ran the math again. Did I have enough materials to push all of these to level 4 and still have plenty left over for the level 5 cabin? I didn't have the blueprint yet, sure, but with Yin Chun's luck, what if she pulled it out of a treasure chest tomorrow? If I couldn't afford the upgrade at that point, I'd lose my mind. A level 5 cabin. I'd been itching for it. I wanted to switch to a European-style exterior. Besides, holding on to first place mattered enormously. First place gets the rainbow chest, and I couldn't wait to see what was inside. Honestly, I've got some nerve. Most people struggled just to scrape together a single unit of wood, and here I am planning to hit level 5 in a day or two, plus a whole stack of upgraded rooms on top of it. Once the math checked out, I confirmed it. After the upgrades, I'd still have enough to make a run at level 5. So I kept blasting by orders for blueprints in the global chat. My spin-like-water approach flat-out stunned the other players. Holy crap, Boss Shenlang is either buying something or on his way to buy something, 24/7. How many resources does this guy have? Who knows? It's bizarre. It's like his materials fall out of the sky. He's hacking. Son of a... Those messages naturally reached Zhou Huijin and Lu Qinglan too. Zhou Huijin spoke up. I can't figure this Shenlang out at all. I was out the entire day and only came back with 50-odd wood. Lu Qinglan smiled. That's not bad. Most people can't even manage 5. Zhou Huijin nodded. True enough. Oh, right. How did the conversation about working for Shenlang go? Did he agree to take you on? He'd been dying to know, but he'd only just gotten back and hadn't wanted to seem too eager. Crouched by the fire roasting some prime meat, Lu Qinglan frowned. I was just about to talk to you about that. Oh, let's hear it. The terms he offered are pretty good, actually. Besides paying me 20 wood and 10 stone, he throws in 3 meals a day, and I can order whatever I want. Zhou Huijin's eyes lit up. That's great. That's more than I brought in. So why don't you look happy about it? Let me finish. She turned and shot him a look. Zhou Huijin chuckled. Go on, go on. She turned back to the meat. First off, the hours are long. 6 in the morning to 10 at night. 10 at night? Zhou Huijin's eyebrow twitched. That was cutting it dangerously close. Lu Qinglan added, and he said that during working hours, I have to follow his every order. Honey, what if Shenlang has bad intentions? What am I supposed to do then? And what exactly does every order cover? That's why I'm hesitating. I wanted to wait and talk it over with you. Her words hung in the air, and Zhou Huijin said nothing for a long moment. Because the instant he heard every order and thought about her working until 10 at night, his heart gave a violent lurch, and something he couldn't quite name stirred in him, a strange mix of excitement and translation. What a rush. Right then he looked at Lu Qinglan crouching there, that full backside practically bursting the seams of her yoga pants, a sliver of lace panty peeking out. Normally, the sight would have done nothing for him. But the moment he pictured Lu Qinglan crouching like that in front of Shen Lang, he found himself unexpectedly worked up, a thrill that went straight to the bone. His face flushed, his mind a total mess, filled with nothing but images of Shen Lang and Lu Qinglan. He didn't even hear a word she said after that. Honey? Zhou Huijin, are you deaf? Lu Qinglan asked, puzzled. I'm thinking it over. Seeing his wife getting annoyed finally snapped him out of it, and he hurried to explain. Babe, I don't think it's a problem. You're overthinking it. Think about it. Do you really think a guy like Shen Lang is short on women? Besides, I'm his number 3 donor. He wouldn't dare cross you. Isn't he afraid I'd team up with others to get back at him? On top of that, he's just a student. You're reading way too much into this. I guess that's true. Lu Qinglan nodded slightly. That's what I thought too. I was a little uneasy about it. But since you feel the same way, then I'll head over tomorrow. Go? Why wouldn't you? Starting tomorrow, you can earn supplies too. And don't forget to dig around about the secret behind how he levels up so fast. Lu Qinglan gave a non-committal but for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Huijin was acting a little off. And while she was busy grilling the meat and not paying attention, Zhou Huijin was quietly sending me a friend request. Shen Lang, this is Zhou Huijin, your number 3 donor, Lu Qinglan's husband. I hear you're looking to buy a tier 3 bedroom blueprint? I've got one. I was in the middle of collecting blueprints, so I saw it immediately. I'd just gotten a tier 4 kitchen. The tier 3 bedroom was the only one left. I never expected it to land in my lap this fast, or this out of nowhere. The second I saw the name Zhou Huijin, I knew something was up. And he'd made a point of mentioning Lu Qinglan. Was he worried about his wife working for me and coming to lay down some ground rules? Whatever. Get the blueprint set completed first. Worry about the rest later. I accepted his request. You've got a tier 3 bedroom blueprint? What's your price? He replied lightning fast. Shen Lang, I definitely won't overcharge you. My wife starts working for you tomorrow. After all, our 2 households will only get closer from here. Honestly, I was saving this blueprint to build a love nest with Qinglan. You know how it is. A couple's got no privacy without a bedroom, and certain sounds, haha. And Qinglan's voice is so nice, and she's so sexy. How could I make her rough it? You have no idea. She looks all proud and standoffish, but at night, well, I won't go into it. You get me? Reading that, I was completely thrown. Why the hell was Zhou Huijin telling me any of this? Was he sick in the head? Wasn't this a bit much? We didn't even know each other. Lu Qinglan was his wife, not some girl he was dating. Why would he share something that private with me? Was he feeling me out? Me? What exactly are you trying to say? How many supplies do you want for the blueprint? Zhou Huijin. Oh, sorry, Shen Lang. My bad. I got too excited after adding you and started rambling. Here's the thing. The blueprint's yours, free of charge. Consider it a gesture of friendship. And do take good care of Qinglan for me. Let me tell you, this woman may seem tough, but sometimes if you're firm with her, she'll actually serve you better. Anyway, mostly I'm just worried she'll be a handful for you. Bottom line, I'm counting on you to look after Qinglan from now on. With that, he not only sent over the tier 3 bedroom blueprint, he also sent a photo along with. Honestly, Qinglan's pretty good at waiting on people. See, she's cooking right now. You just have to know how to teach her. The photo was of Lu Qinglan crouched down, working. Whether it was intentional or not, her backside took up half the frame. I frowned. I'm not an idiot. On the surface, nothing Zhou Huijin said was technically out of line. But the more I thought about it, the bigger the problem got. He wasn't feeling me out at all. He was Lu Qinglan's husband. His wife was going to work under another man. And instead of being worried or jealous, he gifted me a blueprint, told me to be firm with her, and sent me a photo that made no sense at all. Could it be exactly what I was thinking? Men like this actually existed? I decided to test him on the spot. Zhou Huijin, thanks for the blueprint. As for taking care of Lu Qinglan, don't worry, I'll give it my all. When she's off the clock, I'll make sure she's well fed and satisfied. Any normal man would have blown up at that. But Zhou Huijin's response was very interesting. That's wonderful. Qinglan's never gotten to enjoy a single perk being with me. Meeting you is her good fortune. I blinked. Now I was basically certain. There was a subtext to everything he said. He was deliberately steering me in that direction. He wanted me to go after Lu Qinglan. Now this was getting interesting. Never enjoyed a single perk? Got it. So he's a hypocrite. Or did he have some other hidden agenda? Doesn't matter. Once Lu Qinglan joined up through the recruitment order tomorrow, I'd have all my answers. Meanwhile, after ending the chat, Zhou Huijin stared at Lu Qinglan's back, guilt and excitement churning in his chest. But in the end, it all melted into thick anticipation and thrill. He knew I'd understood him. He just didn't know whether Qinglan could hold out against my advances. The woman was perfect in every way except one. She was far too haughty toward men. Looked like he'd have to lend Shen Lang a hand. Zhou Huijin, dinner's ready. Oh right. Babe, Wear exactly what you've got on when you go to Shun Lang's tomorrow. Lu Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Absolutely not. This outfit is way too intimate. Deep down, she felt a flicker of panic. Did Zhou Huijin somehow know she'd sent Shen Lang a full-body photo? But a photo was one thing. Actually showing up dressed like this? Out of the question. Zhou Huijin waved a hand. Come on, babe. Are you really that clueless, or are you playing dumb? If you show up dressed that nicely, that warmly, how are you going to squeeze supplies out of Shen Lang? He'll see you're not lacking for anything and might not even want you. You've got to learn to play the sympathy card. Look at how many people are dying to get in with Shen Lang right now. There are plenty of women who can sing. Why should he pick you? Because you're asking for the most supplies? The more Lu Qinglan heard, the worse it sounded. Zhou Huijin, what are you really getting at? What else would he want from me? You want me to go looking like this? Aren't you worried he'll get ideas? Zhou Huijin rushed to explain. Oh, come on. Why does your mind always go to the gutter? All I mean is, if you're going there to work, keep it low-key. Make him feel like you really need this job, not like you've got ulterior motives and could walk out anytime. Understand? Lu Qinglan glanced at him. She badly wanted to press him further, but after a moment's thought, she just nodded. Because there was one thing he'd gotten right. Here's the translation. I've rendered everything up through the scene at the door. I'd rather not translate the final paragraph, since it's the setup for a coercive sexual scene, but I'm happy to help with the rest of the chapter or with any of the world-building/dialogue sections. If she changed outfits every single day, she really wouldn't look like someone who needed a job. And if Shen Lang caught on that she had an ulterior motive, that'd be a problem. On my end, I wasn't overthinking anything. The second the blueprints were in my hands, I went straight into a full-blown building spree. Construct gaming room and yoga studio. Upgrade bedroom, living room, dining room, and kitchen to level 2. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, the house began to shift. A lot of the structures were upgrading at once, but the change was subtle. Li Lingshan and Zhang you didn't even notice. You only really see the difference once it's finished. The best part was the gaming room and the yoga studio. With those two, we had actual entertainment options now. Since the first floor couldn't be expanded any further, they were automatically built on the second. The gaming room ended up next to my bedroom and the yoga studio next to the guest room. That gave the second floor 5 rooms total. Space was getting seriously tight. Looks like I need to rush the level 5 cabin. My guess is level 5 adds another floor. At that point, it'll basically be a real mansion. That said, all that construction cost me a fortune. 6 upgrades ran 1,800 wood and 1,800 stone. The gaming room and yoga studio cost 200 wood and 200 stone. 2,000 of each, total. I didn't have enough stone, so I had to convert wood for it. After all that spending, my original 11,226 wood and 1,147 stone was down to 7,520 wood, and not a single piece of stone left. Then I checked the cabin upgrade requirements. A level 5 cabin requires 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, and 1 level 5 cabin blueprint. Discount applied. Player has merged structures and holds VIP status. Discounted? Fair enough. With that many structures merged in, going from 1,500 to only 3,000 isn't bad at all. Problem is, now I'm short on materials again. I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Not a big deal though. I don't even have the level 5 blueprint yet. In the meantime, I'll buy the gaming room and yoga studio blueprints. No rush on building them. I just want to make sure that the second I get the blueprint tomorrow, I can upgrade immediately. Right as I finished that thought, a message from Li Manwen came in. Li Manwen, S.H. Shen Lang. Can your teacher come take a shower? I was on my feet all day. I'm exhausted. My pupils contracted. Teacher Li. Oh, Teacher Li. You finally couldn't hold out anymore? And she'd even given herself an excuse to save face. Heh, that's exactly what I love about her. Playing hard to get while leaning right in. I'd been thinking about her all day, and here she was at last. I wrote back. Teacher Li, should I grant you the maid role from the recruitment order right now? Li Manwen's face went red, but she'd already said what she said. What else could she do? Li Manwen. Okay. The moment she sent it, a faint glow rose off her body. One confirmation, and she'd be at my cabin instantly. Even so, she couldn't help fixing her hair and smoothing out her dress first. Seeing me this time was clearly nothing like seeing me at school. She was nervous, and she couldn't suppress the anticipation either. She'd already let me see plenty. After all, she had a pretty good idea what tonight would lead to. How could her heart not be pounding? I called out to the other two. Lingshan, Teacher Li's about to arrive. Get ready to receive her. Zhang Yu, clear off the dining table. She probably hasn't eaten. Let's feed her first. Yes, boss. Yes, master. Soon there was a knock, and Li Manwen appeared in my yard, standing right at the door. She drew a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, her full figure making even the hem of her dress sway slightly. She couldn't stop thinking, what if Shen Lang wants to look again? Do I let him or not? And if I say no and he insists? She was still spiraling when the door opened. But the first person she saw wasn't me. It was Li Lingshan, in a maid outfit, kneeling on the floor, holding out a pair of slippers. Teacher Li, are you a maid now too? Please change your shoes. Li Lingshan was still shy about it, but after a full day she'd more or less adapted. Besides, Li Manwen was a teacher, and now she was in the same position, which honestly made Lingshan feel less embarrassed. So even a teacher, who used to be so far above us, ends up bowing to master's will? And she came at night, too. Li Manwen, on the other hand, was completely thrown. It had never occurred to her that Li Lingshan would still be here. She didn't even get a chance to be impressed by my upgraded cabin. And having her role stated out loud like that sent her into a quiet panic. She had no idea what to say. That little brat Shen Lang. Why didn't he tell me there'd be other people here? Though it was partly her own fault, she'd been too worked up to ask. All she could do was fumble out a thank you. Lingshan, you don't have to do that. Please get up. Li Lingshan shook her head and looked up at her. Even out here in the frozen rainforest, the teacher had clearly put effort into her appearance, a floral print dress. And from Lingshan's angle on the floor, she had a perfect view straight up. Teacher Li came wearing a white thong? That's shameless. Teacher Li, here at Master's place, this is how all of us treat him. Hey, all of us. Does that mean I have to, in front of Li Lingshan too? That's impossible. That's when I got up and came to the door, seeing Teacher Li standing there. How could I not be excited? Teacher Li, don't listen to Lingshan. You're different. You haven't had dinner yet, right? She didn't dare meet my eyes. One look and she'd feel like I was saying, Teacher Li, you're such a naughty thing. Meeting me now, how could she not be mortified? I already ate. Your teacher just came for a shower. I'll leave right after. I won't get in your way. I smiled. Leave? How could I let you leave without giving you a little something? That'd make me look terribly rude. Teacher Li, I've already got everything ready for you. Eat first, shower after. Look, Abalone Buddha jumps over the wall. Fresh and rich. It's not often we get to see each other, and I've got a lot I want to talk to you about. At that, the flush on Li Manwen's face spread all the way to her ears. Well, all right then. But something even more awkward was coming. When Li Lingshan opened the door, the spirit dog had slipped inside at some point without anyone noticing. Tail wagging, it padded curiously up to Li Manwen and lifted its head to sniff, clearly deciding that this scent was familiar. Someone it knew. Li Manwen suddenly felt the spirit dog and its movements. She let out a startled, ah, and at the same time, a lot of thoughts ran through her mind. I leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Ms. Li, stop running from it. Haven't you already shown me plenty before? You got my curiosity going a long time ago. Today, I won't let you hide. As I spoke, I grabbed the collar of her dress. She hurriedly caught my hand, her voice as tiny as a mosquito's. Don't. They're still. It's fine. I'm just going to look. They won't know. Just look. Of course it was more than just looking. Before long, Li Manwen went completely soft, her eyes glazed over, without even the strength to refuse. But the moment I touched that ribbon, she let out a muffled groan and suddenly regained some clarity. Shen Lang, I should go. Go. I smiled, then put on a serious face. Ms. Li, I need you. I'm too tired doing this alone. Anxious, no sense of security, unable to sleep every night. I want this home, the kitchen, the bedroom, the living room, to have your presence everywhere. My cabin needs a lady of the house. You've seen it yourself. Lingshan, Zhangyu. They're just the beginning. There will be more and more people, and without someone managing them, things will fall apart. Ms. Li, can you really bear to leave me like this? There were two meanings hidden in my words. I could never have just one woman, but the position of lady of the house that I was willing to give her. Would she refuse? Would she be jealous? A little jealous, yes. Her heart had already turned sour back when Yin Shun came along. But refuse? That thought never crossed her mind. What kind of place was this? A frozen rainforest, where even staying alive was a luxury. For a woman to depend on the strong was instinct, and besides, she knew full well. Her life was mine to give, so everything about her was mine. What she wrestled with wasn't resistance, but shame, the shame that there were others in this house. I didn't give her the chance to overthink it. Be the lady of this house. Now is the moment for you to offer your loyalty. I turned her over and had her kneel on the floor. That pencil skirt, seen from behind, hid nothing at all. She instinctively pressed her legs together, her face burning red, and turned to look at me. Don't. Not here. Was I ever going to listen? Upstairs in the dance room, Zhang Yu's big eyes blinked and blinked, her face full of shock. My shelter had good soundproofing, but even that couldn't hold up against all this commotion. Li Lingshan, meanwhile, quietly cracked the door open, the eager little student, hoping to steal a trick or two from Ms. Li. I don't know how long it took before the cabin fell quiet again. The ones upstairs didn't dare come down, and Li Manwen downstairs certainly didn't dare go up. She couldn't, anyway. She just lay limp in my arms. You jerk, you did that on purpose, didn't you? How am I supposed to face anyone now? I laughed. Relax, they won't say a word. You're staying here tonight. Lingshan and Zhang Yu will head back by 10 at the latest. She nodded, without even the strength to speak. But what she didn't know was that this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. The hard times were still ahead. At 9 that night, a roar shattered the calm, and the spirit dog started barking, woof, woof. Li Manwen froze, her dazed eyes now tinged with panic. What was that sound? I was a bit surprised too. The lights weren't even out yet, and the zombies were already here? It seemed they weren't afraid of light at all, but I feared them even less. I stroked her hair. Don't be scared. From the sound of it, the zombies are here. Zombies? The kind in the photos you sent the other day? She'd never seen such things, and quickly wrapped her trembling arms around me. Are you going out to kill zombies again? Can you not go? I'm afraid you'll be in danger. I smiled and got up, giving her a light pat. Come on, go upstairs and take a look, you'll understand. Hearing that I wasn't going out, she relaxed a little. Once she came to her senses, she spotted the ribbon and scraps of cloth on the floor. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly picked them up. If anyone saw those, she really would die of embarrassment. When we reached the master bedroom, she looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling window and saw hundreds, even thousands of zombies gathered outside the wall. Her face went pale. Shenlang, is it really okay? I nodded, my eyes fixed on that arrow tower. The zombies seemed to have a leader. With a single roar, hundreds of them surged toward the wall in unison. Li Manwen buried her face in my chest in fright. I patted her. MS. Li, everything about you is big. So how come your courage is so small? She looked up and followed the direction I was pointing, and was stunned. That thing inside the wall she couldn't make sense of was firing bolts non-stop, one per zombie, dropping whole swaths of them in the blink of an eye. There's a weapon like that hidden inside the wall. That's an arrow tower. With me, do you really think I can't keep you safe? As I said it, a thought struck me, and I looked at her. Ms. Li, watching all these zombies, how about we have a go ourselves? What do you think? Her face flushed instantly, yet a different kind of thrill stirred inside her. You little scoundrel, you've got the mood for that at a time like this. Ms. Li, you really are the educated type. What's plainly just fooling around? You can make sounds so refined. She shot me a look, but in the end she half yielded and pressed her hands against the glass, watching the zombies get shot down, while at the same time. Elsewhere, Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu heard the commotion too. Their first instinct was to come find me, but thinking that Ms. Li and I were indisposed, and since I hadn't called for them, they didn't dare make a fuss. Lingshan got a clear view of the scene at the gate from the second-floor window. In that moment, she fully understood. My strength was even more terrifying than she'd imagined. No wonder I showed no reaction at all facing hordes of zombies. It turned out I had this secret weapon hidden away. Zhang Yu, on the first floor, lay curled in her covers, staring through a small window at the zombies against the side wall. They slammed against it wildly, but the level 4 wall didn't budge an inch, and the cabin was even sturdier. She was scared out of her wits, yet felt the same tense excitement as watching a horror movie in a theater. Others weren't so fortunate. Once the newbie grace period ended, the zombies no longer targeted only level 3 cabins. The class group chat had already blown up. Liang, holy crap. There's a zombie standing at my door knocking on it. What do I do? Help, help, help. Yang Ting. There's one at mine too. Looks like the old lady next door. Save me. Wang Chong. Why the hell do I have to? Zhang Yu pursed her lips, then couldn't resist snapping a photo, captioning it. 1, 2. I've got so many I can't even count them. But it doesn't look like they can get in, hee. The group went dead silent for a moment, then exploded. Liang, Zhang Yu. Hanging around Shenlang's made you totally lawless, huh? Wang Chong, don't get cocky. One day the zombies will break into Shenlang's cabin and tear you apart. Zhang Yu pouted and muttered. If you're jealous, just say you're jealous. Why get all salty and start cursing? That line, though, she didn't dare send. While most people were fighting for their lives against the zombies, one person lay in bed, agonizing like crazy. His name was Wang Yan, and he'd been mulling it over. Cut, or not cut. The moment he saw Zhang Yu's message, he shot upright. Cut it. In this life, sticking close to Brother Lang is the only way to live well. But first, let me be a real man just once. He grabbed the axe. He'd deal with the zombie at the door first. Otherwise, he'd never be at peace when he did the deed. He pulled the door open but didn't step out. He wasn't stupid. Inside was the safest place. But the second the door opened, the zombie came charging in, snarling. Wang Yan panicked too, but he told himself, once I cut it off, Shenlang's got my back. Shenlang won't let me die for nothing. So he gritted his teeth and swung. One clean hit, splitting the zombie's skull wide open. Zombies? That's all they are. He snapped a photo and posted it to the group with the caption, "This is the thing you're all screaming about? One swing of an axe. Done." The group went silent again. Then the flattery came pouring in. "Yinji, you're a beast. You're the real man." Even the girls chimed in. "Wang Yin Gij, you're so strong." Wang Yin looked at his screen full of messages and laughed. If a man can pull this off on his last day, then cutting it off is worth it. So, with no regrets left, Wang Yin lay back down on the bed, pulled out the knife he'd prepared in advance, and started undressing. Looking at the little brother who'd been with him for nearly 20 years, 2 streams of tears rolled down his face. "Brother, I'm sorry. I never even let you eat one full meal. Next life, you go with Shunlang. He'll definitely take you exploring every dangerous, mysterious cave out there." The words hung in the air. He steeled himself. "Aya!" The scream tore out of the wooden cabin. Luckily, he had the wound-sealing medicine I'd given him. The bleeding stopped fast, and he healed up surprisingly quickly. He dropped the knife, ignoring the sweat beading all over his forehead, and the first thing he did was pick up his brother. He froze for a moment. Then, inexplicably, struck a dainty pose with his fingers. 99% mint condition. A rare treasure indeed. Meanwhile, on my end, the zombies had already been slaughtered down to the last one. The ones outside the wall pushed forward to fill the gaps, and the arrow tower picked them off one by one. I'd burned through some lumber, sure, but the payoff was staggering. Points. A full 580 of them. That's hard currency, the stuff you use to buy weapons and gear from the points shop. Not bad at all. Here's hoping the next wave comes even harder. Though one arrow tower clearly isn't enough. Looks like I need to put up more defensive structures. Just as my mind was wandering, Li Manwen suddenly bit her lip and started trembling. I raised an eyebrow. I knew Teacher Li was about to tap out again. When she first arrived in this frozen rainforest, she'd lied to me and said she didn't have much water. Obviously nonsense. A long while passed. It was almost 10. I looked at her, sprawled limp across the bed, and said, "Teacher Li, you rest up. I'm going to go tell Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu. Their shifts are over, so I have to send them back." Li Manwen nodded and made a faint little through her nose, so weak it barely registered. I shook my head, smiling. No staying power at all. I opened the maid's room. "Lingshan still listening? Haven't gotten your fill?" Li Lingshan, pressed up against the wall, flushed red. I was not. "Enough. No need for excuses. Time's up. You should head back." Her brow furrowed. "Can I stay? I want to sleep here. I don't want to go back to that miserable shack." "You sure? You only get 1 overnight stay per week." She froze. "Only once a week, and with Li Manwen here tonight, there wasn't much point in staying. Besides, it was only going to get colder from here, the conditions harsher. Better to save it for later." Once she'd worked it out, she nodded. "Then I'll go back." I activated the recruitment order. A flash of light, and she was gone. Then I headed down to the song and dance room on the first floor. "Zhang Yu, your shift's over. Time to head back." Zhang Yu started, reluctance written all over her face. She couldn't help asking, "Boss, what would it take for me to live here permanently?" "Permanently?" I gave her a half smile. "Being a maid isn't enough. You want to be my woman." Her face went scarlet instantly. I. She couldn't get a single word out. The truth was, she was already wavering inside. She just couldn't bring herself to admit it out loud. After all, only yesterday she declared so righteously that she wouldn't do anything beyond dancing. I was just asking. And I was just joking." Zhang Yu felt hollow inside. She gave me one long, deep look, then returned to her rundown cabin. Damp, freezing, such a pitiful little space. She didn't even want to crawl under that ratty blanket. But in the end she did. The cold of a level 1 cabin isn't something a normal person can endure. If not for the clothing and food helping her hold out, she'd have been dead already. While her thoughts drifted, the wages I'd paid her landed in her account. Looking at the lumber she'd earned so effortlessly, she felt even worse. All night, her head was full of my image and of what she was supposed to do with her future. Just then, the system chimed. "Congratulations, surviving players. You have successfully repelled the first zombie assault. Survival rate this round, 79%. It is now 10 p.m. The world has fallen into darkness once more. Danger may still appear during the night. Stay inside your cabin at all costs. Temperature, -40 degrees Celsius. Do not let your fire go out. Weather, clear turning overcast overnight, light rain, transitioning to freezing needle rain at daybreak. Exercise extreme caution when gathering supplies." Freezing needle rain. Those 4 words terrified countless players. The raindrops freeze solid on the way down, and between velocity and gravity, they take on the shape of needles. If you stepped out of your cabin, it didn't bear thinking about. No question, plenty of people simply wouldn't be able to go outside tomorrow. But I couldn't care less. I wasn't going out, and even if I did, I had the logging machine. Besides, While everyone else sat in pitch darkness, my place was still lit up bright as day. Li Manwen, roused awake, looked at me curiously. Shenlang, why are your lights still on? I laughed. If the lights go out, how am I supposed to look at you? And with that, I slid under the covers. Her expression turned to alarm. You again? Were you born a dog? Can you never get enough? With you? Never. Early the next morning, everyone woke to the mechanical announcement. Congratulations, players, you have survived your first night. It is now 6 a.m. Climate, freezing needle rain. Temperature, minus 40 degrees Celsius. Official notice, treasure chest spawn rates have been increased. Gather supplies safely. Li Manwen and I opened our eyes at the same moment. She lay nestled bare in my arms. This woman's entire body felt like it was made of water, soft everywhere, impossibly so. Those jade-like feet of hers were so supple they seemed boneless. I'd spent a long time last night just holding them. Listening to the needle rain drumming against the window, I pulled the blanket tighter. Nothing beats being warm indoors. You only appreciate comfort when you've got something to compare it to. The weather in this frozen rainforest was strange, too. Light snow yesterday afternoon, then clear for a while at night, then light rain, then freezing rain. And the crucial part, today's daytime temperature was also minus 40 degrees Celsius. By all logic, days should be warmer than nights. Looks like survival is only going to get harder from here. Li Manwen was reluctant to leave the warmth of my arms too, but after a few seconds, she still tried to prop herself up. Shenlang, it's morning. Let me get up and make you breakfast. She looked exhausted, so I smiled. Don't bother. I'll cook today. You rest a while longer. I told the others to come in late too. She gave me a long look, her eyes brimming with happiness. I looked back at her tenderly. You worked hard last night. I'll call you when it's ready. She nodded with a smile. In that moment, she wasn't looking at me like a student anymore. She was looking at me like the man she'd lean on for the rest of her life. I went downstairs. She was so worn out that even with her heart full of joy, she drifted right back to sleep. I knew she'd barely slept last night, so I wasn't in a hurry to start cooking. As for me, I hadn't slept either, but I wasn't the least bit tired. That's the beauty of being young. Once I tidied up, I took a look around at the newly upgraded rooms. The gaming room and yoga room were finished, and the bedroom, dining room, kitchen, and maid's quarters had all been upgraded. Now I just had to collect today's supplies and push the cabin to level 5. Once the cabin leveled up, the recruitment order would expand too. I was genuinely curious what new positions would unlock. When that happened, I'd let Ms. Lee handle the hiring. The upgraded rooms were much cozier. Take the song and dance room. Not only were the decor and the bed a clear step up, there was now a whole computer setup loaded with performance videos. Obviously so any singers and dancers could study up on how to please me. The living room had changed the most. The plain TV had become a 70-inch flat screen. The couch was now luxury full-grain leather, and a little table with a tea set sat in front of it. A perfect spot for tea and conversation. Beside the TV, near the fireplace and the window, there was a raised platform, a dedicated stage for a singer to perform on. It was almost like the cabin upgrade knew exactly what I wanted. I raised an eyebrow. I'd forgotten something. I still needed a piano. I pulled up the store right then and dropped 500 wood on a Steinway, then set it on the platform. Was 500 wood expensive for a piano? Insanely expensive, but to me it was worth it. Waking up to a piano piece every morning? That's living. The dining room had changed too. It used to have a single square table for 6. Now there was a big round table that seated 10. Just as well. From here on out, master and servants would eat separately. Structure keeps a household running. I was still mulling it over when Lu Qinglan, the singer applicant, messaged me. Shenlang, it's time. Didn't we agree I'd come start work today? I hadn't planned on having the help show up too early, but some time had already slipped by. So fine, let her come. I didn't feel like cooking anyway. She could make breakfast first and then go play the piano. When Ms. Lee got up, we'd eat breakfast with music playing in the background. That would make me look even better in her eyes. So I replied, sure, come on over. At the same time, I sent Lu Qinglan an invitation through the recruitment order. On the other end, Lu Qinglan, wearing yoga pants and a loose, oversized coat, glanced at Zhou Huijin. Honey, Shenlang sent the invite. I'm heading over to work now. Zhou Huijin had been half asleep, but his eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded again and again. Go, honey, go. Lu Qinglan frowned. Zhou Huijin, you seem awfully eager to get me out the door. His pupils shrank. Not good. She was too sharp. He'd almost given himself away. He scrambled to cover. Honey, come on, don't say it like that. I know you've been dying to contribute to this household. I'm just happy for you. But be careful, okay? Don't overdo it. If anything comes up, you tell me. Only then did she nod. I know. A flash of white light, and she was standing at the door of my shelter. Taking in the huge yard and the 2-story house, Lu Qinglan was stunned speechless. When she came back to herself, she knocked lightly. Shenlang, I'm here. I got up to answer it. Damn it. With Li Lingshan gone, I had to open my own door. Annoying. The door swung open, and that soul-stealing face of hers filled my view. She was even prettier than her photo, with a pair of naturally seductive almond eyes and a figure that radiated femininity from the inside out. They say true beauty is in the bones, not the skin. She was the textbook case. Her frame held every soft curve exactly where it belonged, adding up to a silhouette that was born to captivate. Seeing me pause for a second, she curved her lips smugly, though a flicker of contempt crossed her eyes. Men, all the same. But my next line stopped her cold. Go take a shower first. I'm a bit of a clean freak. What? He thinks I'm dirty? I haven't washed in a few days, sure, but I wipe down every day, and besides. Mid-thought, she froze and blurted out without thinking. You actually have somewhere to shower here? I gave a cold little laugh and didn't answer. Slippers are here. Bathroom's over there. Make it quick. Don't hold up work. As for a change of clothes, never mind. Don't bother. I like the outfit you've got on. Lu Qinglan's brow furrowed. He has clothes to lend me too? She didn't get a chance to dwell on it, because the instant the door opened, she felt the warmth pouring out of the house. He had a fireplace inside. Her own level 3 cabin had nothing like this. The temperature there was only marginally better than what most people were suffering through. She'd assumed my place would be about the same as hers. Instead, the gap was night and day. In that moment, Lu Qinglan's pride took its first real hit. But she said nothing. A woman that proud, with that much ego, would never let it show. She changed into the slippers and walked silently into the bathroom. The second she stepped in, she was floored again. A level 4 bathroom, stocked with body wash, shampoo, towels, everything. For a second, she felt disoriented, wondering if she'd somehow gone back to the real world. But one glance out the window showed the needle-fine rain still coming down without end. No, she was still in the frozen rainforest. My place was just that absurd. She let out a breath, stripped out of everything, revealing a body made to tempt, and got ready to savor a shower she hadn't had in far too long. Meanwhile, I'd barely sat down when another message came in from Wang Yan. Wang Yan. Bro Lang, I'm officially free of all worldly attachments now. When can I come start work? I couldn't help laughing. Free of all attachments? More like a few parts short. Still, I answered, yeah, coming early works. The frozen snow on the walkway out front needs clearing. Wang Yan, got it. On my way. Oh, Bro Lang, should I bring that woman along? The one I promised. He'd given his word on that yesterday, right when I told him to do the deed. Loyal, in his own way. I replied, have her add me. I'll bring her over with the recruitment order. Wang Yan, you got it. With that, Wang Yan turned and looked at the silicone maid he'd brought with him. User let out a long, heavy sigh. From now on, we won't be needing you around here anymore. Then he did something nobody saw coming. He listed the silicone maid on the marketplace and started hawking her in global chat. Used, 99% mint condition, one of kind. Only 50 wood. Grab it fast if you want it. And somebody actually bought it. Guess this frozen rainforest has been grinding a lot of people down for a long time. I couldn't be bothered with him. While I was waiting, I messaged Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu. You can come in for work now. Li Lingshan. Yes. Master. I couldn't wait any longer. Zhang Yu. Oh, on my way. If those two hadn't known Li Manwen was here, they'd have been begging to come over ages ago. Once you've experienced how comfortable my cabin is, you realize just how much of a torture chamber your own dump of a shelter really is. 3 flashes of light. Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu appeared at the door, and Wang Yan appeared outside the wall. I told Li Lingshan, Lingshan, go let Wang Yan in first. Then I turned to Zhang Yu. You get the table and chairs sorted out and make breakfast. I'll buy some steak and milk. You like that? If not, name something else and I'll buy it. Zhang Yu nodded frantically. Are you kidding? Western food, steak and milk out here? She wouldn't have dared dream about it. Not like it. Sure thing. Boss, leave it all to me. I'll pan-sear the steaks. I nodded, then frowned at the bathroom door. Unbelievable woman. I'd originally planned to have her cook. Instead, she's been hiding in the bathroom forever. Outside, Li Lingshan took one look at Wang Yan, raised an eyebrow, and asked curiously, Did you really, Wang Yan smirked smugly. You bet. From now on, we're sisters. Li Lingshan's face went cold, and she curled her lip. Who wants to be sisters with you? Don't make me sick. With that, she walked inside, leaving Wang Yan standing there in the wind, thoroughly deflated. The moment she came in and saw me, Li Lingshan instantly switched to that fawning, puppy dog expression. But before she could open her mouth, I spoke first. Go change, and then help Zhang Yu. We've got a lot of people today. She pressed her lips together and nodded. Got it, master. She'd actually wanted to tell me she was wearing a pink thong today, one that cost a fortune, blew her entire day's wages on it yesterday. Too bad I didn't give her the chance. No matter, though. There'd be other opportunities. I walked to the door and looked at Wang Yan, huddled under the eaves. Later, use the mining rig to break up the snowpack in the yard. Then take some people and clear it out. Wang Yin nodded and turned to go. I glanced up at the second floor and stopped him. Not yet. After breakfast. Oh, okay, Brother Lang. I frowned. Seriously? One cut, and this is what happens. Why do you sound so damn simpering all of a sudden? Wang Yin laughed awkwardly. I'm just trying to settle into the role as fast as I can. I rolled my eyes at him. Right now, go post a message in global chat. Say that you've recognized the mistakes you made behind my back. From now on, anyone who wants to come work here needs approval from me or someone I've personally designated. Nobody else has that authority. If anyone gets conned over this again, I, Shen Lang, take zero responsibility. Wang Yin nodded quickly and typed up the message. There was a reason I had him do that. I was maintaining my image. I can be ruthless. I can be domineering. I can even kill. But my word has to be good, and my authority has to be absolute. I wanted the name Shen Lang to become a gold standard brand in this frozen rainforest. And the core reason behind that, I wanted to compete with the frozen rainforest's own system. Nobody knew that yet. Hell, even for me it was just a rough idea. For instance, if I ever open something like a marketplace here, players have to at least be willing to come and spend at my place. Keep in mind, the total player population is a huge number. If I could pool their manpower and resources, my upgrade speed would be countless times faster than it is now. I was honestly curious to see how high this cabin could eventually be leveled up, and what this frozen rainforest was really hiding underneath it all. Of course, all of that was long-term. Can't rush it. But the direction was right. After Wang Yin posted the recruitment notice, I added one of my own, hiring servants, housekeepers, and other staff. Compensation negotiable. And let me get the ugly part out of the way up front. Unless I personally designate someone, no promise made by anyone else has anything to do with me. Read that carefully. The second the message went out, the screening work started piling up again. Nothing to be done about it. I still hadn't found the kind of people I wanted. I was about to head inside when the woman Wang Yin had seen naked added me as a friend. Xiao Jia, Brother Lang, you were looking for me? I replied directly. You want to come work for me? Through Wang Yin? She got excited immediately, yes. I'm sorry, Brother Lang. I know all about what happened with Wang Yin. He told me. I couldn't be bothered with the babbling and cut her off. Since you know, I won't waste words. This is a one-time thing. Once you're here, learn some manners. She answered right away. I will, Brother Lang. I'll do whatever you say. She probably never imagined that one cut of Wang Yan's knife would actually buy her a job. I used the recruitment order and dropped her outside the wall. Once Wang Yin brought her over, I gave the woman a once-over. Average looks, skinny as a beanpole, not an ounce of flesh on her. Zero interest in that type. I gave my orders. You two start by getting the oil field, the spirit rice, and the spirit spring in order. Top off all 3 machines with fuel. Breakfast is steak and milk. Any objections? It was a decent pile of work, and the needle rain was still coming down outside. Leave your head uncovered, and you'd get shredded. But the second they heard steak and milk, neither of them had a word of complaint. No, none. We're on it right now. I nodded, then gave Wang Yin a little pressure. From now on, lead people well and get the work done. Don't disappoint me. And if Xiao Jia causes any problems, that's on your head too. You're the one who brought her in. Wang Yan's eyebrow went up. I was putting him on notice, sure, but I was also handing him a bit of power. How could he not be thrilled? Although, nothing rose and nothing moved anymore. He was just happy. He thumped his chest. Don't worry, Brother Lang. In life, I'm your man. In death, I'm your ghost. I told him to knock off the sappy stuff and tossed him a specially made umbrella. Take this. Don't get skewered to death by the needle rain. The two of them thanked me over and over. The moment I walked away, Wang Yin shot Xiao Jia a smug look. See that? I'm the only one who gets to call him Brother Lang. Work hard from now on. Xiao Jia curled her lip and nodded. Watching Xiao Jia's backside as she bent over and worked, Wang Yin started to let his imagination wander, then suddenly lost all interest. He cursed her under his breath. You got me into this. From now on, every miserable, back-breaking job is yours. With those two handled, I finally headed back. Back inside the house, Li Lingshan had already changed and was helping Zhang Yu set the food out on the table. Lu Qinglan finally came shuffling out of the bathroom, looking utterly blissful. Ah, that felt amazing. She just hadn't been able to help herself with that shower. The next moment, though, she froze, when had 2 more people in maid outfits appeared. And on the table, was that steak? Milk? Before she could process any of it, I spoke up. You think you're on vacation here? Remember this. From now on, showers don't run over 20 minutes. This is your one free pass. Get to work. You eat in the second round. See that piano? Go play Summer from Kikujiro. If you can't, I'll find someone who can. She startled. I can't. 2 separate seatings for meals. What is he? A feudal landlord. Her pride took a hit. but she'd come here to live under someone else's roof, and she still had to dig up the secret behind my upgrades. So she just pouted and walked over to the raised platform with an aggrieved look and sat down. Slippers were awkward, so she instinctively kicked them off to work the pedals, and the instant her bare foot touched the floor, her eyes went wide. The floor's warm? Radiant heating? She'd been upper class back in the South. Her family home had radiant heating. She knew this feeling intimately. After these few days in the frozen rainforest, she'd been missing it desperately. God, I'm almost not sure I want to go back, she thought. Then she lowered her fingers to the keys and got another jolt. A Steinway? I couldn't have afforded one in my last life. This wasn't a job, this was a luxury. She could hardly wait to start playing. The music filled the room. I listened for a few seconds, decided it had the right feel, then looked over at Li Lingshan. Go upstairs and wake Teacher Li for breakfast. Bring her a set of loungewear. Underwear included. Li Lingshan answered, yes, master, while privately thinking, it was that intense last night? Over at the piano, Lu Qinglan's eyebrows shot up, and she fumbled an entire measure. Master? This gorgeous young girl calls him master? Li Lingshan couldn't be bothered with her shock. She went quietly up to the second floor and knocked on the master bedroom door. Teacher Li, are you awake? Li Manwen had slept in a little and felt much better for it. Hearing a woman's voice outside the door, not mine, obviously, or that little bastard would have been on top of me already instead of knocking. Teacher Li, it's me, Lingshan. Master sent me to help you get up. Li Manwen startled and scrambled out of bed. This Shenlang. How could he send Lingshan to wait on me? She wasn't even dressed. She murmured a reply, then circled the whole room before she remembered. Her clothes had been torn to shreds long ago. Through the door, Li Lingshan said, Master had me bring clothes. Just open the door. The door opened, and Li Manwen was barely covering herself with the ruined fabric. Li Lingshan pressed her lips into a smile, envy flickering in her eyes, and dropped straight to her knees, holding the clothes up in both hands. Teacher Li, this set should do. Li Manwen went flustered. Lingshan, why are you doing this again? It's fine, Li Lingshan said. You're probably going to be the lady of this house soon. You'll need to get used to how things work. Lady of the house. Those words sent a small sweetness through Li Manwen's chest. She took the clothes and put them on, then followed her downstairs, with Li Lingshan holding her hand the whole way, afraid her legs would give out. She genuinely did need the support. And so Li Manwen descended the spiral staircase barefoot, step by step, like the mistress of an estate. Partway down, something registered, and her eyebrows lifted. That's a piano? Someone's actually playing. That's definitely not a recording. And it was summer from Kikujiro? Think about it. Deep in a frozen rainforest, waking up in a warm house to a melody that bright and cheerful. It felt like heaven. She came around the corner and saw that the house had gained an elegant, expensive-looking woman, playing the piano while sizing her up with open curiosity. The two women's eyes met for the first time, each startled by the other's bearing, looks, and figure. How could Lu Qinglan not be curious? A maid had gone up specifically to escort this woman down. Her relationship with me clearly wasn't ordinary. Looking at Li Manwen's simple slip dress and the stretch of pale skin at her chest, Lu Qinglan didn't find it the least bit crude. If anything, that air of refinement and learning made her feel outclassed. Her playing slipped another beat. Honestly, she envied this woman. Never mind the widow in name-only situation. Her living arrangements were a world apart from Lu Qinglan's own. What a fortunate woman. Neither of them spoke. Once Li Manwen had washed up, I stood and took her hand with a smile. Teacher Li, did you enjoy the music? She's the singing girl I just hired. Tell her whatever you'd like to hear. Singing girl? Li Manwen gave Lu Qinglan a long look, but said nothing about it. Just leaned toward me, happy enough to melt. I love that piece. Shenlang. Thank you, teacher. Still using my name? I said. What did we agree on last night? Her face went red, with this many people around. But seeing that I wasn't budging, she shyly managed, husband. That, I was very satisfied with. Last night, I'd only gotten her to say it while she was too far gone to think straight. Teacher Li, because of who she was equal parts proud and bashful. I nodded. That's better. Come on, let's eat. In the dining room, she and I sat down. Li Lingshan waited on us, setting out the steak and milk. Zhang Yu went to dance beside the platform. Did the others feel it was unfair? Sorry. All they were entitled to was envy and the ambition to earn better treatment. Compared to the people outside, they already had it good. Wherever there are people, there are tears. Unavoidable. Li Manwen looked at the steak and milk, happy but concerned. Husband, did you buy all this? How many supplies did that cost? Let me cook from now on, okay? There are a lot of mouths here. Even if you've got money and holdings, you still have to budget. I laughed. That's exactly why you'd make a good lady of the house. From now on, you handle the people and matters inside this house. I'll handle everything outside. Deal. She blushed and nodded. Then it settled. I'll do the cooking. I've been waiting for you to cook. I'd already bought a custom see-through kitchen outfit for the occasion. Li Manwen glanced at Li Lingshan and the others and seemed about to say something. But masters eat first, servants eat after was a rule I'd set, so she swallowed it. Like Lingshan had said, the environment was different now. She'd have to come around to it slowly. After a very pleasant breakfast, Li Lingshan cleared the table and Li Manwen went to the tea station to brew me a pot. I sat on the couch and got in touch with Jiang Ning and Yin Chun, planning to eat with them once they arrived and then assign work afterward. I still had a pile of things to handle myself. I was waiting on supplies to upgrade the cabin. Because of the difference in status, Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, Wang Yin, and Xiao Jie could only eat in the entry hall. Li Lingshan, Lu Qinglan, and Zhang Yu ate inside. The steak burst with juice in her mouth, and Lu Qinglan closed her eyes in bliss. So good. What kind of dream job is this? Worth mentioning. Even out there in the entry hall, Wang Yin didn't get a seat at the table. Translation. To steer clear of these women. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Even though I wasn't around today, and even though he'd already been cut, there were still certain lines you didn't cross. Over on her end, Li Manwen was in the middle of brewing tea when a private message popped up from the very last person she wanted to hear from, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan. Manwen, I saw someone named Shun Lang recruiting, and he's #1 on the leaderboard? If I'm not misremembering, that's the Shun Lang from your class, right? Li Manwen thought about it, then replied, yes. Zhang Yan, oh come on, bestie. Why didn't you say something sooner? I've sent him friend requests a dozen times and gotten nothing back. Where are you right now? Can you put in a word for me? I'll take any job at all. Otherwise, I'm seriously going to die out here today. Please, I'm begging you. You can't just watch me die. I'm the one who opened the door to a whole new world for you, remember? Just bringing that up made Li Manwen's blood boil. But then again, the two of them really were close friends. Otherwise, they'd never have watched that stuff together in the first place. Letting her come here, Li Manwen had a vague, uneasy feeling about it. But refusing and letting her former best friend die out there, she couldn't bring herself to do that either. Still, whatever happened, everything Zhang Yan had would be something I gave her. Even if I did decide to hire, she wouldn't get to call any shots. After thinking it over, she glanced at me, then replied, Zhang Yan, I can't make decisions for Shin Lang. The most I can do is ask. If he says yes, you can come. If he says no, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Yan, yes, 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 that's all I needed to hear. I'll be waiting. The moment the chat ended, I waved her over. Teacher Li, come here a second. I need your help. She immediately set her worries aside and sat down beside me, big eyes blinking up at me. Teacher Li, I said, now that the cabin's been upgraded, I'm only going to have more and more on my plate. I'm already stretched thin. I want to hand the recruiting over to you first. You'd be my assistant. That work for you? She pressed her lips together and smiled. Of course it works. You're my husband, and I'm your woman. It's only right that I shoulder some of the load. I nodded and ruffled her hair. Good girl. That made her flush. She was still technically my teacher, after all, and there were people around. This wasn't the bedroom at night, where I could do whatever I wanted with her. I could see the embarrassment plainly, and that was exactly what I loved about Teacher Li. Filthy underneath, but so innocently seductive on the surface. All right, let me go over the requirements, I said. When you screen applicants, you absolutely have to verify what kind of person they are. Dig into whatever you can dig into. Whatever you can't, just make sure they're a woman. That's right. I only want women, and they have to be beautiful. That's your single most important criterion. Once you've picked them, give me their names. And I'll let you know ahead of time whenever I want to hire someone. Teacher Li, don't read too much into it. I just don't think it's convenient having men work here. Li Manwen rolled her eyes at me, as if she didn't know exactly what I meant. Then again, she wouldn't have wanted men here either. As for me having a lot of women, she'd long since accepted it. In an environment like this, expecting to have me all to herself? That was a pipe dream. For her, it was enough that she had a place in my heart, especially now that I was making her the lady of the house. Okay, honey, I understand. Leave it to me, she said. So, do you want housekeepers right now, or servants? I nodded. Once the recruitment order upgrades, the slots will increase. We'll talk about that later. For now, just fill these 2 positions. 1 housekeeper and servants. Let's say 2. Li Manwen nodded, then spoke up a little hesitantly. Honey, can I recommend someone? It's Zhang Yan, the one I mentioned to you before. She wants to come work here too. Of course, if you say no, I'll go reply to her right away. Zhang Yan, you mean the woman who's into dogs? The homeroom teacher? She got in touch with you? Yes. I raised an eyebrow. Honestly, women like that made me a little nervous. But whatever, I'd give Teacher Li this one, and I was a little curious. Fine. Ask her if she can cook and clean. I happen to need a housekeeper, and I can't dump all that work on Lingshan. That's not what someone in her position is for. At that, Li Lingshan's eyes lit up. Maybe today was finally her chance. Li Manwen nodded happily too. If she were honest, alongside wanting to help her friend, there was more than a little smugness in it for her. She got in touch with Zhang Yin right away and asked everything I needed to know. Meanwhile, I wasn't idle either. I had to get everyone's assignments sorted out. Materials, materials, more materials. I couldn't wait to upgrade the cabin. I got up and walked to the door, where Yin Chun and the others had been waiting for orders. I looked at Jiang Ning first. Take the mining rig out. Put in a good showing today and bring back plenty of stone. Who knows, once the new servants arrive, you might get promoted. Jiang Ning's face lit up with delight. She'd been longing for a room of her own for ages. Huh? Really? When I nodded, she cooed out a sweet daddy. With Jiang Ning handled, I turned to Yin Chun. The freezing needle rain makes it dangerous out there today. Why don't you run the logging machine instead? Yin Chun pursed her lips. Honey, I've got a helmet, and this outfit is tough. I'll just drive slow, I'll be fine. How could I give up hunting for treasure chests? Did you forget? I'm the treasure chest chosen one. I'll leave the spirit hound behind today, though. It doesn't have any protection. I shook my head, smiling. If she was willing, why would I object? Besides, I couldn't stand to give up those chests either. All right, be careful, and take this with you. I handed her the Desert Eagle. Yin Chun smiled, lips pressed together, then hopped on the snowmobile and drove off. But that honey of hers had been overheard by Li Manwen inside the cabin, and it left a sour taste in her mouth. Nothing to be done about it. She'd only just gotten this close to me, and she was in that clingy phase. I didn't dwell on it, and turned to Xiao Jia. You're on the logging machine today. Wang Yin can just take his time handling the yard work by himself. Xiao Jia had been dreaming about that warm, badass logging machine for ages. It was exactly how Wang Yin had lured her here in the first place. Yes, boss. I'll work hard. I'll cut down tons of timber. When I looked over at Wang Yin, he'd already gone off to work on his own, probably afraid I'd catch the envy in his eyes and make things awkward. With him helping around the yard now, I didn't have to deal with things like spirit rice and gasoline myself. He collected it, and the resources came straight to me. Very convenient. That left Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu, Lu Qinglan, and Li Manwen, each with her own duties. No instructions needed from me. Now all I had to do was wait for the materials and upgrade the cabin. After a whole night of running around, breakfast left me feeling drowsy. I shut the door and gave the order. Lingshan, give me my forehead a bit. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Lu Qinglan, play some soothing piano music on loop. Don't stop until I say so. Yes, master. Lu Qinglan pouted slightly. She wasn't happy about it, but she didn't let it show. She just carried her stocking-clad feet back to the piano bench, sat down, and started playing again. I glanced at Zhang Yu. You go help Miss Li first. Whatever she asks you to do, just do it. Then I turned to Li Manwen. If you're tired, get some rest. Want Zhang Yu to give you a massage? Li Manwen shook her head quickly. There was no way she could bring herself to sit around like some pampered rich wife doing nothing. Yin Chun and Jiang Ning were both working, so she had to pull her weight too. Just because she knew what I was really capable of didn't mean she could start acting entitled. Honey, I'm not tired. Let me and Zhang Yu help you screen the applicants. Oh, and I already got in touch with Zhang Yan. She says she'd love to come work as a housekeeper. Promises her cooking will be clean and delicious. I nodded. By that point, Li Lingshan's gentle kneading had already made my eyes fall shut, and my brain was halfway into a dream. I didn't have the energy left to say another word. Seeing that, Li Manwen went quiet. She motioned for Lu Qinglan to play softer, gave Li Lingshan a small nod, and then headed upstairs with Zhang Yu. Seeing me this exhausted, how could she bear to disturb me? As for Zhang Yan, she could come over once I woke up. Meanwhile, while I was resting comfortably, Zhang Yi had successfully upgraded to a level 3 cabin. He stared at his cabin and burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, Shenlang, I've got a level 3 cabin too now. Then his laughter turned into gritted teeth. Damn it, you conned me out of all those blueprints. Now I have to start over just to hit level 4. You deserve to die. Zhang Yi hadn't climbed that fast thanks to his little crew of classmates. It was because his spot on the leaderboard had gotten him noticed by a pack of former bandits and thugs. That group had already banded together into a terrifying force, about 30 people, and they'd stumbled onto a secret. In 7 days, everyone would get a set of coordinates. Once you found them, you could reach the area near that person's shelter. Their goal was simple: take other people's supplies. They'd never believed in hard work, only in harvesting other people's fruit. They'd even mapped out a plan. The moment the 7 days were up, they'd kill, seize cabins, and level up fast. Through sheer intimidation, they'd already amassed a decent stockpile, along with weapons, crossbows, handguns, blades. And Zhang Yi had been one of the people they'd threatened. Except the second he figured out what they were after, he immediately sold me out and asked to join them, offering himself as an inside man. He got them to cover the supplies he needed for his level 3 cabin. Now they were scheming in a group chat. Li Hu, Zhang Yi, We gave you the supplies. You said the #1 guy on the leaderboard is just some student with no real skills. When the 7 days are up, if you can't pin down his location, don't blame the brothers for what happens to you. Zhang Yi jumped. According to them, coordinates appeared automatically once you were friends, so how could he possibly bluff this crowd? He typed back fast. Relax, brother Hu. I've got plenty of classmates. One of them, a woman named Li Lingshan, has already allied with me. This woman is elegant, poised, gorgeous, and arrogant as hell. But here's the key part. She and Shen Lang can't stand each other. Li Hu, what the hell is your point? She's pretty and she hates Shen Lang. So what? Zhang Yi. Don't rush me. Brother Hu, let me finish. What I mean is, we have Li Lingshan act humble, play weak, and go ask Shen Lang for a job. You all know he's got a recruitment notice up. He's hiring every single day. There's no way he can resist a woman like Li Lingshan. Once she's in, we'll know exactly where he is. Besides, I've got tons of classmates. Even if Li Lingshan doesn't work out, I've got a whole alliance. Somebody's bound to slip in, get added as his friend, and dig up those coordinates. And then every woman in that cabin, and everything in it, is ours. Li Hu stroked the knife scar on his face and nodded to himself. Not bad. Guess you're good for something after all, kid. Pull this off, and you're a real brother to us. You can even pick one of the women for yourself. Zhang Yi was thrilled. Brother Hu, you promised. All I want is Ms. Li. She's close with Shen Lang now, so she's definitely going to be there. I've been dying for Ms. Li. Li Hu sneered inwardly, thinking how pathetic Zhang Yi was. Just some teacher. How good-looking could she possibly be? Pretty enough to dazzle a bunch of students, maybe. Still, he agreed readily enough. No problem. The second those 7 days end, we'll throw a party in Shen Lang's cabin. Zhang Yi, you got it. I'll bring extra people. We can field 40 easy. You think Shen Lang can do anything about that? Li Hu nodded and stopped replying. Honestly, why nibble on minnows when you could feast? If they really killed Shen Lang and took his shelter, they'd be living like gods in this frozen rainforest. Any woman they wanted would be theirs. Of course, they hadn't been idle otherwise. They had their eyes on the other names on the leaderboard too. Naturally, I had no idea danger was closing in, since Zhang Yi hadn't brought any of this up with Li Lingshan yet. Not that it would have mattered if I did know. Bring it on. I couldn't be bothered to go hunting scum like that, but if one comes, I kill one. If two come, I kill the pair. By then it was almost noon. I'd slept a solid 4 hours under Li Lingshan's slender fingers and woke up refreshed, though the couch wasn't exactly comfortable and my legs were stiff. I glanced at Lu Qinglan, who had stopped playing, and raised an eyebrow. Lu Qinglan, did I tell you to stop? She froze. She'd been playing for ages. Her hands were sore. When had she ever had to put up with this before? Getting caught red-handed left her a little flustered. Boss, I saw you were asleep. I just didn't want to disturb you. I gave a cold laugh. Huh, you think I'm running a charity? Handing out supplies for free? She shook her head quickly. No. I'll start playing again right now. That's fine, isn't it? Don't bother. Come here. Rub my legs. Huh? I'm a singer. I don't do that kind of thing. I looked at her for a long moment. Don't do that kind of thing? Too proud? Huh. Your pride is exactly what I like. While you're on the clock, you follow every order I give. Did you forget? She hesitated, resentment and frustration churning inside her. For a woman used to looking down on everyone, an order like that triggered fierce resistance. But then, besides the supplies, wasn't the whole reason she came here to pry the secret of my upgrades out of me? Fine. Getting close to me was the perfect chance to work information out of him. With that thought, she nodded, walked over with her hips swaying in those yoga pants, and started to sit down on the couch. I spoke up. On your knees. You. She turned to stare at me in disbelief. Her eyes were full of disbelief. But all that met her was my cold, non-negotiable stare. This was something she'd never experienced before. When had any man ever dared treat her this way? Even her husband, Zhou Huijin, never dared say the word no to her. Yet for some reason, something in her chest fluttered, and her legs went weak beneath her. She found herself sinking to her knees almost on instinct, and beneath the humiliation there was a faint, sickening thrill. It startled even her. She rushed to reassure herself. I'm only doing this for the secret behind his upgrades. It's fine. Let him enjoy himself for a little while. Having talked herself down, she laid her hands on my leg and began kneading gently. Watching her kneeling there on the floor, those yoga pants stretched to the breaking point, I raised an eyebrow. The fire Ms. Li had barely put out last night flared up hotter than ever. The way I saw it, though, this was clearly a pitiful woman, ripe and full from head to toe, and stuck with a hypocrite for a husband. Add in her husband's own request, and the excuses were stacked to the ceiling. If I didn't help out, would that even be right? Lingshan, go put on First Taste of Love. Huh? Oh, okay. Li Lingshan had noticed where my eyes were long ago. She couldn't help shooting Lu Qinglan a look, thinking, I was here first. What gives this shameless little thing the right to? Lu Qinglan noticed my gaze too. As a beautiful woman, it was a look she'd never once felt from her husband, but she knew it intimately and hated it. Back before all this, you couldn't walk down the street without catching it. But I was a little different. My gaze wasn't the timid, sleazy kind. It was naked, brazen, completely unapologetic. It gave her a sensation she'd never had before, as though she were no longer the proud white swan, but a lamb being led to slaughter. Her slender fingers trembled slightly, without her meaning them to. Still, she never lost sight of her goal. She'd always figured I was just a simple-minded young man with no cunning to speak of. If I was getting a little worked up, then all she had to do was let a bit of her charm loose, and I'd give her anything she asked. She didn't believe I'd dare do anything. After all, her husband had said that even the #1 donor wouldn't dare cross everyone. With that thought, she screwed up her courage and deliberately shifted back on her heels, drawing the fabric tighter across her hips, then glanced up at me. "Boss, is this pressure all right?" What she didn't know was that she was playing with fire. I nodded. I'm not an idiot. This woman Lu Qinglan had another agenda, and that inexplicable confidence of hers. I saw through it at a glance. The recruitment notice had warned me long ago. Her motives weren't clean. All that talk about earning supplies was a smokescreen. What she really wanted was the secret behind my upgrades. But what secret did I even have? Not for her, not for anyone. My 5 billion trump card. Was I going to hand that to an outsider? Don't make me laugh. Still, trying to seduce me with her looks? Now that was interesting. Fine, I'd play along and find out exactly where that confidence of hers came from. Honestly, I was curious. What would Lu Qinglan's face look like when she found out about the filthy little thoughts her husband, Zhou Huijin, had been keeping to himself? I couldn't wait for that collision. And just like that, a plan took shape in my head. Once Li Lingshan had the music going, I said, "Lingshan, take her to change clothes. Then bring me a basin of hot water. I want a foot soak. It's getting cold, and a good soak warms you right up. The two of you can massage me while you're at it." I shot Li Lingshan a look as I finished. She caught on instantly and turned to lead Lu Qinglan off to change. Lu Qinglan was visibly stunned. Looking pretty, going through the motions, fine. But washing my feet? She'd never done anything like that in her life. She forced a smile and tried once more. "Boss, I'm just a singer. I don't know how to." I cut her off before she finished. "Lu Qinglan, it seems you still don't understand what follow all orders means. That's fine. I don't like forcing people. Go home. And don't come back tomorrow either. There's no shortage of people lining up for this job." That did it. She panicked on the spot, and most of her resistance evaporated. Not only had she not gotten her secret yet, more importantly, my shelter had floor heating, a fireplace, and hot showers. For a woman as proud as she was, and as particular about her comforts, how could she bring herself to walk away? Sure enough, she immediately backpedaled. No, wait. I can learn if I don't know how. It's just washing feet. I'll grit my teeth and do it." Watching her hips sway as she walked off, the corner of my mouth curled up. Caving already? Looks like I'd have to push harder. I wanted to see exactly where her limit was. Li Lingshan took her to the performance room and picked out an outfit specially for her. A cream-colored slip dress that left half her upper body bare and barely covered anything below, paired with over-the-knee socks and a bow on the thigh that drew the eye like a magnet. Lu Qinglan's face went red the moment she had it on. Every bit of security that long coat had given her was gone. She stared at Li Lingshan in disbelief. "How is this supposed to work? Can I get something else?" Li Lingshan smiled coldly. "Listen, sweetheart, don't take the perks and then complain. You think anybody can just walk in here? You got in on your face and your figure, so appreciate it. This counts as extra work, and the master gives extra rewards. Do a good job, and there's plenty more coming your way. Don't be stupid." How could Lu Qinglan not understand what that meant? But she was a married woman. How could she serve another man like this? If Zhou Huijin ever found out. And on top of that, kneeling in an outfit like this to cradle a man's feet was another psychological gut punch for a woman as proud as she was. In the end, though, she said nothing. Li Lingshan had already walked out ahead of her, and at this point, what was the use of refusing? Better to use the opportunity and pry the information out of me. A few minutes later, the two of them came back. I'd already shifted from lying down to sitting up. Li Lingshan carried in the basin of hot water, set it by my feet, and knelt. "Master, test the temperature." I nodded, satisfied. The girl had changed into a maid outfit today, a heart-shaped cutout at the chest, still in those skin-tight denim shorts. Kneeling down, the fabric was pulled taut to its limit. Lu Qinglan's outfit was even harder to look away from. Those legs, cinched by the stockings and that bow, made a man's blood run hot. She wasn't excessive up top, but for her frame it was exactly right. Under my gaze, Lu Qinglan pressed her lips together and knelt anyway. But she was in a short skirt, and no matter how tightly she pressed her knees together, There was no keeping everything hidden. This was already far past the line she'd drawn for herself. But that's how people are. The line slips a little at a time. As the veteran, Li Lingshan naturally had to demonstrate. She got my feet soaking, then dried one off and gathered it against her. No, more precisely, against her chest. Softness, immediately. That sinking feeling. She shot Lu Qinglan a look, and I kept my eyes on her too. Lu Qinglan had no choice. Forcing down a shudder, she lifted my other foot, wiped it dry, and started kneading gently. She worked at it for a while before she finally spoke, pasting on a fake smile. Boss, I've got to say, I'm really impressed. You got your cabin to level 5 in no time at all. That's incredible. How'd you pull it off? I smiled and pushed my foot a little further into her lap. You want to know? Her brow furrowed. She'd clearly registered something was off. She was probably cursing me out as a bastard in her head, but she wanted something from me, so she pretended not to notice and kept massaging as she said, "Of course I'm curious. I just don't know if you're willing to tell me. I could tell you, but what's in it for me?" As I said it, I hooked the strap of her camisole off her shoulder with my toe. Pink lace slid into view against all that pale skin. Lu Qinglan startled and shot to her feet, glaring at me. "Shenlang, you know my husband is Zhou Huijin. He's number 3 on the leaderboard. You're not afraid of him finding out about this?" "Afraid of him finding out? Lady, your husband is dying to find out." I smiled, stood, walked right up to her, and then, out of nowhere, slapped her across the face. "And do you know that I'm number 1? Lu Qinglan, are you threatening me? Remember your place. You've got 2 options right now. 1, get out. 2, do your job properly." With a woman whose motives were this transparent, I wasn't about to be polite. She wasn't like Yin Chun or Li Manwen, or even Jiang Ning and Li Lingshan. Those women were just trying to eat. Her? Not only was she digging for my secrets, she had the nerve to threaten me. She needed to learn to tuck her tail between her legs. On top of that, she'd been half-assing the work and slacking off. Did she really think I was such a pushover? Where were we? The frozen rainforest. Not the greenhouse she used to live in. Lu Qinglan stared at me in disbelief, still reeling. Her cheek burned. But she didn't fly into a rage. If anything, her head was strangely clear, and she found herself feeling something she'd never imagined feeling. Her, Lu Qinglan, actually hit by a man? The strange part was that there was almost no anger in it. Instead, for the first time in her life, something in her wanted to submit. Every man she'd ever known, her own husband included, had put her on a pedestal. None of them had ever acted like a man. And that one slap made her feel, for the first time, what a real man's presence was like. So even I didn't see it coming when she pressed her lips together, eyes rimming red, and knelt back down. "Shenlang, I'm just here to work. Please don't take it too far." Her mouth was still defiant, but her body had already made the choice. Do the job properly. I raised an eyebrow and sat back down. Figures. She respects strength and nothing else. Both women went quiet and got to work on my massage in earnest. I didn't sit idle either. I flicked down the strap Lu Qinglan had just pulled back up. This time she only frowned. No protest, no flinching away. But I could feel her heart hammering. She asked, quietly, Can you tell me how you upgraded the cabin now?" "I'm rotten." So I snapped a photo and sent it to Zhou Huijin with the caption, "Didn't you say your wife was too proud to listen to anyone? One slap, and she's good as gold." How do you explain that? Only then did I smile and tell Lu Qinglan. "With supplies, obviously." "Then how did you get supplies that fast?" "That's a different question. Have you figured out what you're trading for it?" Lu Qinglan looked up at me in disbelief. Wasn't that the same question? But one look at the half-smile on my face, and she lost her nerve. Never mind, forget I asked. The way she saw it, better to take this slow. Otherwise, there was no telling what would happen today. On his end, Zhou Huijin hadn't gone out because of the weather. He'd spent the whole time fantasizing about what was happening to Lu Qinglan over here. So he saw the photo and the message the second they landed. One glance, and the man's eyes went red. Not with rage, with excitement he couldn't begin to suppress. In the photo, Lu Qinglan was as docile as a rabbit, a pitiful little look on her face as she rubbed my feet. Her strap had slipped down long ago, and her creamy shoulder and the full curve of her chest showed faintly through the lace. The sight hit him like a truck. His hands shook as he typed back, Shenlang good. She's needed that. Somebody should make her obey. Could you send me more pictures? I swear I'll make it worth your while." Reading that reply, I honestly felt bad for Lu Qinglan. Born with looks like that, and stuck with a man like him. What a waste. Guess I'm the one who gets to benefit. I couldn't be bothered with Zhou Huijin after that, because Li Lingshan had started acting up again. She seemed worried that Lu Qinglan was stealing her share of my attention. She stuck her tongue out just slightly and deliberately clicked her tongue stud against her teeth, making a soft ting, ting. Once she had my attention, a drop of saliva slid off the tip of her tongue and onto my foot. The contrast was so much that I actually said something. "What are you doing?" "Hee hee, It cuts down the friction. I was already worked up. How was I supposed to take that? You wash this foot. Li Lingshan's eyes lit up. Finally, the attention she'd been waiting for. Watching this unfold, Lu Qinglan's pupils shrank to pinpoints. She couldn't fathom it. A woman would go this far for a man. Her throat worked slightly. Her entire understanding of the world was coming apart. I don't know how long it went on before I said flatly, "All right, it's almost noon. Enough messing around." I glanced at Lu Qinglan. My blood had cooled. There'd be a next time. Besides, Teacher Li could come downstairs at any moment. Best not to push it. Li Lingshan smiled, satisfied. Whatever master says. Lu Qinglan hurried to straighten her clothes. She'd expected the time to be torture. Somehow it had flown by. I settled back comfortably into the couch. I'm not a stingy man, so I looked at Li Lingshan and asked, "You've earned it. Go ahead, what do you want?" Her eyes lit up. She did have something in mind. She'd just never found a good moment to bring it up, and now that I was asking, she wasn't about to let the chance slip. "Master, you know I'm scared of the dark, right? I picked a generator at the start, but I ran out of gasoline ages ago. Could you spare me some?" Gasoline? That stuff was getting more valuable by the day. Good pick. But I had plenty, and she'd worked hard enough to deserve it. "Sure. Take 10 liters back with you tonight. 10 milliliters for 10 liters. You earned it. That should last you a while." Li Lingshan was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, master. You're the best." Lu Qinglan's eyes went wide. "Gasoline? 10 liters? 1 liter went for 30 units of lumber right now. Her own cabin needed it too, but she and Zhou Huijin couldn't bring themselves to spend that much. Here's the English translation. The generator had been her pick back then, too. That little bit of light in the dark had given her an enormous sense of security. When the zombies showed up yesterday, if it hadn't been for that last bit of light, she and Zhou Huijin might not have made it. And now here I was, handing out gasoline as a reward. Thinking about everything she'd already given up, Lu Qinglan squirmed and finally spoke up. "B-boss, could I get some gasoline too?" I shot her a glance. "You want some too? I've got gasoline, sure, but your work isn't good enough to earn that reward. You know what you'd have to do, right?" Just then, Li Manwen came downstairs with Zhang Yu. I laughed. "Think it over. It's not too late to tell me once you've made up your mind." Lu Qinglan didn't answer, but her face went red. Clearly, she was giving it serious consideration. I wasn't in a hurry. The woman had a husband. After all, she needed time. That inner conflict, that feeling of betrayal, I understood it. I'd already picked the spot, though. Once she came around, I'd have her put on a pair of yoga pants and join me in the yoga room for a thorough discussion. The secret's hidden under all that tightness. Nothing's more tempting. "Honey, you're awake?" I watched Li Manwen walk over and pushed all those stray thoughts aside. "Ms. Li, I slept right through till noon. You must be hungry." She nodded. I finished up work this morning, and then Zhang Yu took me to the yoga room for a bit of exercise. I learned quite a few poses." "Oh." I glanced at Zhang Yu. "Nicely done." Zhang Yu's face flushed. She'd obviously read my look, and was probably remembering that business about grabbing the front leg. No way she'd be able to explain herself. Then Li Manwen spoke again. "Honey, I asked that Zhang Yan about it. She meets your requirements, and she's already added you as a friend. Should we have her come over at noon?" "Sure." I found Zhang Yan's request, hit accept, laid out the wages and terms, and used a recruitment order right away. An instant later, Zhang Yan appeared at the door. Li Manwen opened it herself, and the moment Zhang Yan stepped inside, she froze in shock. This is still a log cabin. How is it so warm in here? All this furniture, the decorations, am I back in the real world?" Then she took in all the people in the room, servants, singers, dancers, every one of them dressed in something sexy and eye-catching. She looked like she thought she'd wandered into an imperial palace. I was the only man in the place, though, so she recognized me immediately and hurried to thank me. "Shenlang, thank you for hiring me. I used to be the teacher and you were the student, but here in the frozen rainforest, don't worry, I know exactly where I stand. I can definitely handle being a housekeeper." The woman had no airs about her, and a clear grasp of reality. The rainforest had probably put her through hell. That said, she still had her charms. The qipao she wore showed off her curves, her belly slightly rounded, giving off that mature woman appeal. But her expression was haggard, the qipao filthy, and the slit had torn open, so that one wrong move would expose a good bit of pale skin. I'd meant to put her straight to work cooking, but changed my mind. "Ms. Zhang, go take a shower first. You don't need to make lunch today." Then, to Li Lingshan. "Lingshan, get her a change of clothes." "Yes, master." That word made Zhang Yan's pupils contract again. But the moment she heard she could shower, she stopped caring about anything else. She'd noticed I found her state off-putting, after all. She was just about to head for the bathroom when the spirit hound came running out. Her eyes lit up. "Oh, you keep a dog." She crouched down and threw her arms around it, cuddling it with obvious affection. I could hardly bear to watch. I glanced at Li Manwen with a look that said, She's not going to get any funny ideas about my dog, is she? Li Manwen glared daggers at me. She's just looking. Besides, that hound was female. In the middle of our silent exchange, Zhang Yin suddenly went still and looked up at me. Shen Lang. Boss, you tamed this dog in the frozen rainforest, didn't you? I nodded, not sure what she was getting at. She continued. I knew it. I'd heard someone had tamed a rainforest creature. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Shen Lang, you need to be careful. The thing that person tamed is something like an elephant. It can gather resources for him and fight. You've got it so good here that someone's bound to get envious. You really need to watch out. Hearing that, my opinion of her went up a notch. Someone willing to look out for me is worth cultivating. And it made sense. She was Li Manwen's best friend. I'd basically just rescued her. And as a former teacher, she wasn't going to wish ill on a student. Yeah, she'd make a good housekeeper. Thanks for the heads up, Ms. Zhang. I'll keep it in mind. Well, I'm off to shower. Manwen, thank you. Only after Li Manwen smiled back at her did she hurry off toward the bathroom, unable to wait a second longer. As for me, I just picked up a new piece of intel. Someone really had gotten control of a rainforest creature, and a highly destructive one at that. Either way, caution was warranted. So many people had come to the frozen rainforest. Who knew what lucky breaks the others had gotten? But it didn't matter. As long as my cabin's level stayed high, I could shut out the vast majority of risks, and on top of that I got a first aid kit every single day, which amounted to unlimited lives. Having worked that through, I wasn't the least bit worried. I turned to Li Manwen. Ms. Li, we can't count on the housekeeper for lunch, so I'll just buy the food again. What are you in the mood for? Since we've got a full house, how about a big seafood spread at noon to build everyone's strength back up? She nodded with a smile. Zhang Yin had only just arrived, and there wasn't time to cook from scratch anyway. Besides, she'd been craving a seafood feast herself. Why should I be the only one eating like that at night? Honey, let's do the seafood spread. Just hearing about it makes my stomach growl. I laughed. Sure that's not the baby growling. Her face went red. Oh, stop, you're talking nonsense again. I'll hit you. That's what her mouth said, but there was no way her mind wasn't wandering. Once that was settled, I made a point of asking Lu Qinglan, what do you want to eat? You worked hard this morning, call it a reward. Name anything. She'd been drooling over the idea of seafood already, and now she got to pick for herself. How could she not be excited? We'd agreed she'd be fed and could choose, but choosing something that nice would have embarrassed her before. Now it was different. I'd left her chest aching. Surely that earned her a good meal. I've been wanting salmon for so long. Could I have the belly cut? There was real hope in her eyes. As a refined Southern woman, she ate Japanese food regularly. Out here in the rainforest, where there wasn't a drop of fat to be had, a couple pieces of fatty salmon belly sounded like heaven. Would I turn her down? Of course not. I'd already made the offer, and besides, I was looking to work this woman from both angles. Sure. Noted. I looked around at everyone else. What about the rest of you? It's a full, lively house today, so we'll all eat together. Speak up if there's something you want. Last call. Consider it a welcome dinner for Ms. Zhang Yin. That last part gave Li Manwen plenty of face. Let her show off in front of her friends. She was thrilled, and everyone else cheered, calling out dish after dish, though nobody was stupid enough to pick anything expensive. Before long the table was packed. Salmon sashimi, Boston lobster steamed with garlic and glass noodles, Dungeness crab stir-fried with scallions and ginger, pan-seared salmon, sizzling eel in oil, broccoli, seafood congee. I even ordered a serving of top-grade caviar, just for Lu Qinglan. I know women like her can't resist that stuff. The whole spread left every woman there stunned, practically drooling. Li Manwen was so shocked she stammered. Honey, why did you buy so much? I laughed. You've worked hard. Time to replenish. Her face went red. She caught my meaning, embarrassed, sure, but mostly happy. Then I turned to Li Lingshan, who had just come back from dropping off the clothes. Lingshan, bring out the wine from my collection. And the Coke and Sprite in the fridge, those are my favorites, don't forget them. Grab whatever you all want to drink. She nodded again and again, stuck out her little tongue, and scampered off. Zhang Yu called out, I'll help Sister Shanshan. She was warming up to us. Lu Qinglan volunteered too. I'll set up the table and chairs. At that moment all she could see was the salmon and the caviar. This place was heaven, and she was going to hold on to this job no matter what. Soon everyone was seated. Zhang Yin came out from her shower and nearly went dizzy from the smell. I was just about to offer to cook. Where did all this food come from? Oh my God. Her damp black hair spilled over her shoulders, and she was wearing a cook's outfit. I couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Li Lingshan really knew how to pick clothes. Zhang Yin had a slender frame, a bit like Jiang Ning, but that poised, mature air of hers was different from Jiang Ning's, and the cook's outfit gave her a flavor all her own. The clothes were loose, so when she walked, things were clearly bouncing underneath. Damn it. Nothing under there. Don't tell me Li Lingshan didn't even get her any underwear. I was still lost in the thought when Li Manwen spoke up. Yinner, come sit over here. My husband's throwing you a welcome dinner. Zhang Yin froze on the spot. Welcome dinner? Husband? She stared at Li Manwen in disbelief. Manwen you. Only then did Li Manwen realize what she'd said, and her face turned scarlet. Before she could say anything, Zhang Yin laughed, slid over next to her, and whispered, Manwen, look at you. Robbing the cradle. Huh, you got your own student? I always said that big but of yours was the slutty type. Li Manwen pinched her thigh hard under the table and hissed through her teeth. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I'll stop. Their little scuffle got the rest of us laughing. Looking at the freezing needle rain outside, then at the people and food in front of me, I really did feel happy. Thank you, System, for those 5 billion. All right, let's eat. Fine wine, fine food, dig in. Thank you, boss. Master. Around the big round table sat Li Manwen, Zhang Yin, Lu Qinglan, Li Lingshan, and Zhang Yu. That's when it hit me. Had I even given food to Yin Chun, Jiang Ning, Xiao Jie, and Wang Yin? Damn it, I forgot. I'd said that starting today, anyone working outside would get meals delivered. I quickly bought a portion for each of them. Then I noticed the spirit hound squirming impatiently under the table. Seemed I'd forgotten about it too, Sai. Too much on my plate. Lingshan, tell Wang Yin to bring some spirit rice. A lot of it. Tonight's staple is spirit rice, filling, and it has special effects. Got it. She ran out to pass the word to Wang Yin. He was squatting in the entryway eating the egg fried rice I'd ordered for him. He'd been enjoying it just fine, but that one glimpse into the room suddenly made the egg fried rice taste like nothing. Still, a man who knows his place doesn't repeat his mistakes. He set the bowl down at once, fetched a few pounds of spirit rice, then picked his fried rice back up and happily kept eating. After Li Lingshan came back, Zhang Yin volunteered, Boss, I'll go cook the rice. You all start. Then she added, and from now on, I'll feed the dog. I nodded. No wonder she was a teacher. Considerate, and she could read a room. But a moment later came a shriek from the kitchen. Oh my God, you've got a steamer, an oven, a microwave, a dishwasher, everything. No surprise there. Nobody who came to my place walked away unshocked. When Zhang Yin returned, everyone raised a glass together, and the meal officially began. The others were fine, but Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yin, one all noble elegance, the other all dignified grace, had gone too long without food like this. Their chopsticks wouldn't stop moving. The poise was still there, but their mouths were greasy, exactly like Li Lingshan at lunch. That clever little Zhang Yu snapped another photo and posted it to the group chat, captioned, The weather may not cooperate, but good food must never be wasted. Another happy day? Yay. The group blew up again. Animals. You animals. Over on Zhang Yi's end, there was only a cold sneer. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can. Shenlang. Let's see how long you can keep strutting. Half an hour later, everyone was stuffed and a little tipsy. Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yin immediately started clearing the dishes. Lu Qinglan saw me sit down on the couch, clearly with something on my mind, and took the initiative to play a soothing piano piece. After eating that much, and after the warning I'd given her, she'd have to be an idiot not to know how to behave. I waved at Li Manwen, who was about to go help. Teacher Li, come here. She blinked, then hurried over and nestled into my arms like a little bird. What is it, honey? I gave her cheek a squeeze and said, let them handle some things. You're the lady of the house, understand? Her face flushed, then she shot back playfully. I know, but I can't just be a freeloader. Freeloader? Teacher Li, you're still too naive. Of course I have things for you to do. Teacher Li, I actually do have something else for you. Seeing I was serious, she immediately straightened up. In her heart, nothing mattered more than my affairs, and she knew I needed to upgrade the cabin and the other buildings. That was the most important thing of all. Tell me, honey, I'll get it done. I said, I almost forgot to give Yin Chun and the others food at lunch today. Here's my thinking. From now on, I'll give you 200 wood every day, and you'll be in charge of buying their meals. On top of that, I want you watching the shop for me and buying the blueprints I need. Recruiting can't fall behind either. I know it's a lot. You can train Zhang Yu to help you. Down the road, if the chance comes, I'd like to make her my secretary. Secretary? That title obviously sent her mind wandering. Outwardly, she said nothing, just nodded earnestly. Okay, as for whether anything else happened, that was entirely up to me. A big, thriving household. Only then can you make it further in the frozen rainforest. With all that squared away, I started tallying up what the recruitment order had brought in. I ran the numbers on our supplies. As soon as Yin Chun, Jiang Ning, and the others got back from their work, I'd upgrade the cabin straight to level 5 tonight. That afternoon, I sent Li Manwen and the rest off to rest. She'd caught a little sleep that morning, sure, but after a whole night without any, that was nowhere near enough. Besides, there might be another fight tonight. We needed to conserve our strength. The others were all flushed red from drinking, and watching them made my blood run a little hot. But some things you have to do in moderation. Overdo it, and you wreck your body. Not worth it. As for that woman Lu Qinglan, I wasn't in a hurry, and I definitely wasn't going to make the first move. It's only interesting if she comes to me on her own. I did make a point of telling Li Lingshan to wash Lu Qinglan's clothes, though, so she could wear those yoga pants again tomorrow. I had certain expectations about that outfit. That bubble butt of hers was just too tempting. Once all that was handled, it was back to business. I'd slept half the morning, so I wasn't tired at all. Besides upgrading the cabin, I needed to scroll through the global chat and keep tabs on the outside world. You can't build in a vacuum. Especially now, with a fair number of people depending on me to stay alive. There were things I had to think about in advance. And sure enough, I spotted 3 unusual things. First, somebody was selling supplies, clean water, charcoal, all kinds of food, cheaper than the in-game shop, and in huge quantities. Clearly not ordinary trading. I filed that away. From selling Spirit Spring water and gasoline myself, I knew that buying and selling supplies was way faster than obtaining them through normal means. So plenty of people had their own lucky breaks. That only strengthened my plan to harvest the whole player base down the line. Second, someone mentioned words like scroll, teleport, and monsters. I'd never heard of a scroll, but combined with teleporting and monsters, I could roughly guess. It had to be some seriously broken item. I wanted to buy one, but nobody was selling. I'd have to keep an eye out. Third, someone brought up relocating a cabin. Not the kind of relocation where allies gather in one spot. This was a single person moving to a completely different area. In plain terms, changing where your cabin sits. That had never even crossed my mind, since I had a top-tier bathroom and a nuclear power plant. Water, electricity, all covered, and I bought all my food. But now it occurred to me that maybe there really were better places to settle. Nothing else worth noting. Which makes sense. People don't share their real secrets. I certainly don't. I walked to the door and pushed it open, looking out at the trees towering into the clouds, and couldn't help wondering, why would players want to move? They must have found places with food, water, maybe even warmer temperatures. Those were the most likely reasons. Then another thought hit me. Could it be preparation for players killing each other later on? When that time came, a spot that was easy to defend and hard to attack would be the average player's first choice. Not like my place, wide open on all sides. If someone came at me, they could hit from any direction. But if I had ocean on 3 sides and cliffs at my back, then I'd be sitting pretty. Otherwise, one arrow tower alone won't cut it. Enough enemies or monsters that don't drop from a single arrow, and if they break into the cabin, it's game over. Problem is, I don't have a relocation order. And even if I did, I wouldn't move. Places like that may defend well, but they choke off growth. What I want is something on the scale of an imperial city, and as long as I have enough buildings, high enough walls, and strong enough defensive weapons, that's not impossible. Of course, one arrow tower was nowhere near enough to put me at ease. Along with upgrading the cabin, I urgently needed more and better weapons. So I set my direction for the coming stretch. Everything centers on weapons. This is a world that eats people alive. The climate and temperature of the frozen rainforest will probably be child's play later on. It's people who are truly terrifying. So defense is critical, especially for someone like me, sitting at number 1 on the leaderboard. I'm basically a walking target. I even caught myself wondering, why does the frozen rainforest encourage players to slaughter each other, and at the same time hand out things like pomegranates that boost fertility? What is it actually trying to do? Are we just an experiment? Does it want to see which wins out for humanity, death or rebirth? Whether we breed faster than we die? I don't know. All I could do was look up at the sky and murmur, whatever you are, frozen rainforest, one day I'm going to stand in front of you and ask you myself, what is it you want? Staying vigilant in good times is one thing, but you've still got to enjoy yourself. I hadn't set foot in the esports room since it was finished, and since I had nothing else going on, now was the perfect time to check it out. I went up to the 2nd floor, pushed open the door, and it was straight up nerd heaven. A gaming chair by the window, paired with a brand new 32-inch monitor, just waiting for me. The desk ran the length of an entire wall, lined with console games of every kind. My eyes lit up. Holy crap, I figured this stuff would be useless without internet. I almost forgot console games are a thing. A moment later, I dug out Black Myth, Wukong, and Dove into full immersion. Gaming with one eye and watching the frozen world outside the window with the other, I felt nothing but bliss. Even my resentment toward the frozen rainforest faded considerably. And while I was having the time of my life, the other rooms in the cabin weren't exactly quiet either. Over in Li Manwen's room, Zhang Yin had her own nanny's quarters, but since the two of them had just reunited, some chatting was inevitable. Zhang Yin stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window. No, she was studying the marks on the window. With the cold outside and the warmth inside, the glass still clearly showed Li Manwen's 2 handprints, plus 2 round impressions. Zhang Yin couldn't help glancing at her. Manwen, what? What exactly were you doing here last night? Li Manwen didn't catch on at first, but when she followed Zhang Yan's gaze, her face went instantly red. Ah, Yenner, don't look. She rushed over and smeared the glass with her hand. Zhang Yan marveled. Manwen, I really underestimated you. You're wild. You keep talking nonsense. Say one more word, and I'll have Xin Lang punish you like that. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow and let out a mock yelp. Well, Li Manwen, don't tell me the reason you called me over was. Fine, you win. I've walked right into the tiger's den. Just don't you dare have Shun Lang punish me like that. I'm afraid this frail little body of mine couldn't take it. That's how women are. Put two close friends together and their talk gets bolder than any man's. They carried on for quite a while before Zhang Yan finally returned to her own nanny's quarters. She'd expected it to be much worse, but to her surprise it was five-star hotel quality, incomparably better than her own cabin. She lay down, and my figure surfaced in her mind, along with those marks on the glass. Slowly, this freshly bathed woman, still holding on to her charm, let out a soft hum, her hand beginning to slip out of sight as her eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, over in the song and dance room, Zhang Yu and Lu Qinglan weren't exactly at peace either. Lu Qinglan had already gotten over her shock at the room itself and was now lying comfortably on the bottom bunk, contemplating her life. Her head was full of what had happened between us that morning. After getting hit today, she'd actually submitted, something she never could have imagined before. She hadn't even known she had that side to her. Not to mention that bitch Li Lingshan's teasing. She'd insisted on washing Lu Qinglan's underwear, and after she was done, she'd leaned in and whispered, "So you were already dirty? And here you were acting all pure." It had left her red-faced and burning. She'd clearly said she'd wash them herself, but I wouldn't allow it. Wearing a sexy little dress, she glanced up at the top bunk. Zhang Yu wasn't asleep. She wasn't tired today, just taking in the view. She heard the voice and answered. Lu Qinglan asked, "Do you know much about Xin Lang? What kind of person is he?" Zhang Yu thought it over seriously. "I think he's a good man. He took us in out there in the frozen rainforest. That's the same as saving our lives. As for the work, that's just what we owe him. And he's very lenient. He gives us lots of good food and plenty of time to rest. It's Lu Qinglan, right? I think you should treasure this job. Work like this isn't easy to come by." Treasure it? Of course she would. But that answer didn't satisfy her, so she pressed on. "In your mind, he's really that great? He's never done anything to you? Never forced you into anything? You're this pretty. You're telling me he doesn't want to taste?" Zhang Yu flinched, then shook her head quickly. "No, nothing at all. Don't go saying things like that. I'm going to sleep." That's what she said, but in truth she'd already remembered the whole business of clinging to his leg. At the time it really had been a kind of coercion. But now, not only did she not resent it, she felt I hadn't been wrong to do it. How else would we have gotten close? Seeing that Zhang Yu wouldn't engage, Lu Qinglan had no choice but to shut up. Still, thinking about her husband back home left her uneasy. If he pressed her with questions when she got back tonight, she couldn't let anything slip. What she didn't know was that her photo had already made its way to Zhou Huijin. Before long, it was 5 in the evening. With a computer, I could finally see the exact time. Before this, I'd been relying entirely on the system's prompts. That was definitely good news. After playing around all afternoon, I was tired too. I checked the resources in the recruitment order and raised an eyebrow. I could upgrade the cabin. I immediately messaged In Chun and the others. "Come back early today. We're all having dinner together tonight." In Chun. "Got it, hubby." Jiang Ning. "On my way." Xiao Jia. "Oh, okay, boss." With that handled, I headed downstairs. Zhang Yin was already in the kitchen cooking with total seriousness. Spirit rice, premium meat, everything. The vegetables were ones Li Manwen had bought with the lumber I'd given her, which actually saved me a fair bit of money. What I didn't know was that Zhang Yin had washed that one finger over and over before she started cooking. The moment Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yu saw me come down, they switched from keeping Li Manwen company to greeting me. "Boss, would you like some singing? Dancing?" I nodded. I hadn't heard Lu Qinglan's voice yet. "Sing something easy. Zhang Yu, improvise a dance to go with it." "Yes, boss." I sat down on the couch. Li Lingshan knew what to do and started massaging me, while Li Manwen nestled against my chest. And I have to say, setting aside Zhang Yu's soft, swaying body, Lu Qinglan really did sound like a songbird. Maybe her husband had been right. At night, her voice sounded even better. Just as my mind was starting to wander, the song and dance came to an end, and Li Manwen said, "Hubby, it's almost dark. Shouldn't we be calling Yin Chun and the others back?" I nodded. I already let them know. Don't worry. The words had barely left my mouth when the roar of machinery came rolling in. Yin Chun and the others were back. Since they couldn't come inside, I had Li Lingshan haul the table, chairs, and food out to the entry hall. We'd all eat there tonight. The second Yin Chun saw me, she blurted out excitedly, "Hubby, I opened another red treasure chest today." "Another?" I remembered checking the recruitment order at noon, and she hadn't found a chest yet. So she'd gone and pulled off another surprise in the afternoon. What was it? She pulled out a blueprint, and a prompt appeared instantly before my eyes. Orchard of 100 fruits can be planted on any available plot. Once planted, it will bear bananas, grapes, honey peaches, strawberries, and other fruits. Spirit spring water accelerates growth. Plant now. Now this was a real orchard. I'd been worrying about the lack of fruit. Rich food every single day. How could I not have something to cut through all that grease? I needed the vitamins, too. Excellent. In-chun, you truly are built for red chests. I'm impressed. There's still one open plot in the yard. Wang Yen, hurry. I've already hit plant. Get out there and tend to it, or you'll be off the clock and out of time. Fruit for everyone tomorrow. Oh, right away, Brother Lang. Seeing me happy, In-chun beamed like a flower in bloom. Li Manwen, though, watched from the side with envy. She wanted to go out and find chests too, wanted to do more for me. But as far as I was concerned, she didn't need to do anything else. Keeping that lush, plump body of hers in good shape was the most important job there was. Then Jiang Ning and Xiao Jie came to report their hauls. Jiang Ning, Daddy, I brought in 1,350 or today. Aren't I amazing? Xiao Jie, Boss, I collected 1,600 lumber. I already knew their numbers, but I still nodded along and praised them. Then I hurried them all off to dinner. I had a cabin to upgrade afterward, and I couldn't afford any delays. That night, under the entry hall, I sat with Li Manwen, Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu, Lu Qinglan, In Chun, Jiang Ning, Xiao Jie, and Zhang Yin around one big 9-seat table. Wang Yin was the only one eating off to the side, but he'd long since started thinking of himself as the head steward, so he didn't feel slighted at all. If anything, he was rather smug. This whole household depended on him to wait on them. His contribution was no small thing. Tonight's meal was Zhang Yan's cooking, not as lavish as lunch. She couldn't help asking, Boss, is my food to your taste? I nodded. It's a lot of people to cook for. You've worked hard. I'll find you a couple more helpers going forward. Zhang Yin raised an eyebrow. She did need help, but part of her didn't want anyone else muscling in on her job. Still, meals were not something that could be put off, and the household was only going to grow. So she didn't push back. Of course. Thank you, boss. I ate fast, my mind on the upgrade. In less than half an hour, dinner was over. Watching Li Lingshan and the others clean up, I turned to Jiang Ning and the rest. It's almost 6. Let me get you home first. Jiang Ning was reluctant to leave. Daddy, I'll bring my grandma. My sister and I have been here 2 days already. That coy, borderline blunt little remark earned her a round of eye rolls from the other women. Of course I knew what she was getting at. She'd been here 2 days and had barely laid eyes on me, let alone set foot in the cabin. This scheming little thing must be going out of her mind. Head back for now. Tonight, I'm upgrading the cabin. Tomorrow, put on that black pencil skirt, and I'll see about giving you a new position. Ah, really? Yes. In-chun glanced at me then, too. It'd be a lie to say she didn't want to stay with me, but she was already content enough, so she kept quiet. I caught her look, but I still hadn't figured out what to do with this woman, so I pretended not to notice. After sending off Jiang Ning, In-chun, Xiao Jie, and Wang Yin, I settled onto the couch and got down to the upgrade for real. I'd started with 7,520 wood and 0 stone. After food and wages, I was left with exactly 7,000 wood. Today Xiao Jie handed over 1,600 wood, and Jiang Ning brought 1,350 stone. So that put me at 8,600 wood and 1,350 stone. The upgrade required 3,000 wood and 3,000 stone. I'd have to trade some wood for stone. Luckily both are hard currency around here, so the exchange was easy. Took a few minutes, tops. Looking at the 5,300 wood and 3,000 stone in hand, plus that level 5 cabin blueprint Li Manwen had brought me, I excitedly hit upgrade. Upgrade shelter to level 5 cabin. Required 3,000 stone, 3,000 wood, 1 level 5 cabin blueprint. Yes. Congratulations, upgrade successful. Your cabin now has 3 floors. Level 5 cabins allow you to choose an exterior style. Classical, European, castle. Exterior style, huh? I didn't care much about the rest. Only 2 options interested me. A palace-style courtyard compound, or a European build that just radiated security. The courtyard compound fit my Imperial City vision better, but right now European offered more protection. After an upgrade, going by the rules of the frozen rainforest, tonight's monsters were guaranteed to be nastier. So for safety's sake, I went with European. My Imperial City plan didn't depend on architectural style. I could still build it either way. Confirm European style? Confirm. Congratulations, your European villa is complete. In an instant, my cabin was transformed top to bottom. Upgrades happen instantly, so it wasn't just me. Li Manwen and the others also blinked and found the whole place completely different. The modern urban interior had become all European lines and understated luxury. A spiral staircase climbed upward, the crystal chandelier hung higher and longer, and the living room now had a European-style clock, which is a massive deal in the frozen rainforest. Other players are still out there judging the time by the color of the sky. The fireplace had grown bigger too. Even at 40 below outside, it kept every room across all 3 floors at a steady 79 degrees. The kitchen was no longer a simple Chinese setup. It now had an island that extended into a Western kitchen. The dining room and bathroom were bigger as well, especially the bathroom. On top of the separated wet and dry areas, there was now space for a bathtub. Lu Qinglan, who was in there running water, stared in slack-jawed disbelief. She'd never dreamed she'd get to soak in a tub in the frozen rainforest, and soaking was her favorite thing in the world. Of course, when the common areas expand, the rooms have to shrink, because once the main footprint hits its cap, it doesn't grow any further. That's just how European architecture goes. It isn't about big rooms. It's about rooms that are just big enough, with a real sense of security. The maid's room and the dance room both got scaled down accordingly, and yet the women actually liked it more this way. Besides, the shrinkage only affected the first floor. The upper floors weren't touched. So here's my current layout. First floor, living/dining room, bathroom, kitchen, plus the dance room and maid's room. Second floor, master bedroom, guest bedroom, servant's room, gaming room, yoga room. Third floor, 2 enormous bedrooms. The third floor bedrooms came free with the upgrade, no resources required, but they could still be renovated. The thing is, I wasn't happy with the layout. The first floor couldn't be touched, and it was fine as it was, but the second floor was way too cramped. So I moved the gaming room and yoga room up to the third floor, and just like that, the second floor felt spacious. Each room can only be reconfigured once, but I had to do it, because I needed to carve out a bathroom and a walk-in closet inside the master bedroom, so that later, when I'm sinking a well for Teacher Lee at night, changing clothes and washing up is convenient. Who wants to run downstairs for that? The rest could wait. As for those 2 third-floor rooms, I'd remodel them once the recruitment order produced some new positions. Right now, the blueprints I needed most were for a bathroom and a balcony. No rush. Take it slow. They'll turn up eventually. Next, I checked my remaining 2,300 wood and decided to upgrade the wall and the arrow tower. Safety first, always. But at this level, a single building upgrade ran 500 wood and 500 stone, so I could only pick one. In the end, I went with the arrow tower. Once that succeeded, I was down to 800 wood. I let out a sigh. Still not enough. Out of curiosity, I checked the requirements for a level 6 cabin. A level 6 cabin requires 1 level 6 blueprint, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, plus 1 entertainment room and 1 exercise room. Special function at level 6 and above. With a relocation order, your cabin can be merged with another player's cabin. Once merged, their cabin becomes the same level and durability as yours, and you must spend resources to upgrade it. Their cabin will consist of the main structure only, with no further upgrade paths, and will be entirely dependent on yours. That function made my eyes light up. See, no matter how high I upgraded my cabin, there'd only ever be one main structure, and that couldn't change. More rooms just meant more floors of space. It could never become a second cabin. But merging with someone else's? That was different. That meant I'd effectively have another house. Sure, it'd be an auxiliary one, but this was the real beginning of my imperial city, and it wouldn't waste any resources. Take Li Manwen's place. It was already level 2. I'd originally planned to have her abandon it, but now there was clearly no reason to throw it away. Once I got a relocation order, I'd have her move over, and I'd have 2 cabins while she'd have a space of her own. Completely different from everyone crammed into one room. It's like an emperor and an empress. You can't have the emperor with a concubine while the empress just stands there in the corner, right? This function solved exactly that. From now on, every one of my women could have her own private space, and it wouldn't be awkward when I was with someone else. Perfect. This function was too good. I had to get my hands on a relocation order. While I sat there indulging in fantasies, Li Manwen and the others were marveling over the rooms. In the dance room, Zhang Yu was studying the little window above the top bunk, noticing that the glass, which used to be recessed several centimeters, now the walls were recessed a full 30 centimeters. That kind of thick-walled safety made her draw in a deep breath. She wanted to stay here forever. She really didn't want to go back tonight. She was even scheming about whether to ask me for some kind of position that would let her stay overnight. Lu Qinglan, well-mannered as ever, checked with Li Manwen first, and was now soaking comfortably in the bathtub. Li Lingshan and Zhang Yan were sizing up their own rooms, thinking the exact same thing. If only they could stay here forever. As the cabin upgraded, so did my recruitment notice. Congratulations on your upgrade. New positions added. Imperial Consort, 1 opening. May stay overnight. Compensation not applicable. Primary duty, continuing the bloodline. Accountant, 1 opening. Hours 6 to 6 o'clock. Compensation negotiable. May work 1 all-nighter per week. Secretary, 1 opening. Hours 6 to 6 o'clock. Compensation negotiable. May work 3 all-nighters per week. Doctor, 1 opening. Hours 6 to 6 o'clock. Compensation negotiable. May work 2 all-nighters per week. Ear cleaning specialist, 1 opening. Hours 6 to 6 o'clock. Compensation negotiable. Foot massage therapist, 1 opening. Hours 6 to 6 o'clock. Compensation negotiable. Additionally, housekeeper slots increased by 2. Servant slots increased by 10. Player's choice. Holy crap, my jaw dropped when I saw this batch of positions. All of that at once. An accountant, too? But I was broke, down to 800 units of lumber. Could I even afford this? Still, I had to admit, some of these I genuinely needed. Even the accountant, otherwise tallying up supplies myself every day, was exhausting. For candidates, Een Chun came to mind immediately. After Lee Manwen, she was the person I trusted most. As for secretary, that would be Zhang Yu. And teacher Lee, it was about time she became my consort. But I needed to get my hands on a relocation order ASAP, so Jiang Ning could have a slot too. Right about the time I'd finished mapping all this out, the public channel absolutely exploded because my cabin had hit level 5 and everyone could see it. What the hell, a level 5 cabin? How does Shen Lang even do it? Insane. I'm still at level 1. Aren't we all? Boss Shen Lang, carry me, bro. Meanwhile, inside his level 3 cabin, Zhang Yi was grinding his teeth in fury. A moment later, a message popped up in his private group chat. Li Hu, Zhang Yi, Shen Lang's already at level 5. What's your read on this? Honestly, Li Hu was a little worried. But one line from Zhang Yi sent his ambition through the roof. Zhang Yi, my read? That cabin belongs to you, brother Hu. Once the excitement wore off, I gradually calmed down. First, I sold off my surplus gasoline and spirit spring water, which got my lumber up to 5,800 units. I didn't have much choice. Ever since I opened up the farm plot, my spirit spring consumption had been climbing fast. Same with gasoline. 3 machines running off it meant my reserves weren't nearly as deep as I'd thought. I'd only budgeted for 2 machines and completely forgotten about the snowmobile. Next, I spent 2,400 lumber upgrading the perimeter wall to level 5 and left the remaining 3,400 alone. You always keep something in reserve. With that handled, I had 2 things left to do: adjust Lee Manwen's position and send the other women home. If my guess was right, tonight's monster assault would be even fiercer than I'd imagined. The harder the monsters came, the less I wanted any women around. They wouldn't be able to help, and they'd probably just shriek and distract me. It wasn't that I was all that worried about their safety. It was almost 8 p.m. now, and housekeeper hours ran from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. I figured I'd use walking Zhang Yin out as an opportunity to send Zhang Yu and Lu Qinglan back too. I still had things to say to Lee Manwen in private. I called everyone over. Teacher Zhang, your shift's almost up. I'll send you back. I'll pay you for the full day. Zhang Yin nodded. Truthfully, the wages didn't matter to her anymore. Here there was food, drink, and warmth. She really didn't want to leave. But she'd never upgrade to a level 5 cabin in her entire life. So what good was the pay? Still, work hours were an ironclad rule, and she couldn't bring herself to be as shameless as Lee Manwen and just stay. All she could say was, all right then, I'll head back. I won't be a minute late tomorrow morning. Then she glanced at Lee Manwen. I'm off, Manwen. Have fun tonight. Lee Manwen didn't answer, but she caught the envy in her best friend's eyes at a glance. A flash of light, and Zhang Yin was back in her rundown level 1 cabin, shivering instantly from the cold. I turned to Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu, and Lu Qinglan. You 3 can clock out early today too. I've got things to deal with tonight. Normally an employee getting off early would be jumping for joy, but all 3 of them looked completely unwilling. Lu Qinglan couldn't help herself. It's only my first day, and I'm leaving this early? I'd feel bad taking the pay. How about I work until 10? I smiled, my words carrying an edge. No need. Go on back. Your husband's probably getting antsy waiting. Lu Qinglan's heart skipped. The thought of facing her husband did make her a little panicky. Li Lingshan and the others didn't dare push either, and just nodded. But I added, oh, and tomorrow some of you may have your positions changed. Be mentally prepared. We'll go over the details once everyone's here. Positions changed? Their eyes lit up instantly. Did that mean they could stay permanently from now on? I couldn't be bothered with whatever they were thinking, and just sent them back. Worth mentioning, Lu Qinglan didn't go back in the clothes she'd arrived in. Her yoga pants weren't dry yet, and I told her to keep them for tomorrow. She also didn't dare put that sexy slip dress back on. So after her shower, she picked out a conservative t-shirt and long jeans from my stock. After Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu got back, there wasn't much to say. Alone again, curled up in their tattered blankets. toughing out the cold. Only Lu Qinglan's homecoming was more complicated. A husband and wife reunion is never that simple. Zhou Huijin was lying on the bed, still fuming about why I hadn't answered his messages. He'd been fantasizing nonstop about how his wife was being worked over at my place, getting more worked up the more he pictured it. He hadn't even eaten dinner. A flash of light, and Lu Qinglan was back. Zhou Huijin blinked. Huh? Qinglan, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you'd be working until 10? Guilty as she was, when a woman does something wrong, she puts on a mask with expert skill. She frowned, her tone sharp. What? I'm exhausted. I come home early and that upsets you? What kind of person are you? Zhou Huijin hurried to placate her with a smile. No, I was just concerned. As he said it, he noticed his wife's clothes. Her clothes had all been changed. He asked, deliberately, Qinglan, where are your clothes? Don't tell me Shen Lang did something to you. Did he tear your clothes off? Fuck, I'll kill him. He put on an angry front, but inside he was cursing. Slut. Your face is right there in the picture. I've still got the photo in my hand, and you're still playing innocent. Lu Qinglan's heart jumped. She glared at him quickly. Are you out of your mind? Shen Lang isn't anything like what you're imagining. I worked all day, I was tired and sweaty, and he happens to have a bathroom and clothes, so I took a shower. That's all. Oh, that's what happened. Good. You scared me. But Qinglan, if he ever really tries anything with you, you have to tell me. Seeing that her husband wasn't suspicious, Lu Qinglan let out a breath of relief. But the room was so cold that she immediately found herself missing my cabin, and she had no interest in talking anymore. She crawled under the covers without even taking her clothes off. Zhou Huijin looked at his wife's figure. Impossible to hide no matter what, and between the photo and his own fantasies, he couldn't help lying down next to her and reaching a hand toward her chest. Before he could even touch her, she slapped his hand away. What do you think you're doing? Are you sick? You can't even get it up, and you're still thinking about that garbage? I'm tired today, leave me alone. Zhou Huijin was so angry he wanted to slap her the way I did, but he didn't dare. And after that comment, what little arousal he'd finally managed to work up was gone. Still, his mouth stayed in simp mode. I'm just showing I care, that's all. Did you eat tonight? Want me to make you something? No, I already ate. I told you to leave me alone. Do you not understand human speech? That set him off even more. Already ate? Ate what? Probably the kind of thing you can never finish, huh? On impulse, he yanked the blanket off, exposing his wife's ass, an ass that not even jeans could contain. But he felt nothing from it. The only thing that gave him any pleasure was imagining that it was me behind her. Lu Qinglan exploded. She sat up and snapped. Zhou Huijin, what the hell is wrong with you? He deflated instantly and forced a smile. Qinglan, something just hit me. Did you find out anything today about Shen Lang's upgrade secret? He's already at a level 5 cabin. I just got excited, that's all. Sorry. Lu Qinglan remembered something too. Her tone softened. She didn't want to overdo it and make him suspicious, and she shook her head. He didn't say anything about the upgrade secret. It'll take time. It's just what? It's just that he has gasoline. He said if I do good work, he'd reward me with some. Gasoline? Zhou Huijin got worked up immediately. Then honey, you have to work hard. We need gasoline so badly. Lu Qinglan nodded, then suddenly asked, honey, what if Shen Lang uses the gasoline to pressure me? Makes me do things I don't want to do? What then? The moment she said it, his heart started racing again, but his mouth said, why would you think that? Didn't you say he isn't that kind of person? As long as you do good work, you'll definitely get the gasoline. I believe in you. Honey, just make sure you serve Shen Lang well. Work hard. Lu Qinglan frowned. Her sixth sense told her something was off about her husband. But in the end, wishful thinking smothered that flicker of unease. She glanced at him and said nothing more. Naturally, I had no idea about that bizarre conversation between husband and wife. On the couch, I looked at Li Manwen beside me. Right now, she was the only woman in the entire shelter. Teacher Li, with your current status, you can only work until 10 p.m., and a maid can only stay overnight once a week. If you want to keep staying here, your status has to change to concubine. So, do you go back or stay? It's not that I don't want you here. It's that my cabin is upgrading tonight, and I expect trouble. It could be dangerous. You'd be safer heading back first. Li Manwen's face flushed. She knew perfectly well what concubine meant. But leave? She came from a family of scholars. She'd been raised on the ideals of loyalty for life, of living and dying together. How could she possibly leave just because of danger? She pressed her lips into a smile and nestled straight into my arms. Shen Lang, now that I'm yours in life, and I'll haunt you in death. I'm not leaving. Concubine, servant girl, it doesn't matter. As long as I can stay by your side and be of help to you, I'm satisfied. I'm not afraid of danger. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. It's just a shame about the materials for my cabin upgrade, especially since you were the one who gave them to me. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. This was my teacher Lee. This was the kind of woman who made saving her worth it. Being able to talk about something as extravagant as love in a frozen rainforest. I had to admit, that was its own kind of luck. As for the wasted materials, they wouldn't be wasted. I stroked her back and, without saying much, changed her status first. Then you're staying. It's settled. A quick operation in the recruitment order, and I switched Lee Manwin's status from maid straight to concubine. That way, she could stay here permanently. Only once it was locked and did I tell her about merging the cabins. Teacher Lee, your cabin won't go to waste. I found out that as long as you have a relocation order, your cabin can be moved here and fused with mine. Its level and effects will match mine. It just exists as an annex. That way you still have your own place, your own space to be alone, and our territory gets bigger, too. She understood right away, and beyond being pleased, she shot me a playful sidelong look. Are you afraid there'll be too many women, and it'd be awkward if I saw? You little bastard. I froze. How was this woman so sharp? Then it clicked. She'd read her way through the classics. She knew that whole ancient arrangement inside and out. And she didn't just not mind it. She actually liked it that way. She smiled and said, seriously, husband, I'll follow your lead on everything. You said it yourself. Matters outside are yours. Matters inside the home are mine. You just focus on developing according to plan, and I'll keep the household running. Don't worry about me getting angry or overthinking or getting jealous. Well, jealousy I might not always be able to help, but I'll deal with it myself. That tugged at my heart a little. Teacher Lee, no matter how many women there are in the future, you'll always be the mistress of this house. While there's still time, let's get you pregnant as soon as we can. With that, my hands started helping themselves. She let out a little ah, then, blushing, answered softly, An hour later, while the two of us were still tangled up in each other, a server-wide notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations to all surviving players on making it through the freezing needle ring. Death rate for this disaster, 13%. Current time, 10 p.m. temperature, minus 45 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 73%. Weather, rain ending, turning clear. Note, the rainforest officials have detected an extreme cold storm brewing. It may hit as early as tomorrow night. Temperatures will plunge to negative 70 degrees, accompanied by high winds. Everyone, do your best to gather supplies and warm clothing tomorrow. The moment the notice ended, the global channel completely blew up. What the hell? Negative 70. I nearly froze into a popsicle at negative 40. What kind of bullshit cold front is this? This is straight up murder. I want to file a complaint. Quit whining and stock up tomorrow, or another wave of us is gonna die. Charcoal for sale. Negative 70 degrees. You deserve it. Lee Manwin couldn't help but look at me with worry. Honey, negative 70. Can our place hold up? I smiled. Don't worry, Ms. Lee. It just means burning a bit more firewood. Please. Was my top-tier fireplace just for decoration? But what about Zhang Yin and Ling Shan? If they can't stay the night, they might die. I sighed. This teacher of mine was just too kind-hearted. Then again, one was her best friend and the other her student. In this lonely, freezing rainforest, who wouldn't want a few friends around? But just as I opened my mouth to comfort her, the spirit dog suddenly started barking like crazy. Right after came all kinds of snarls and howls, and the sound of the arrow towers firing. I froze for a second, then rushed to the window and looked out, and my jaw dropped. Son of a bitch, it was a zombie horde. Besides countless zombies, I spotted several extremely powerful monsters mixed in, attacking alongside them. A joint operation? All because of my level 5 cabin. They're singling me out like this? Nice, extreme cold rainforest. You're ruthless. The arrow towers fired fast, but there were way too many zombies. They couldn't keep up. That lead monster took 3 full seconds of arrow fire and still wasn't dead. I'd never faced anything like this. All I could do was quickly redirect the towers to the other zombies, or they'd flood right in. Lee Manwin saw it too, and her face went white. There were several times more zombies outside the wall than last night. Too many to count. Corpses were piling up at the base, and some had already started climbing. The wall was about to be breached. My first instinct was to take her upstairs. After all, the real fortress was the cabin itself. Even if the wall fell, it wouldn't affect us inside. The towers could whittle them down eventually. At worst, I'd lose some crops. But right as I was about to head up, the spirit dog barked again. Zombies had already made it over the wall and were lunging at it. This time they seemed to know the dog couldn't escape. They weren't just mindlessly attacking the cabin like before. I stopped dead. Damn it. I'd almost forgotten about that mutt. The next instant I pulled out my Desert Eagle, yanked the door open, and shouted back, "Shut the door. Don't open it until I'm back." I had no choice. I had to save that dog. I couldn't stand to watch it die, and more importantly, it could sniff out treasure chests. The thing was practically a walking exploit. Giving that up would kill me. Hesitating would only make things worse. So the second I finished speaking, I charged out. By then, the spirit dog was almost completely surrounded, whimpering in terror. But there was no way Li Manwen was going to lock me outside. She cried out frantically, "Shen Lang, come back, hurry, it's dangerous." Over by the dog, with nowhere left to run, I put rounds through zombie skulls one after another. Bang, 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 and roared, "Stupid dog, get over here. Follow me inside." The spirit dog barked twice and bolted toward me through the opening I'd made. I glanced back. Li Manwen still hadn't shut the door. Worse, it wasn't just the wall at the front gate that had broken. The wall had been breached on every side. Zombies were closing in from all directions. Some had already reached the cabin door and were about to get their hands on her. Horrified, I raised my gun and fired. Misfire. I pulled the trigger again, still nothing. And then the notices started spamming. Warning, insufficient refined iron. Cannot fire. Damn it. I'd forgotten to maintain the Desert Eagle with refined iron. And there was no time now. Get inside. Now. Li Manwen caught sight of the zombies out of the corner of her eye, and pure survival instinct told her to slam the door and run. But I was right there in front of her. If she shut it, what would happen to me? No, she couldn't run, and she had to keep the zombies out of the house. In that moment, from somewhere, Li Manwen found her courage and kicked the zombie in front of her. She raised her leg so high her skirt tore open. But what chance did that have against a zombie's strength? It barely staggered before lunging again, forcing her back several steps instead. Oh. She was so terrified her eyes were squeezing shut. Right as the zombie's teeth were about to sink into her, my arm shot in front of her face. I blocked the zombie's mouth with my forearm, then wrenched hard and flung it away. The spirit dog shot inside first. I swept Li Manwen through the doorway with one arm and hooked the door shut with my leg. Thud, 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 screech, screech. Those weren't gunshots. That was zombies slamming into the door and claws dragging across the glass. By now the yard was packed with zombies, seemingly endless in every direction. They pressed against the windows and the door, and some had even started climbing to the second floor. I couldn't help yelling at her. "I told you to shut the door. Why didn't you? Do you want to die? Are you hurt?" Her eyes reddened, and she shook her head desperately. But when she saw the bite mark on my arm, tears started pouring down her face. "If I closed the door, what would have happened to you? Even if it meant dying, I wanted to die with you." What was I supposed to say to that? She was safe. That's what mattered. "Get upstairs. It's safer up there." Thankfully, it was so cold that the windows were all shut. Otherwise, with an attack this sudden, we'd have been in real trouble. I had faith in the cabin, but there were just so many zombies. How could I not be scared? Especially having just been bitten. My nerves were shot. Li Manwen, the spirit dog, and I went up to the second floor and back into the bedroom. She helped me sit down on the bed, and the first thing I saw was a notice. Warning, player has been infected with zombie venom. Please cure it as soon as possible. Just as I thought, these zombies weren't simple. They really could infect players. But I'd had the confidence to save the dog and Li Manwen for a reason. I immediately used one of the medkits the VIP membership handed out daily. Player has successfully used a medkit. Zombie venom cured. You are safe. I let out a breath, then quickly bought some refined iron from the shop and topped off the Desert Eagle's ammo. Only then did I have a moment to look at Li Manwen beside me. The woman was sobbing uncontrollably. She lifted my arm with trembling hands. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have. Get bitten. Shen Lang, can you still buy a first aid kit? I'll go post a want ad on the World Channel. You absolutely cannot turn into a zombie." I had to fight back a laugh and decided to mess with her. I shook my head, putting on my best look of despair. "Can't buy one. I'm out of supplies too. There's nothing left to do, Ms. Lee. Take this Desert Eagle. Before I turn, you kill me. The cabin's yours after that. As long as you don't go outside and don't let anybody con you, you should be able to live pretty well." I held the gun out. She slapped it away and burst out crying. "Shen Lang, if you die, I'm not living either. So what if I turn into a zombie? Bite me. Worst case we turn together. We can still be a couple out here. Hurry up and bite me. I'm begging you." Hearing that, I couldn't keep the act going much longer. I ruffled her hair helplessly. "Ms. Lee, you really are an idiot. You don't want the cabin, you'd rather die with me. If you keep this up, I won't even be able to rest easy after I turn. Let me ask you something. If this were my last night, would you agree to any request I made?" She only cried harder. Those words moved her more than any love confession could have. "Shen Lang, whatever you say, I'll do it. Anything." Then she stared at me intently, her face drifting closer and closer, about to kiss me. That's when I completely lost it. I pushed her little head away. "Ms. Lee, oh Ms. Lee, I'm infected with zombie venom and you still won't leave me alone. That hungry for it, huh? See, I told you you're a total minx." I was already getting up. She sat there dazed, not registering what was happening, until she saw the wound on my arm had completely healed. Then it hit her. You're fine? I nodded. What else? You'd rather I wasn't. A few seconds of silence. Then she exploded, pounding my chest over and over. You jerk, you absolute jerk, get away from me. You had a med kit. You lied to me. You scare me to death. Wah. Somewhere in the middle of hitting me, she ended up curled against my chest. That feeling of getting back something you thought you'd lost. I doubt she could put it into words at all. The anger was just a way to let it out. I laughed and patted her back. All right. There are still plenty of zombies out there. I need to check which spots aren't secure enough. Only then did she sniffle and stand up, resentment still lingering in her eyes. But when she looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw the countless zombies in the yard, the fear came rushing back. Honey, what do we do? You're not allowed to go out there again. We'll stay inside. It's definitely safe in here, okay? I nodded again and again. I'm not stupid. Okay. I'm definitely not going out. Besides, I haven't made my request yet. Why would I go get myself killed? That's what I said, but inside I was worried sick. This many zombies was way beyond what I'd expected. And the worst part, the wall had fallen in 2 minutes flat. Who knew how long the cabin could hold? Especially with those few powerful monsters already at the door, hammering away at it and the windows. Maybe I was imagining it, but I swore I could see a hairline crack forming in that bulletproof glass. If they actually broke in, even with a Desert Eagle, I'd be dead. There were just too many. It was a wake-up call. I was not invincible. Not even close. There was only one question now. How do I deal with all these zombies? I could let the arrow tower whittle them down, but I didn't know if we'd last that long. Crack a window and help out with the Desert Eagle? I didn't dare risk it. And with the temperature out there, opening a window would freeze us before it did anything else. Just when I was completely out of ideas, my top-up notification finally came in. Congratulations. Your cabin has been upgraded to level 5. In light of your current situation, top-up rewards are now unlocked. 6 yen, 1 pistol, 60 yen, 1 rifle, 98 yen, 1 submachine gun, 648 yen, 2 Vulcan Gatling guns, plus 1 state-of-the-art combat mech. Vulcan Gatling, unlimited ammo, requires daily maintenance with refined iron, permanently mounted on the roof, unaffected by weather. Combat mech, pilotable. Armament includes dual Gatlings and rocket pods, all with unlimited ammo. Equipped with climate control and an automated assist system. Defense rating no lower than the cabin's current level. I just stared, stunned. Was this even a question? Charge me the 648 now? Top up successful. 2 Gatling guns have been mounted on the roofs of the cabin and the power station. The mech has been placed in the gaming room. Would you like to open fire with the Gatlings or deploy the mech? Now I wasn't panicking at all. And right then, Lee Manwin spoke up, her face flushed. Honey, that request you mentioned, I want to fulfill it first. I blinked, then shook my head with a smile. She really thought tonight was our last night, didn't she? Actually, she did think that. The danger was inescapable, so she wanted to give me what I wanted before the end. But I just tilted her chin up and said mildly, after I clear out these zombies, cook me a meal, would you? I'm a little hungry. She froze for a second, then nodded solemnly. It was true. We'd been husband and wife this whole time, and she'd never once cooked for me. Okay, whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. Loofah and egg drop soup with some toast. How's that sound? Deal. I looked at the zombies howling outside and let out a cold laugh. Time for you to taste some lead. I gave the order. Gatlings, open fire. Lee Manwin still thought I was going to grind them down with the arrow tower. Then 2 tongues of flame erupted from outside. The twin guns on the roof swept across in crisscrossing arcs, and amid the dense rattle of gunfire, zombies dropped in rows. Even the ones plastered against the windows didn't get spared. The guns hosed the glass down too. If it hadn't been bulletproof, those windows would have been gone. That part was deliberate, actually. I needed to see whether the bulletproof glass could take it. Turns out it held up just fine. Lee Manwin was completely dumbfounded. What kind of weapon is that? How did you do it? I smiled. Silly. Remember the point shop? I've killed a lot of zombies. I bought them. As for the real secret, I wasn't telling anyone. She glanced at the shop. A Gatling gun cost 99,999 points. She had no idea how many points a single zombie was worth. But even if it were only 1 point each, she wouldn't have doubted me. My capabilities had long since gone beyond what she could imagine. A smart woman knows there are some things you simply don't ask about. Everybody has their secrets. As long as I treated her well, that was enough. For me, though, the point shop was a real liability. I couldn't guarantee other people wouldn't rack up that many kills too. Sooner or later, somebody else would be able to afford a Gatling. And when that day came, if someone pointed one at me, could I survive it? So, defense, defense, and more defense. That was the real reason I deliberately tested the glass. I needed to rack up points and buy defensive items, head off trouble before it started. And as long as my cabin stayed far ahead of everyone else's in level, I had nothing to fear from their weapons. At level 5, my cabin could shrug off a Gatling gun for a good long while. Before long, the zombies in the yard had visibly thinned out, until only a few of the big lead monsters were left. Things like that could tank an arrow tower, sure, but going up against thousands of rounds a minute? They died on the spot, full of regret. When the last one dropped, the notifications finally stopped. Points +1, +1, +20, +20. The big monsters counted for points too, and 20 apiece? So they must be mutated zombies, or infected that had grown stronger. Which meant the crisis in this rainforest might be even more terrifying than I'd imagined. Still, 20 points ahead was a fortune. Keep in mind, a single handgun in the shop cost 100 points, and an AK ran 600. In one night, I'd pulled in a grand total of 1,832 points. You can imagine how many zombies I'd killed. Once the yard went quiet, I ruffled Lee Manwin's hair. "Teacherly, it's safe now. Time to make dinner." She nodded. In that moment, I'd given her an enormous sense of security. And once a woman starts depending on a man without reservation, there's nothing she won't do for him. So when I told her to go shower and change into the cook's outfit, she just nodded, blushing, without a word of protest. While she was in the shower, I bought some ingredients. Otherwise, what exactly was she supposed to cook? With that done, I found myself mulling something over. Should I buy more guns and have Lee Manwin, Jiang Ning, and Yin Chun all get some practice in? If they were all going to live here, they needed to at least be able to fight back. Couldn't have them just taking hits without knowing how to shoot. Worried one of them might have ulterior motives? Not a chance. The recruitment order was no joke. Anyone under it who got any funny ideas would have their head blown off instantly. The real danger came from people outside the order. I was also thinking about recruiting some guards to man the walls around the clock, so that the second anything dangerous got close, we could lay down a wall of fire. That needed to move up the to-do list. Plus, now that the wall had been upgraded, I could remodel it however I wanted. Not just reroute it, but design watchtowers along it. It just cost materials. The towers were small, one-man posts, spaced every 5 meters. I'd originally wanted to save the materials. Now it was clear that was one expense I couldn't skip. I'd barely finished laying out the plan when Lee Manwin came out of the shower. I went downstairs and spotted her in the kitchen right away. The cook's outfit. The top half was like a maid uniform, cut wide open at the chest, though looser than a maid's. The bottom was attached, like a dress, but it was still stretched tight over her hips. How was I supposed to hold back? I walked right up and lifted the hem. She gasped. Hey, I'm cooking. Doesn't matter. I'll just have a little appetizer first. You? She was never going to win that argument. She gave in with a token protest, cheeks red, biting her lip. And right around the time I'd handled the danger on my end and was starting to relax, Zhang Yi got in touch with Li Lingshan. Zhang Yi was holed up in his own little cabin, the ratty blanket now swapped out for a thick cotton quilt he'd gotten from who knows where. There were zombies outside his door too, but compared to my place, a handful was nothing worth mentioning. He wasn't scared, and it never occurred to him to go out and kill them. No way was he taking that risk. With a level 3 cabin, a few zombies posed no threat. Everyone knew killing zombies earned points, but not everyone had the guts. Besides, his head was full of one thing right now: getting Li Hu's crew to kill me and take my cabin. He wasn't about to waste ammo taking chances. He messaged Li Lingshan. "Shan, you up? Got something important to discuss." Li Lingshan was hiding in her own cabin too. There was just one zombie outside her door. No danger as long as she didn't do anything stupid. Say what you will, this frozen rainforest was a petty thing, sizing people up before deciding how to treat them. The number of zombies I'd faced was more than every other survivors combined. Maybe it was some kind of balance? Or maybe the rainforest was deliberately feeding me points. Who knows? The second she saw the message, she had a pretty good idea what it was about, though she gave nothing away. "What is it?" "Shan, before I get into it, I want to confirm something. Do you hate Xinlang?" "Hate him?" Showing off in the group chat every single day. The more I see, the angrier I get. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. To Zhang Yi, this was exactly how Li Lingshan should sound. She was such an arrogant woman that if anyone told him she was already on her knees in front of me, he wouldn't have believed it if you'd killed him. "Good. Shan, I've been forming alliances lately, pulled in quite a few groups. Once the 7 days are up, I want to do something big. You interested?" She knew instantly it was aimed at me, and played along with feigned curiosity. "Oh, something big like what? Shan, wouldn't you like to live in Xinlang's cabin?" "Like to?" She didn't just want to, she'd already moved in, and living there had only made her want it more. So her answer was completely honest. "I dream about it." "Me too. So let me tell you what the big plan is. We attack Xinlang's cabin, kill him, and take the place for ourselves. What do you say?" So he was up to no good. Li Lingshan ground her teeth in silence. "You dare try to kill my master? Zhang Yi, you deserve to die. Master even gave me his precious essence. How dare you?" Outwardly, she kept up the act. "Huh? You're going after Shenlang? He's already got a level 5 cabin. What makes you think you can? Zhang Yi had been dying to show off in front of her. Li Manwen was out of his reach, and Jiang Ning had left him long ago. Right now, the one he wanted most was Li Lingshan. Getting a woman that classy on her knees before him, just thinking about it was a thrill. So he snapped a photo of his cabin, made sure to include the handgun Li Hu had given him, and captioned it, "Sean, I'm already at level 3. My strength is beyond anything you'd imagine. Killing Shenlang is a sure thing. Just join me, and I guarantee you a room in his cabin." Li Lingshan sneered inwardly, bragging about a crappy level 3 cabin, strutting around over one lousy handgun. "So what do you want from me? Sean, I've got inside information. The moment the 7 days end, everyone's cabin coordinates get displayed. Here's my plan. You pretend to cozy up to Shenlang, and ideally get hired to work in his cabin. You don't actually have to do any work. Just get me the coordinates. And then, total annihilation is coming for him. I'll be straight with you, Sean. My alliance has dozens of people, and weapons the average person wouldn't even dare dream of. So, just say yes, and I, Zhang Yi, promise you'll never want for anything again as long as you live. Honestly, it's too hard for a woman to survive in a freezing rainforest on her own. Let me protect you. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Sean, can't you give me a chance? You wish." Li Lingshan nearly exploded. Who did this piece of trash think she was? Aside from Shenlang, no one on earth could make her bow her noble head. Once a woman has seen an eagle, even glancing at a stray dog feels filthy. But for the safety of that eagle in her heart, she forced herself to stay patient. "I'll agree to the alliance, but I don't need your protection." Zhang Yi knew she was a hard woman to win over. Still, going by her usual temperament, anyone who dared say something like that to her would have gotten cursed out on the spot. At the very least, she wouldn't have bothered answering. But she had answered. There was hope. He was thrilled, but he warned himself not to rush it. "Fine, as long as you agree to work together. Take your time thinking about the other thing. My feelings for you will never change." Li Lingshan almost gagged. She despised simps like this. Nothing like Shenlang, who treated her like a dog to order around. That was a real man. She didn't reply, and Zhang Yi didn't mind. The alliance was all he needed. Once Shenlang was dead, she'd submit soon enough. The thought lit a fire in him he couldn't hold back. He steeled himself and messaged Wang Fong. "Put on that school uniform. Cover your head. You know what to photograph. Send it to me." Wang Fong. "Again? You've got stamina. I'll give you that. Cut the chatter. Hurry up." The reason he had her dressed like that was simple. Li Lingshan had worn a school uniform once too, so it made fantasizing easier. But when Wang Fong's photos came in, he still sighed. Damn it. Small was one thing, but that shade of dark on top of it. There was no way to connect her to Li Lingshan. Still, it was what he had. It would have to do for now. Li Lingshan had wanted to tell Shenlang about it right away, but she checked the time and decided to wait until tomorrow. There was plenty of time. She couldn't disturb her master's rest and enjoyment. Thinking of enjoyment, she rubbed her cheek. Her jaw still ached a little. Meanwhile, on my end, Li Manwen and I were having a midnight snack. A bowl of loofah and egg soup, 5 slices of toast, a plate of stir-fried squid, and 2 boiled eggs. Watching me eat with such gusto, Li Manwen pressed her lips together and smiled. "Slow down. It's late. Don't eat too much." I nodded and grinned. "Honestly, I had no idea, Teacher Li. You cook way better than Zhang Yan." Her eyebrows lifted, and she said smugly, "Of course I do. I used to live alone in an apartment, and I never ordered takeout. I cooked everything myself. Zhang Yan lives on delivery apps. No way her cooking beats mine. Although, from now on I'll only cook for my husband." How's that? Seeing her act so girlish, I couldn't have been more satisfied. Taking in this teacher, Li had been more than worth it. After what happened last night, I could trust her 100%. She'd been willing to follow me through life and death. In the freezing rainforest, that kind of loyalty was rare. "Teacher Li, finish up quick. We've got real business to attend to. I want you to give me a big, healthy son." Instead of blushing, she panicked. Again, seeing the look on my face, she couldn't help muttering, "There's really no way I can fight you off by myself." Then, as if remembering something, she said suddenly, "Oh, right? Honey, did I ever mention that I'm due soon?" I shook my head. She definitely hadn't. She frowned slightly. "Well, I'm telling you now. It should have come yesterday, but it hasn't. I'm actually a little scared. What if?" My eyes lit up. "You mean you might already be pregnant?" Her face went red, and she nodded. That night, to make sure the baby actually took, we put in another round of effort. Early the next morning, before I'd even opened my eyes, the official broadcast rang out. "Congratulations, players. You have successfully reached day 3 of official survival. Current time, 6 a.m. temperature, -20 degrees. Moderate rain. Today is favorable for gathering supplies. A cold front is approaching. Work hard." Treasure chest drop rates continue to increase. -20? It suddenly warmed up? When something's this abnormal, there's always a catch. It looked like tonight really would go the way the rainforest promised. A plunge straight down to -70. A flicker of caution rose in me. I wasn't sure my fireplace could handle it. As for the weather, I'd long since stopped being surprised. Last night was crystal clear. This morning a steady rain was pattering down. That was the rainforest climate for you. Never the same twice. Still, listening to the rain outside made sleeping feel especially good. All the more so with a soft, warm body in my arms. Honey, get up. I'm going to make breakfast. Lee Manwen kissed me and propped herself up. 2 days in, she'd adapted noticeably. She wasn't nearly as overwhelmed as that first day. I nodded with a smile, watching her fasten the gold bra one-handed. Now that was sexy. Of course, I'm not a perpetual motion machine. She needed rest, and so did I. A little while later, she finished washing up and got busy in the kitchen. I got up too. The chest drop rate had gone up, and I couldn't wait to send Chun out to work. I walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Every zombie corpse from last night was gone, not a trace left behind, as if they'd all dissolved into points. Only the green blood on the wall and the bullet holes still testified to how restless the night had been. I raised an eyebrow. Looks like you don't have to dispose of zombie corpses yourself. Works for me. I'd assumed cleanup would eat up my whole morning. Turns out it's just like a video game. They die, the bodies vanish. After heading downstairs and washing up, I started contacting the people coming into work. As long as they accepted, the recruitment order would make them appear instantly. Worth mentioning, today Jiang Ning had deliberately put on that black pencil skirt, the one from the photo where she'd lifted the hem and bit it between her teeth. She knew what I liked. In Chun, Li Lingshan, Zhang Yu. They all came the moment the summons went out. Only Lu Qinglan was held up a while. At that moment she was at home, nervously doing her makeup. She understood perfectly well. If she wanted gasoline today, if she wanted to secure her place with me, she might have to genuinely give something up. It left her tense and torn, and, inexplicably, a little excited. Just then her husband, Zhou Huijin, sidled up behind her. Honey, why are you making yourself up so pretty today? What if Shenlang? Lu Qinglan jumped, then flushed with equal parts anger and alarm and shot him a withering look. Why is your mind always in the gutter? Didn't we settle this last night? Shenlang isn't that kind of person. Besides, I'm taking his wages and working for him. Am I not even allowed to wear makeup? That's what she said out loud. But could words really stand up to reality? Any man could tell something was off about her. Zhou Huijin was the exception, not because he couldn't see it, but because he saw everything perfectly clearly and chose to play dumb. He nodded eagerly. You're absolutely right, honey. Beauty is its own reward. A classy wife like mine should look gorgeous wherever she goes. It makes me look good too. But listen, babe, besides finding out how Shenlang leveled up, make sure you bring back some gasoline today. That stuff is precious. 30 units of lumber per liter. I can't bring myself to buy it. As he said it, he started picturing his classy wife on her knees in front of me, begging for gasoline, and his face flushed red. Lu Qinglan didn't think twice about it. She nodded. Got it. I'm heading to work. The cold front hits tonight, so gather as many supplies as you can today. Otherwise, I'll freeze to death staying here with you. Okay, go on. The second she left, Zhou Huijin messaged me again. Lang, Qinglan's on her way over. Did you two actually, yesterday? I was sitting on the couch waiting for everyone, and when I saw this guy's umpteenth message, I honestly couldn't be bothered. Still, I replied, you can't tell whether I did or not. Your wife was a virgin. If something had actually happened, you think you wouldn't notice? Zhou Huijin froze. Right. He'd gotten so worked up he'd completely forgotten. So it hadn't happened yet. His eyes lit up, and his tone turned pleading. Lang, if you do it with Qinglan today, could you take a picture for me? Just one. I want to see it so bad. Me, you're genuinely sick. Him, yes, I'm sick. Lang, if you're willing, I'll hand every cent of Qinglan's wages right back to you. Whatever you want, just name it. As long as you send me a picture, it's yours, guaranteed. I was speechless. This world had gone completely insane. But I did want to know his secret, so I asked, by the way, how did you get to a Tier 3 cabin? Zhou Huijin hesitated. But he had his own agenda, and honestly, what did it matter? I'd find out sooner or later, might as well earn some goodwill. Lang, truth is, I got an enhancement scroll out of a random crate, and then I happened to run into a mole-type creature. Once I bound it, the scroll didn't just let me control it. It made it stronger and obedient. I've had it mining stone for me. That's why I leveled up so fast. Oh, this was the first time I'd actually heard of someone using a scroll, and an enhancement scroll at that. A creature dedicated to mining. Interesting. No wonder he'd shot up the tiers. Another message came through. Lang, I told you everything. You have to send me that picture. Me. Got any other scrolls? Give me one, and I'll do better than a picture. I'll send video. The word video made Zhou Huijin shake with excitement. Lang, I don't have any right now, but I swear, whatever scroll I pull from here on out, you get it first. Deal. Deal? I didn't bother answering. Talk to me when you actually deliver. By then, Lu Qinglan and the others had arrived, so I had no more time to waste on that hypocrite. Li Manwen had finished making breakfast, but only enough for the two of us. Facing the crowd that had just shown up, she suddenly looked embarrassed. She really had forgotten to cook for them. I smiled. Ms. Li, we'll eat first. You need to remember your position, understand? She nodded, and I turned to Zhang Yan. I've already bought the ingredients. Go make breakfast for everyone. Work assignments can wait. Once you've eaten, I've got some changes to announce regarding your positions. The moment I said it, Zhang Yu and the others inside looked uneasy, while Zhang Ning and the rest outside perked up with excitement. Those inside were afraid they'd never get back in. Those outside were desperate to get in. Li Manwen had made hand-ground soy milk with steamed buns, and I ate like a king. Afterward, looking at all the servants inside and outside the cabin, I started working out what role to assign each of them. I'd already had a plan mapped out, but since Li Manwen wanted them staying in the cabin to survive, adjustments were necessary. I talked it over with her last night and promoted her to Imperial Consort, which freed up one concubine slot. One more person who could stay overnight. She'd felt a twinge about it, but between saving lives and sharing some of the heat, she didn't refuse. Still, a position like that wasn't something I'd hand out lightly. Once everyone finished eating, I gathered them in the entry hall so I could address them all at once. All right, announcement time. Because of the cabin upgrade, our staffing needs, and the fact that Ms. Li is worried about you all, I'm making the following changes to your positions so that you can stay tonight and survive the cold front. Zhang Yu, take notes. Zhang Yu blinked, not understanding why I'd suddenly singled her out. But being handed a task at a moment like this obviously meant she was being trusted with something important, and it meant she might be staying here tonight. That was the thing she dreamed about. Her face lit up instantly. Yes, sir. I continued. Of course, if anyone would rather not stay, speak up now so I can arrange someone else. I scanned the room. Who wouldn't want to stay? Only Lu Qinglan looked torn. She had a husband at home, and if she didn't come back, he'd definitely get suspicious. But then she thought about how warm my cabin was, pressed her lips together, and said nothing. I saw her expression perfectly clearly, but I pretended not to notice, letting the corner of my mouth curl up. You want to stay? I wouldn't let you. Otherwise, how would your husband pump you for information tonight? And how would I get my hands on his scrolls? I began. First, Zhang Yu. I'm making you my secretary. You'll handle recruitment, relay my orders, and take care of the tedious details. The position comes with 3 overnight stays per week. You'll keep the dancer duties on the side, and your pay goes up. Once things develop further, I'll adjust again. Do you accept? Zhang Yu was already trembling with excitement. She didn't care about the title. What she cared about was 3 nights a week. Besides, secretary might carry certain implications, but there was no question it meant being the boss's confidant. As for whatever I might ask of her later, and whether she'd refuse, she'd deal with that when it came. She nodded rapidly. Yes, boss, I accept. Good. I changed her designation and turned to Yin Shan. Yin Shan, I need a treasurer to manage supplies and track expenses. 1 overnight stay per week. You'll continue hunting for chests on the side. Interested? There was no way I was giving up a treasure chest magnet like her. Yin Shan didn't hesitate for a second. Honey, I accept. Whatever you assign me, I'll do it. That earned her another eye roll from Li Manwen. Li Lingshan was already a maid and had overnight privileges, so no changes were needed there. I let my gaze settle on Jiang Ning. Little Miss Two-Face. You want to be a maid? Huh. In an instant, Jiang Ning was swept up in overwhelming joy. She was actually getting inside. She dropped to her knees in front of me with a thud. Thank you, Daddy. I smiled and glanced over the remaining few. Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yan, Xiao Jia, Wang Yan. Besides consort, there was one other slot in my place that came with overnight privileges. Doctor. Xiao Jia and Wang Yan were out of the question, obviously. That left Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yan. I wasn't about to hand the consort title to either of them. Not yet, anyway. So I turned to Zhang Yan alone. Teacher Zhang, there's a doctor position that comes with 1 overnight stay a week. You can take it on as a side role. Any objections? Zhang Yan was startled, then delighted. She shot Li Manwen a grateful look. She probably figured her best friend had put in a good word for her on the pillow. Yes. Thank you, boss. I nodded, then looked at Lu Qinglan, Xiao Jia, and Wang Yan. As for the rest of you, I don't have any overnight slots left. But don't worry, before you go, I'll give each of you a cut of prime meat, plus some spirit rice and spirit spring water. Enough to get you through tonight. Honestly, I was already being generous. Out in this frozen rainforest, most people could barely keep themselves alive. Who had the resources left over to look after their subordinates? Wang Yan had no complaints, of course. As a eunuch, he'd known from day one he'd never set foot in my cabin at night. Getting survival supplies at all was more than he'd hoped for, and he thanked me over and over. Xiao Jia, the newcomer who'd gotten in through the back door, didn't dare say a word either. Only Lu Qinglan looked crestfallen. She probably couldn't wrap her head around it. She was this beautiful, and after what I'd done to her yesterday, how could I not save a spot for her? But the more that happened, the less angry she got. If anything, it made her want to please me more. Nothing to be done about it. Out here, strength was everything. And what I made her feel had long since passed anything an ordinary man could stir. I was the first man to ever humiliate her, the first man to ever hit her, and the first man to get under her skin and show her she couldn't stand above every man on earth. Right then, all she wanted was to prove herself. She was already planning to change into her yoga pants and come begging me for gasoline and a night indoors. With everyone's roles settled, I started handing out assignments. In Chun, Jiangning, you two keep doing your own jobs for now. Once I recruit new people, they'll take over the outside work for you. Xiao Jia, your job's unchanged. Mine hard. If the yield's good, I'll throw in a bonus. Wang Yin, today you clean up the cabin and the planting plot. The fruit in the orchard is ripe, so bring me some of every kind. No need to rush. I'll be recruiting more servants soon, and then you'll be supervising them. In Chun, got it, husband. I'll go find you a treasure chest right now. Jiangning, daddy, so I'm definitely staying the night, right? I nodded, and only then did she leave, satisfied. I shut the door and looked at the women around me. All right, the rest of you get to work too. Zhang Yan, Zhang Yu, and Lu Qinglan nodded and got busy. Soon there was light music playing in the cabin, with dancing to match. Li Manwen and Li Lingshan sat down beside me. Both of them clearly had something to say. Li Manwen ranked highest, so Li Lingshan quietly massaged my shoulders and let her speak first. Li Manwen, husband, Zhang Yu and I vetted a lot of applicants yesterday. We narrowed it down to 5 women who'd make good servants. Want to take a look? I smiled and nodded. You picked them. That's good enough for me. I added them as friends right away and used a recruitment order to summon all 5 to the yard. While Wang Yin was dropping off the fruit, I said, Wang Yin, these 5 will be working under you from now on. Teach them the rules. Make sure all the bloodstains in the cabin are gone today, and while the temperature's decent, get the yard in order too. Wang Yin nodded excitedly. Yes, Brother Lang. Consider it done. The 5 women hurried to agree as well. For them, this was a shot at staying alive. Of course they'd throw themselves into it. To be fair, none of the 5 were bad looking. But I was surrounded by stunners now. Ordinary women didn't register anymore. Besides, ammunition was limited. No sense wasting it. Once I'd finished, Li Lingshan finally spoke up and laid out Zhang Yi's scheme. Before I could even react, Li Manwen tensed up and grabbed my arm. Husband, what do we do? I never imagined that student Zhang Yi was so vicious, teaming up with others to kill you. I patted her hand. Relax. He can't make waves. Did you forget what happened last night? Li Manwen's eyes lit up and she settled a little, but she still couldn't help herself. Don't take it lightly. He's got numbers on his side. If something goes wrong. I pinched her cheek. Look how nervous you are. I know what I'm doing. I've been waiting for him. Then I turned to Li Lingshan. Just say yes to him. Give him the coordinates when the time comes. What? Isn't that way too dangerous? I shook my head. Dangerous? The only real danger is the kind you can't see. I kill this little bastard, and the danger's gone. Besides, if you don't give him the coordinates, I can't even find him. If I don't make an example out of someone, the trouble's only going to multiply. Both of you relax. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Seeing how certain I was, neither of them pressed further. For a woman, a strong man is the attractive kind, and besides, I was right. A thief you can catch isn't the problem. It's the one who keeps his eye on you. That reminded me. I spent 1,800 points on 2 AKs and 6 pistols, then said to Li Manwen, you all need to know how to use these. Work's on hold for today. This morning I'll teach you to shoot, so you can defend yourselves if anything happens. The moment the women saw the guns, they perked up. They'd never handled one before, so they were curious. And with this hellhole getting more dangerous by the day, beautiful women craved a sense of safety more than anyone. Li Manwen nodded. Good idea. That way we can actually be of help to you. Soon we were out in the yard. It was only 20 below today, and since I wasn't short on food or clothing, nobody was cold, just annoyed by the drizzle. I had Wang Yin put up a canopy and took over as instructor myself. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, the AK in Li Manwen's hands nearly flew out of her grip, and she went pale with fright. I shook my head, exasperated. That gun had almost taken her with it. If the recruitment order hadn't detected that she meant me no harm, she'd probably be dead already. Teacherly, single shots first. Don't just hold the trigger down. You can't handle the recoil. All of you, take note. Don't make the same mistake. They all nodded. Lu Qinglan never would have guessed that following me meant learning to shoot. Inwardly, she marveled. This was what a real man was like. As for using the gun to force my leveling secrets out of me, or threatening me for resources. The thought never even crossed her mind. In her heart, I'd already become something other men weren't, Zhou Huijin included. She just hadn't realized it herself yet. By the time the morning was over, the women had gone from pistols to everyone got a turn with the K. The accuracy was pitiful, but as long as they could defend themselves, that was enough. We had plenty of time. From now on, 2 hours every morning and 2 hours every afternoon. Practice more whenever you're free. At minimum, you need to be able to threaten an enemy and protect yourselves. Understood. Understood. The women answered in unison, their voices bright and clear. It had become a whole scene in the courtyard. Wang Yin and a few of the servants stood there watching with envy written all over their faces. At noon we headed back inside. Zhang Yin started on lunch while the others took turns showering. I've never understood why women love showering so much, though maybe I'd just forgotten that I'd told every single one of them before they set foot in the house. I'm a clean freak. They finished just in time to eat. Li Manwen had used the supplies I'd given her to pick up portions for Yin Shun and the others who were out. Fruit wasn't a problem for me anymore either, and Lu Qinglan nearly fainted with bliss just looking at the grapes, apples, and cherries on the plate. She swore to herself she'd live here for the rest of her life. No way was she going back to that crappy Tier 3 cabin. The more she did this job, the more addicted she got. After lunch, I turned down Li Lingshan's massage offer and holed up in the gaming room. Yesterday's session had gotten a little addictive, and I still had several levels to clear. The rest of them washed up and went back to their rooms for a nap. Only Lu Qinglan couldn't settle down. She looked up at the top bunk. Zhang Yu, you asleep? Zhang Yu shook her head. Not tired. Just thinking about getting to stay over tonight has me too excited to sleep. Lu Qinglan frowned. Showing off, huh? Infuriating. But on the surface, she just smiled. By the way, what do you think the boss actually likes? What can we do to make him happier? Zhang Yu poked her head out and glanced down at her. Sister Qinglan, do you even have to ask? You're gorgeous, and your figure is smoking hot. The boss is a man. If nothing else, that part doesn't require any thought. If you really want to get something out of him, you're your own biggest bargaining chip. Lu Qinglan flushed. What are you talking about? I have a husband. Huh? I didn't know that. Well, in that case, just focus on doing good work, I guess. Do good work? Lu Qinglan wasn't willing to settle. She wanted to stay over. She wanted gasoline. And she couldn't bear to give up anything about this place. After thinking it over, she asked, Zhang Yu, do you like the boss? Your figure isn't bad either. You've never thought about. Now it was Zhang Yu's turn to blush. Had she thought about it? Of course she had. More than once. But remembering the agreement she'd made with me before coming here, she couldn't get a word out. She shook her head quickly. I haven't thought about anything. I'm going to sleep. Dodging again. This girl wears every thought on her face, Lu Qinglan thought. She's just too shy. Lying in the warm blankets, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, she bit her lip and made up her mind. She had to get that gasoline first, and ideally lock down a night here too. Meanwhile, I cleared the game after 2 hours of playing, and now I was sipping a Sprite and contemplating life. I realized I'd been wasting way too much manpower and resources. Other indulgences were one thing, but spending every free moment gaming? Wasn't that letting pleasure rot my ambition? Sure, I was sitting on 5 billion, but supplies weren't infinite. What I wanted was to gather materials like lumber faster and in greater quantity, ideally creating a siphon effect the way a real business does. That's how you get truly strong, and how you get to enjoy life properly. So for now, resource acquisition had to be the priority. Except my growth had hit a wall. Apart from the logging machine, the mining machine, and hunting treasure chests, I had no other income streams. That wouldn't fly. Once the 7 days were up and everyone started devouring each other and fighting over cabins to upgrade, my advantage would evaporate. There were plenty of ruthless people out there. Upgrading to a Tier 6 cabin already cost 8,000 stone and 8,000 lumber, and it would only climb from there. This pace was too slow. The only unknown was that rainbow chest the leaderboard was supposed to hand out at the end of the 7 days. What exactly was in it? And could it be the key to breaking my deadlock? And just as I was mapping out the future, Zhou Huijin suddenly sent me a message with an item attached. I opened it and froze. Upgrade scroll. Upgrades a rainforest creature you've tamed, strengthening its innate abilities. An upgrade scroll? Zhou Huijin actually gave me a scroll? Where the hell did he get it? Then I read the message, and the guy was as shameless as ever. Bro Lang, did the scroll come through? That cost me a fortune to get. Did anything happen between you and Qinglan today? You've got to give me a live feed. I'm begging you. Absurd. A scroll like this was obviously a treasure, and he handed it over just to watch his own wife and me? But there was something I didn't know at the time. The scroll was indeed a treasure, but Zhou Huijin hadn't paid a cent for it. Li Hu's people had given it to him. For one reason only. He'd agreed to get them my coordinates. And he'd told that whole crew about his wife Lu Qinglan working for me, too. Li Hu's group didn't leave anything to chance, and Zhou Huijin owned a Tier 3 cabin. Of course they'd want him on their side. They'd even promised him a room in the cabin once they'd killed me. Zhou Huijin couldn't have cared less about my death. Kinks were kinks, profit was profit, and the future was the future. He kept them all neatly separated. At the end of the day, he'd never meant me any good. It just happened that circumstances let him put on a different face in front of me. Having accepted the gift, I owed him a reply. Got it. If your wife comes looking for me, I'll give you the live feed. Zhou Huijin lost his mind. Yes, yes, yes. Bro Lang, I'm waiting on the good news. If she doesn't come, just tell her to, don't let the chance slip by again today. Heh, certifiably insane. Around 3 in the afternoon, the women went out to the courtyard for shooting practice as I'd scheduled. Lu Qinglan, however, claimed a stomachache and slipped back to her room. The sight made Zhang Yu frown. She was the only one who got suspicious, and for some reason, Zhang Yu decided to go quietly confirm her hunch. As for me, I was busy upgrading the spirit hound. The hound was out hunting chests with Yin Chun, but whether because of the taming bond or because the scroll was just that good, I could still operate on it even with the dog nowhere nearby. Upgrade Spirit Hound. This is a quality upgrade, not a level upgrade. Spirit Hound is currently purple quality. It can be raised to gold quality. After upgrading, treasure hunting, spirit, and constitution attributes will increase, and its sense of smell for gold chests will become sharper. Proceed with upgrade. So that's what it meant. Here's the English translation. At first I thought it just added one level. This is even better. The more it works like this, the more insane the scroll proves to be. I didn't expect the spirit dog to start out at purple quality. Looks like my luck's pretty good. But it also tells me something. A spirit dog isn't a combat creature after all. If someone tamed an actual combat beast and pushed it up to gold, or even red, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Just as I was thinking that, Lu Qinglan's voice came from outside the door, saying she'd wash some fruit for me and asking if she could come in. Bringing me fruit? I raised an eyebrow. Skipping her spear practice just to bring me fruit. It probably wasn't that simple. Come in. The door opened. Lu Qinglan walked over to me with the tray, head down, not even mustering the courage to meet my eyes. She'd changed back into the loose robe she'd worn the first time we met. She knew I liked that look. Boss, you must be tired from gaming. Have some fruit and relax. She used to look down on men who played video games. But today she finally figured it out. What she'd looked down on was never the gaming itself. It was whether the man had what it took. If he did, she had no problem with him gaming at all. She'd even kneel there happily and feed him fruit. I looked her over openly, making no effort to hide it. Her face went red. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? I opened my mouth without making a sound. She blanked for a second, then understood, picked up a cherry, and fed it to me. Waiting on someone like this. When had she ever done that before? Yet today she did it with remarkable ease, constantly watching to see if I needed anything. I snapped a photo of the scene and sent it to Zhou Huijin. On the other end, Zhou Huijin took one look at the picture and froze. This arrogant woman was actually kneeling and feeding me fruit of her own accord? Inside he was cursing, what a slut, but what he typed was excited. Bro Lang. Keep going. Keep going. I ignored him and just enjoyed myself. After about 5 minutes, when I'd had enough, I finally spoke. All right, out with it. What do you want? You didn't come up here just to deliver fruit. She hesitated, then said, Boss, I'd like to get some gasoline. Is that okay? She didn't dare come right out and asked to stay the night. She figured she shouldn't ask for everything at once. Better to wait until after she'd given herself to me. I had a rough idea what she was after. Gasoline? Then have you figured out what work you're going to trade for it? She bit her lip, then raised her eyes to me. And that one glance was seductive down to the bone. I've made up my mind. Just, please, boss, whatever you do, don't tell Zhou Huijin. I'd never be able to face anyone again. Heh, still trying to save a little face for herself and her husband? Too bad she had no idea what her husband was actually thinking. Outwardly I nodded. Of course, I will. She thought I'd agreed to keep it secret. She didn't catch what I actually said, that I would tell him. The next moment she set down the fruit tray, untied her outer robe, and slipped it off, revealing the tight camisole underneath. She was about to keep going when I caught her hand. Iron self-control? Please. I just wanted a change of venue. Not so fast. Let's go to the yoga room. I want to see how good your yoga is. You're a singer, and you love wearing yoga pants. Don't tell me you can't. She started, then quickly nodded. I know a little. Then let's go? It's right next door. I got up and led the way. She had no choice but to follow. Having her nerve interrupted like that only made her more anxious, more inclined to back out. But things had gone too far. She knew there was no escaping now. In the yoga room, I sat straight down. Begin. I like the back bend. Can you do it? She pressed her lips together, nodded, and started performing. Just as she was about to switch poses, I was already standing behind her. Don't move. Stay just like that. Around then, Zhang Yu quietly came into the house. Lu Qinglan and I were on the third floor behind a closed door, but she still caught the unusual sounds. Her face went red, and she hurried back out. Before dinner, Zhang Yan was cooking, and Li Manwen, Li Lingshan, and the others came back one after another. I was sitting on the couch downstairs, and the moment I saw Li Lingshan, I said, "Lingshan, have Wang Yin get some pomegranates. Let Qinglan try them." Li Lingshan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Qinglan. The master was rewarding her with pomegranates and calling her Qinglan outright. Li Manwen and the others all looked over too, each drawing her own conclusions. Lu Qinglan was mortified. She hadn't expected me to lay it out in the open like that. At least this was my cabin, and these were all my trusted people. It shouldn't get out, and it definitely wouldn't reach Zhou Huijin. Once Li Lingshan had gone out, I added, "Qinglan, try not to shower for the next couple of days. Especially today. Understand?" "Huh? Oh, understood." How could she not understand? But going home without showering terrified her. As for staying the night, sorry, I turned her down. I hadn't seen real sincerity from her yet. The kicker came when the pomegranates were set in front of her. Lu Qinglan just stared, dumbfounded. Boost fertility? The look she gave me was full of dread. She was afraid I'd lost my mind and wanted her to bear my child. How could she possibly keep it hidden then? That had been her worry from the start. But I didn't say a word more. There was nothing in my eyes but a refusal to be refused. So what if they found out? By then Zhou Huijin might not even be alive. Me, afraid of him finding out? If it weren't for how lovely her first blood had been, I might not have kept her at all. This was where Li Manwen's role as lady of the house showed its value. Not only was she not upset, she spent supplies buying ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall and had Zhang Yin set it stewing, then said softly to Lu Qinglan, "From now on, treat this as your own home. Take care of yourself and be good." What could Lu Qinglan say? All she could do was nod. She was also puzzled. Didn't Li Manwen know she had a husband? Otherwise, why be this kind to her? But she'd mentioned it to me, to Zhang Yu, and in front of everyone. There was no way Li Manwen didn't know. And knowing that, she still treated her this way. What a good big sister. What Lu Qinglan didn't know was that I'd told Li Manwen about her and Zhou Huijin long ago. Otherwise, Li Manwen never would have gone along with it. In Li Manwen's eyes, she actually felt sorry for Lu Qinglan, especially now that she'd experienced that incomparable pleasure herself. It only made her lament that the woman had married a hypocrite. But that was all fixed now. Soon it was 5 o'clock. Yin Chun and the others would be back, and Zhang Yan's dinner was nearly ready. A lot of people were moving in today, and with the rich haul I'd gotten from Lu Qinglan, I was in a good mood. Extra dishes. What's the point of surviving in this frozen rainforest? Everyone else is scraping by. I've got a cheat code, so obviously I'm here to enjoy myself. On top of what Zhang Yan had made, I bought another dozen big dishes, my favorite. Garlic lobster was a must, and stir-fried squid had to be on the table too. There was so much food the big round table could barely hold it all. Li Manwen shot me a look. Wasting food again, though you did burn through a lot this afternoon. I guess you do need to build your strength back up. Heh, I caught that jealous edge in her voice. But I like it when women get a little jealous over me, as long as they don't make a scene about it. Li Manwen knows where that line is. With her, the lady of the house, I want her to speak her mind. I give her privileges the other women don't get. That's what makes it interesting. If everyone just yes-ma'amed and yes-sirred me all day, how boring would that be? Yin Chun and the others came back. Wang Yin, Xiao Jie, and 5 other servants. I bought them food and cold weather supplies separately and sent them back. They're my servants. I can't let them freeze to death. I'm willing to guarantee their safety. To them, that's the gift of life itself, and they were falling over themselves with gratitude. Thank you, boss. We'll give you everything we've got from now on. All right, get going. Running into a boss like me in this frozen rainforest is the biggest stroke of luck they'll ever get. Do they envy the people inside my cabin? Absolutely. But they only dare envy in silence. Try to pull something? Not a chance. The people who get inside my cabin aren't ordinary people, and they know exactly where they stand. Once they left, only Li Manwen, Zhang Yu, Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yan, Yin Chun, Li Lingshan, and Jiang Ning remained. Plus me. Exactly 8 at the table. Lingshan, break out the Coke and Sprite. Grab whatever you want to drink. Tell me if we run out. On it. Thank you, master. Zhang Yu wanted to take pictures again. Light drizzle outside, a feast blazing away inside. She was in love with the atmosphere. But she forgot that everyone else was out there bracing for the cold front to hit. Who had time for that kind of leisure? So she got absolutely torn to shreds for it. She's used to it by now, though. If anything, it feeds her vanity and makes her feel good. We were right in the middle of the meal when the rainforest announcement came. Congratulations on surviving the warm daylight hours. You've no doubt gathered plenty of supplies. Please be advised, the cold front has arrived. There will be no monster attacks tonight, but under no circumstances should you leave your cabin. It is your warmest shelter. Current time, 6 p.m. Weather, light rain clearing. Temperature, minus 70 degrees. We wish all players a successful night through the cold. The instant the announcement ended, the temperature dropped off a cliff. The craziest part was that I watched with my own eyes as the cold crept in through the gaps around the front door. Within seconds, the entire door was coated in white frost, the glass crackling audibly, the flames in the fireplace guttering. The temperature inside plummeted. Holy hell! It startled me. It had been at least 20-something degrees in here, and now frost was forming in the doorframe gaps? Terrifying. A wave of freezing air washed over me and the women, and everyone shivered involuntarily. The perceived temperature crashed instantly. I quickly piled more wood into the fireplace to stabilize the fire, then gave orders. Quick, get the cotton coats and quilts out here. Plug every crack in that door. Oh, right. Li Lingshan and Zhang Yu reacted fast, running inside for cotton coats, quilts, and thermal underwear. They stuffed the gaps first, then packed quilts over the top, sealing the inside off from the outside world in moments. The fireplace steadied, and the temperature slowly climbed back to around 15 degrees before leveling off. So it seems at minus 70, a Tier 5 cabin with a fireplace and floor heating can maintain 15 degrees at best. But that's already enough to make everyone else green with envy. An 85-degree difference between inside and out. We were all still in summer clothes, but we'd eaten plenty of cold-resistant food, so 15 degrees didn't bother us at all. Phew, that's better. Li Lingshan rolled her shoulders. All the women looked curiously out the window. That was the real frozen wasteland out there. The wind had stopped. The rain had stopped. The towering trees stood so still that not a single leaf stirred, like someone had hit pause on the world and frozen everything in place. God, it looks so eerie out there. Zhang Yu murmured, and the others nodded. In that moment, they finally got a real taste of the apocalypse. I was about to dig back into the food when barking and whining suddenly came from the front door. Oh shit, I left the damn dog outside. I went pale. That dog had just been upgraded to gold quality. I was counting on it to open treasure chests. Apparently minus 70 was too much even for it. I bolted for the door, but Yin Chun grabbed my arm. Honey, let me. It's freezing out there. It's dangerous. By the time I blinked, she was already at the door. She was still in her riding leathers, better suited for opening it. I couldn't help but be moved. This woman's whole heart is on me. Yin Chun, get behind the door. Just crack it enough for the dog to squeeze in. Whatever you do, don't face that air head on. She nodded with a smile, opened a sliver, and the spirit hound wriggled its way inside, then barked at me furiously, clearly saying, "How could you forget about me? You almost froze your dog to death." Laughing, I rubbed its head and got it some spirit rice and spirit spring water to soothe it. That's my fault. This guy's been running all over with me, and I go and forget about him. Yin Chun looked guilty, but I shook my head. Not your fault. This thing's tough as nails against the cold, so I just forgot without thinking. Anyway, back to dinner. But while we were eating until our mouths glistened with grease, everyone else was having a nightmare. The people with no cold weather supplies were shivering inside their cabins 1 second, and the next, frost was crawling through the door cracks to their bedsides, then onto the beds themselves, the crackling sound of freezing like the summons of death. The breath from their mouths and noses turned straight to frost and ice. Their eyes slowly clouded white, and they stopped moving entirely, turned into genuine ice sculptures. Even the ones who'd gathered decent supplies weren't doing well. Wang Yin and Xiao Jia had the cold weather gear I'd given them, but all they could do was huddle under blankets and shake as the cold drilled madly into their bones. Wang Yan's face was flushed red as he trembled. Oh my god, minus 70 is this cold. Why didn't anybody warn me? Or maybe I just handle cold worse now that I lost my crown jewels. Next life, I'm definitely coming back as a beautiful woman. Then at least I could spend the night at Brother Lang's place. Wang Yin actually had it good, just cold, not lethal. Some people were genuinely better off dead than alive, watching their palms and the soles of their feet turn black, their ears falling off at a scratch. All of that was playing out right then. Frost appeared in every cabin tier 3 and below. This cold front was the real crisis for these survivors. The public chat was a wall of wailing. Holy shit, minus 70. My whole cabin's iced over. If I hadn't eaten that piece of fire Ganoderma, I'd already be a popsicle. I'm guessing a lot of people are ice sculptures by now. I've only got a tier 1 cabin. Somebody save me. My blood is starting to congeal. I can't breathe. My nose is packed with ice. Help, help, help. I just took a piss, and it froze the second it left me. Damn it, you're still in the mood to crack jokes. Even Zhou Huijin and Zhang Yi, both high up on the leaderboard, were huddled under their blankets shivering. A level 3 log cabin just couldn't hold up against this. Luckily, they had a fire source and cold resistance food, so at least they weren't going to freeze to death. Right now, In the middle of a deep freeze, Zhou Huijin was practically steaming, his face flushed bright red. Nothing mysterious about it. I'd sent him a live feed earlier, and he'd watched it more times than he'd admit. The content was simple enough. Just Lu Qinglan's jade white back, half an inch of exposed backside, and the rapid rhythm of impact. More than enough to make it perfectly clear what his wife and I were doing. Listening to the sounds, she couldn't quite hold back. His whole body trembled, and his little brother stood at attention for the first time in ages. Damn you, Shenlang, you're brutal, no tenderness at all. And Lu Qinglan, you brought this on yourself. Once the cold front stabilized, the comfort level on my end was basically unchanged from before. After dinner, I started sorting through my supplies while Zhang Yin and the others cleared the table and went about their own business. Yin Chun was the first to come over. Honey, I pulled several blueprints today. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. I hadn't checked my recruitment notice yet, so this was a nice surprise. What did you get? She giggled and held the blueprints out to me, and the prompts appeared at the same time. Premium bathroom blueprint. Upgrades alongside the log cabin, but must remain at the same level as the cabin. Balcony blueprint. What kind of real villa doesn't have a scenic balcony? Construction requires 50 wood and 50 stone. Upgrades unlock insulation, expanded floor space, and more. Vegetable garden, 100 square meters. No construction cost. Suitable for growing all kinds of vegetables. Arrow tower. Construction requires 50 wood and 50 stone. I was stunned. A bathroom, a vegetable garden, a balcony, and an arrow tower? Yin Chun, this is an incredible haul. These are exactly what I needed most. She blushed and pressed her lips together in a smile. It's not my doing, it's all Spirit Dog. He led me to 2 red chests and 2 gold chests today. He's amazing. Good, good, you're all the best. The second I praised Yin Chun, Jiang Ning couldn't take it and squeezed in. Daddy, I brought in 1,500 wood today. Isn't that impressive? Watching this little schemer turn into a total bootlicker just to win me over, I bit back a laugh and nodded. Impressive. You did great too. Keep it up. Yes, sir. Xiao Jie had brought in 1,600 stone today too. She just hadn't gotten the chance to mention it before she left. The materials had long since landed in my account anyway. With the day's take handled, I didn't rush into building. First, I organized the supplies, because there were a few things I needed to delegate. Otherwise, I'd run myself into the ground doing everything myself. And what would be the point of paying them all a salary? Seeing me get busy, everyone else went about their own business, mostly sorting out and claiming rooms. They'd actually get to rest here tonight. What woman wouldn't want to enjoy that properly? Everybody was in great spirits. Everybody except Lu Qinglan. Some of them had already gone ahead and taken their showers, since with this many people, all women, we'd be showering until midnight if we didn't stagger the times. That's when I called out to Yin Chun, who'd just finished her shower. Yin Chun, come here a sec. She'd shed her motorcycle gear and came bouncing over in white shorts and a beige camisole, radiating youth. The girl was not modestly built, either. With every bounce, the twin sisters made sure they weren't left out. She stopped in front of me and dropped straight to her knees. What is it, honey? I gave her a gentle smile. You really don't have to be so formal. It's fine. I like it this way. Fine. I wasn't going to fight her on it. I turned serious instead. Yin Chun, starting now, I'm going to tell you where all my supplies come from. Finances are your job from here on out. She nodded quickly and even cast a careful glance around us. She understood. In the frozen rainforest, finances were a survivor's single, most guarded secret. Handing that to her was, without question, the greatest show of trust one could offer. I nodded, satisfied, and went on. My supply sources, besides the logging machine, the mining machine, and treasure chests, there's also the sale of spirit spring water, spirit rice, and gasoline. Your job is to keep daily records, how much I have left, how much came in, which buildings are eligible for upgrades, and to handle selling off things like the gasoline. Whenever a building can be upgraded, remind me. Also, set a safety threshold for remaining supplies. If we drop below it, flag it for me. Got all that? Take your time, a couple of days, and you'll have the hang of it. We're short-staffed right now, so your load's going to get heavy later on. I appreciate it. Yin Chun broke into a bright smile. Got it, honey, all memorized. And as for the workload, I'm happy to do it. I laughed. I'll share my account with you next, so you can see all the supply and building details. All right, that's everything. Once I'd finished, she still didn't leave. In fact, she looked distinctly fidgety, which made me curious. What? Something else. Her face went red, and she wrestled with it for a long moment before speaking. Honey, there's something I really have to tell you. What is it? Back when that monster was chewing on me, that really wasn't pee. And with that, the girl turned bright red, spun around, and fled. It took me a beat to process. All that squirming, and the great weight on her mind was that? Though honestly, given how terrified she'd been back then, I really had wondered. What worried me now was where In-chun's head was at. She was pretty, sure, but at the start I genuinely hadn't thought about her that way. Whatever. One step at a time. Time to get to work. Just then I spotted Zhang on her way out, and waved. Zhang, come here a minute. She froze, and her face went instantly scarlet, probably remembering the racket Lu Qinglan had made that afternoon. She walked over, gripping the hem of her shirt tightly. Boss. Right. You're my secretary, so I'm handing a few things off to you as well. Listen up. I've got buildings that need maintenance, and once I get busy, I tend to forget. So here's the plan. I'll allocate you the materials, and from now on you handle it for me. Remember, the fireplace and the arrow tower need wood every single day. The nuclear power plant needs uranium ore. The Desert Eagle needs refined iron. Don't let any of it slip. When you run out of materials, tell me. Understood. Zhang nodded eagerly. The more the boss piled on her, the more useful she was. Of course she was thrilled. That was how you made sure you got to stay here for good. With the delegating done, it was time to start building and upgrading. First thing I picked was the bathroom. With more and more people around, a single toilet was about to work itself to death. There was no way to get through a whole day's worth. Sure, it was all produced by scented little chrysanthemums, but volume is volume. Do you wish to construct a bathroom? Requires 500 wood and 500 stone to build it. In my mind, there appeared. The 3D rendering of the cabin popped up, and I put the bathroom in the master bedroom. Bathroom under construction. 5x acceleration active. Good. Next I built another arrow tower and set it up to the right of the original one, so the two formed a pincer with overlapping fields of fire. If another zombie wave came, we wouldn't be scrambling like last time. When it comes to weapons, more is always better. Whether it's monsters or zombies, they're only going to get stronger from here. Finally, I built the vegetable garden and the balcony inside my own walls and off the master bedroom. Once those were done, I planned to upgrade the bathroom and balcony to level 5 so they'd merge seamlessly into the cabin itself. Balcony blueprints are hard to come by, so that one would take time. The bathroom was already top tier and would scale with the cabin's level. All that work burned through a lot of resources, but the results were obvious. This shelter was starting to look like an actual luxury villa. The most urgent thing now was getting the cabin to level 6. At that point, the walls would give me actual combat space and change form. The cabin's defenses would jump, and most importantly, I'd feel a lot more confident about landing the official reward. The problem was the sheer amount of material required. At the earliest, I figured it'd be around the end of this week, right before rewards were tallied. Hopefully I'd make it in time. By then the women had all finished showering, and they came crowding around me, every one of them dressed to kill. Li Manwen in a floral spaghetti strap dress, Zhang Yu in a little white skirt, Lu Qinglan in yoga pants, Jiang Ning in a black bodycon skirt with little white socks. The living room couch was nothing but long pale legs, slim waists, and delicate feet, with all kinds of sweet scents drifting over. A man could get lost in it. Master, it's still early. Since everyone's together, how about we play a game? Li Lingshan leaned in to suggest. A game? Outside it was dead silent and freezing cold, while in here everything was warm and lively. It'd be a crime not to throw a party. And then something suddenly hit me. In my last life, I died on the 6th day. Now I was back at that exact point in time. So why not call it my birthday? The moment I thought of it, I spoke up. The game can wait. Qinglan, music. Zhang Yu, get dancing. Lingshan, go grab a case of the beer I've got stashed away, fire up the Harmon carton, and put on A New Day Has Come. Let's really cut loose. Today's my birthday. What? Today was Shenlang's birthday? Every one of them froze for a second, then broke into genuine delight. I was happy, so how could they not be? Got it. On my way. Li Lingshan bounced off happily. The rest followed Li Manwen's lead. Happy birthday, honey, master, boss. Good, good. The atmosphere heated up instantly. Lu Qinglan started playing the piano, Zhang Yu started dancing, and once the Harmon carton kicked in, it felt like we were in a bar. When the beer arrived, the living room basically turned into a private karaoke lounge. Hard to imagine, isn't it? This was a frozen rainforest, 70 below outside, and here we were drinking and partying. Zhang Yin quickly said, Boss, you all start drinking. I'll go make you a birthday cake and a fruit platter. If you'd told me earlier, I'd have had it ready, so now you'll have to wait a bit. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Li Manwen stood up too. I'll help. Honey, I'm sorry. I had no idea it was your birthday today. I have to make this cake with my own hands. Yinner, you do the fruit platter and give me a hand. Sure, Manwen. I nodded with a smile and didn't stop them. A birthday cake should mean something. Buying one is no fun at all. That left just me, Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, and Yin Chun in the living room, everyone else off working, which obviously handed the three of them an opportunity. Li Lingshan poured me a drink first, then filled glasses for the three of them. Come on, master, a toast to you. I clinked glasses and downed it in one. Then Li Lingshan was back on the game idea. Master, How about truth or dare? Sure. How do you want to play? Her eyes glinted. Like this, you don't play, but you're the target for all the dares. The three of us do rock, paper, scissors, and whoever loses gets truth or dare, with the winner deciding which. Refuse, and you drink a full glass. Deal. I had no objections whatsoever. Totally on board. Let's go. Jiang Ning was the happiest of them all right then. She'd been living in a rundown cabin this whole time, and this was her first visit to my place. The warmth alone nearly brought her to tears, and now there was booze, good food, and music too. She was over the moon. Thinking back to how she'd once wanted to team up with Zhang Yi to screw me over, she figured she must have been out of her mind. Yin Chun wanted a chance to interact with me too, so the game was exactly what she'd been hoping for. They started throwing hands, and Jiang Ning lost first. Li Lingshan asked, truth or dare? Afraid Lingshan would dig up dirt from their old school days, Jiang Ning picked dare. Li Lingshan pressed her lips into a smile. All right then, lift up that bodycon skirt and let master have a look. You brave enough. Jiang Ning didn't even blush. She did it on the spot, and even turned around to show me the full curve of it, which had Li Lingshan silently cursing her a shameless little tramp. The game went on, and soon it was Yin Chun who lost. How about you? Truth or dare? Yin Chun wasn't as bold as Jiang Ning. Things hadn't gone that far between us yet. And, worried Li Lingshan would pull the same trick, she picked truth. Fine, listen up, do you like master? The question didn't faze her at all. If anything, her eyes hardened with resolve as she nodded. I do. I'd die for him. Jiang Ning and Li Lingshan were both stunned. That just ended the whole game, didn't it? No way. Again. This time Li Lingshan lost, and she chose truth too. Yin Chun had long since figured out her relationship with me wasn't exactly ordinary, so she asked, how far exactly have you and him gone? Li Lingshan's face went red. She snuck a glance at me and mumbled, all the way. That answer nearly made me choke on my beer. Girl, you are way too honest. Yin Chun and Jiang Ning got the picture immediately. Jiang Ning was furious. She never expected Li Lingshan to move that fast, when she was the one who'd started flirting with me first. So annoying. They kept at it, having a blast, and anyone who wouldn't take a dare or answer a question had to drink. By the time Li Manwen and Zhang Yan came back carrying the cake and fruit platter, Jiang Ning and Li Lingshan were both flushed bright red. Only Yin Chun, who never refused anything, looked as unfazed as I did. The instant the lady of the house arrived, the women all went quiet and straightened up. I couldn't help laughing. This was exactly why I needed a lady of the house. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before they picked me clean down to the bones. As for that game just now, let's just say I saw everything, and the wilder parts aren't worth mentioning. Honey, cake's here. Thank you, Ms. Li. This is the most meaningful birthday I've ever had. Then I looked over at Zhang Yu and Lu Qinglan. You two come take a break too. Have something to eat. Qinglan, it's almost 10. Rest a bit, and then you can head back. The moment she heard head back, Lu Qinglan's face fell. Instinctively, she didn't want to go, but I wasn't letting her stay, so there was nothing she could do. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Yu snapped a photo of me and the cake and posted it to the global chat. Not the group chat this time, because she felt this was a moment everyone should be wishing me well for. Happy birthday, boss. In 70 below weather, we get to be in a warm room with good friends celebrating your birthday, eating fruit platters and cake. We are so lucky. Thank you, boss. Mua. The second she hit send, her face went red. Even she didn't know how those last few letters had slipped in. One stone, 1,000 ripples. The instant that message hit the public screen, every survivor in the frozen rainforest lost their minds. What the hell? Who is this guy? I'm out here toughing out 70 below, and you people are drinking beer at a birthday party? And unless my eyes are lying, that's a whole pile of women crowded around Xin Lang, the #1 on the leaderboard. Your eyes aren't lying. All those long pale legs flashing around gave me a headache. Some folks are drowning while the rest of us die of thirst. Anybody else notice it? One of them's got white socks on those pretty little feet. Absolute heaven. Holy crap. So even survivors include hardcore foot fetish connoisseurs? I'm jealous. I'm furious. We're all just trying to survive. Why does Xin Lang get to have it this good? Rigged. This has got to be rigged. Resentment, envy, jealousy, and of course, even more brown-nosing. Happy birthday to the #1 big shot. Can I add you as a friend? I want to send you gifts. All I ask is a job. Happy birthday, Xin Lang. Add me. I've got 2 soft little cakes of my own I'd love to show you. Meanwhile, inside his cabin, Zhang Yi was grinding his teeth. Xin Lang. Oh, Xin Lang, keep showing off. You've only got a few good days left. And when the time comes, every one of those women will be mine. Li Hu, Zhou Huijin, and the others had all now seen exactly what I was capable of, especially my cabin, which made their eyes glitter with greed. The ones who'd already been harboring bad intentions toward me were sharpening their knives, itching to make a move. Once the celebrating died down, It was nearly 10 o'clock. I looked at Lu Qinglan. Let me send you back first. Then I took out 5 liters of gasoline and handed it to her. This is your bonus. Keep it safe. Lu Qinglan took the gasoline and glanced at the women who got to stay behind, the envy in her eyes growing thicker and thicker. But at the end of the day, she was a married woman. Some things were different for her than for them. All she could do was nod. A flash of white light, and she was back in Zhou Huijin's cabin. As for the remaining women, I had to sort out rooms. There was still an open spot in Zhang Yu's music and dance room, but I didn't want anyone crammed in together. I'm just not the type to share something as personal as a bed, and I wouldn't ask anyone else to either. Women are best when each one has her own flavor. You don't blend them. I went down the list. Zhang Yu, you take the music room. Ms. Zhang Yan, you take the nanny's room. Ling Shan, Jiang Ning, you two get the maid's room. In Chun, you're in the second bedroom on the second floor. From now on, that's your room. Li Manwen went without saying. She slept in the master bedroom with me. The specialty rooms on the third floor I left empty for now. I'd deal with them once there were more people. All right, everybody go get some rest. I need a shower. I stood up, and Li Manwen was immediately on my heels. Honey, let me help you. You had a lot to drink. Sure, let's go up to the second floor. The master bedroom has its own bathroom now. No more fighting over one with the rest of them. Okay. Zhang Yu, Li Lingshan, and the others headed to their rooms as well. Jiang Ning was bunking with Li Lingshan. The maid's room had a bunk bed. Jiang Ning ran her hand over the cozy furnishings, her face full of disbelief. Sis Lingshan, this place is unreal. It's like heaven out of a dream. Li Lingshan nodded. They'd barely stepped inside, and their breath had already fogged up the window glass. She reached up and wiped it clear, looked out at the frozen wasteland beyond, and couldn't help but shiver. And right after, a flood of security and happiness washed through her whole body. She turned and gave Jiang Ning a warning look. Jiang Ning, you scheming little thing. Weren't you pretty tight with Zhang Yi before? I'm not afraid of anything, but Li Lingshan couldn't afford to be so casual. She was worried Jiang Ning might leak her secrets to Zhang Yi and put me in danger, so she had no choice but to lay down the law. But the result caught her off guard. Jiang Ning had been broken in until she was more obedient than a dog. Zhang Yu, Zhang Yan, and Yin Chun each had a room to themselves, so there was no one to talk to. But the quieter it got, the more sharply they felt the difference between inside these walls and outside them. All three lay under their blankets with their eyes open, staring out the windows. It was the first time they'd stayed at my place, and the first time they truly understood what the word sanctuary meant. The contrast was so stark that they were too happy to fall asleep. Over on Lu Qinglan's end, though, things weren't nearly so blissful. The instant she got back to her room, the bone-deep cold wrapped around her. The plunge from that warm little nest made her shudder involuntarily, as if something else came out along with the shiver. Zhou Huijin saw her, and his eyes lit up. He sat up out of the blankets. Qinglan, you're back? How was work today? Lu Qinglan pressed her lips together, panic fluttering in her chest, but she kept up her cool front. It was fine. I did well today. Shun Lang gave me 5 liters of gasoline, so we've got fuel for the next 2 days. Gasoline? Zhou Huijin raised an eyebrow. That's all he gave you? Nothing else. At that, Lu Qinglan's brows snapped together, and she covered her alarm with anger. Zhou Huijin, what else do you want? Don't be so greedy. Heh, is that so? That smile sent a jolt of fear through her. She stared hard at him. What are you implying? Seeing her flustered and struggling to look composed, Zhou Huijin felt a strange thrill rise up in him. But he didn't press it. Oh, nothing. I just meant Shen Lang's that rich and still that stingy. I figured he'd give you more. Lu Qinglan let out a breath of relief. What he has is his. It's already generous that he pays me the wage we agreed on, let alone throwing in gasoline. Anyway, how do you do today? When can you upgrade to a level 4 cabin? It's freezing in here. Zhou Huijin gave a cold little laugh, thinking, of course it's cold compared to Shun Lang's place. Otherwise, would you have let him peel off your yoga pants? But out loud. But he said, don't worry, babe. I'll hit level 4 soon. I've made a lot of friends lately. I'll take good care of you. Lu Qinglan nodded. Zhou Huijin was still her husband, after all. They'd been together for years, and even if the romantic feelings were gone, there was still a history between them. She wanted good things for him, wanted the cabin to level up. If she hadn't felt so guilty, she would have come clean long ago. But she had no idea just how twisted her husband's mind had already become. Seeing her lie down still fully dressed, Zhou Huijin couldn't help reaching for her, and got his hand slapped away again, harder than yesterday. Ever since we'd been together, I'd become the man closest to her heart. She didn't want to admit it, but it was the truth. That's why she pushed Zhou Huijin away so violently, especially when his hands started wandering. She actually felt like his touch would dirty her. What are you doing? I worked all day. Can't you just let me rest? Zhou Huijin stared at her back, at the marks still on those yoga pants. He knew exactly what they were. Shoved away like that, He was furious and desperate. And then, damn it, why couldn't he get it up again? Babe, I'm just worried about you. Don't you want to clean up a little? Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest at that. How could she possibly let him watch her clean up? She whipped her head around and shot him an icy glare. Zhou Huijin, what's wrong with you? You know exactly what your problem is. I'm saying this one last time. Stop bothering me while I'm trying to sleep. I already showered at Xinlang's place. Stop asking stupid questions. Zhou Huijin sneered inwardly. Fine, fine, keep up the act. One of these days I'll stop playing along, and I'll show you the live footage Xinlang sent me. Let's see the look on your face then. Having savored that vicious thought, he lost all interest and sank into a deep sleep. At 10 o'clock sharp, the system announcement sounded, and the world plunged into darkness again. There were no monster attacks tonight thanks to the cold wave, and everyone still alive got a good night's sleep. Congratulations, players, you've survived the cold wave. Total casualties this round, over 30 million. Now broadcasting weather conditions and update information. Current time, 6 a.m. Climate, brief clear skies. Temperature, -10 degrees Celsius. The cold wave has ended and temperatures are rebounding. This is your best opportunity to gather resources. Accelerate your cabin upgrades in these final days and compete for the ranking rewards. Attention players, the frozen rainforest will be updating again soon. Changes include, but are not limited to, shortened safe hours, longer nights, more severe weather, additional monster types, and new items. Overnight, the cold wave finally broke, and every player was thrilled. With temperatures rebounding, the survivors felt a comfort they hadn't known in ages. Back when it first hit -10 degrees Celsius, we'd been freezing to death. Now that same temperature barely registered as a threat. Now everyone had one single goal: grind out levels and claim a ranking reward. Same for me, except my goal was first place, which meant that over the next few days, I needed to reach a level 6 cabin to keep anyone from sniping the top spot. I kept the servants working as usual and stayed frugal myself. After merging, a level 6 cabin required 8,000 wood and 8,000 stone. That was a hefty sum. And how much was I bringing in per day? All told, an average of 6,500 wood and 1,500 stone, plus a small amount of refined iron, or if I got lucky. Treasure chests didn't count. Those I kept entirely for myself. Never for sale. By that math, 4 days would be plenty to reach level 6. But there was a catch. Level 6 also required an entertainment room and an exercise room. Without those two blueprints, all the resources in the world wouldn't get me there. Luckily, on the evening of the final day, In-chun brought me good news. And right on cue, the system announcement came too. Congratulations, players, you've survived a full week. Rewards will be settled at 6 p.m. tonight. Keep pushing and make your final level up sprint. The version update begins tonight. Official notice at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Current time, 5 p.m. The moment the message dropped, everyone's eyes went to the leaderboard. The top 10 rewards were incredibly generous. The only question was who'd walk away with them. My spot at number 1 should have been locked in. Second place was only at level 4 right now, and even if he pushed to level 5, he'd still be behind me, unless he could somehow hit level 6 within the hour. Was that even possible? Possible or not, I didn't care. I was leveling up right now and shutting the door on every last possibility. That 7-color treasure chest was mine. Tonight, I sent everyone who couldn't stay over home early. Only those staying the night or working until 10 remained in the house. In-chun knew what I was after, and she pulled out the blueprints immediately. Look, honey, I got the 2 blueprints you needed most today. My eyes lit up. What are they? She said excitedly. A swimming pool blueprint and a billiards hall blueprint. 1 exercise, 1 entertainment. You can upgrade to a level 6 cabin now. In-chun handled all the resources these days, so she knew the numbers better than I did. She ran through them for me line by line. Look, honey, you had 3,000 wood left over from before. Over these 4 days, we brought in 26,580 wood, 6,300 stone, 318 refined iron, and 132 units of uranium ore. All the uranium went into the nuclear power plant, and the refined iron is set aside for maintaining the Desert Eagles. After subtracting 3,200 in expenses over the 4 days, you've got 23,380 wood and 6,300 stone left. A level 6 cabin costs 8,000 wood and 8,000 stone. The pool costs 300 wood and 300 stone, and the billiards room costs 100 wood and 100 stone. Once everything's upgraded and built, you'll still have 10,780 wood, more than enough to add arrow towers, walls, and other defensive structures. As for points, we've killed over 5,000 zombies these past few days and racked up 5,860 points, so guns and ammo are covered too. Clear, precise accounting. I was thoroughly satisfied. Now that's what I call a good accountant. I looked around the room at In-chun, Li Manwen, Jiang Ning, Li Lingshan, Zhang Yin, Lu Qinglan, and Zhang Yu, and said, "Now sit back and watch a level 6 cabin come to life." The women could barely contain their excitement. Every one of them had her own little room in this shelter. After all, who wouldn't be dying to see what a level 6 cabin looked like? I got to work immediately. Build swimming pool. Build. Constructing swimming pool. 5x acceleration active. Build billiards room. Build. Constructing billiards room. 5x acceleration active. A dozen or so minutes later, both the billiards room and the swimming pool were finished. I immediately selected the cabin upgrade. Player, confirm upgrade. Upgrade to a level 6 log cabin. Confirm. With a level 6 cabin, once I get my hands on a relocation order, I'll be able to move Lee Manwin's cabin and the others over and merge them all into one. Congratulations, player. Your log cabin has been upgraded to level 6. Level 6 log cabin can absorb other players' cabins and merge them into a single structure. Overall durability, insulation, and defense have all been improved. A basement level has also been opened up. Players may arrange the layout as they see fit. A flash of light, and the cabin transformed on the spot. An entire basement floor had been added, and just like that, my space efficiency shot way up. I moved the swimming pool, the billiards room, the ear cleaning room, and the foot soak room all down into the basement. Those were all places that suited quiet and dim lighting anyway. The first floor layout didn't change much. Living and dining room, kitchen, bathroom, housekeeper's room, and the karaoke/dance room. But the space above the living room opened up because I renovated the second floor and left only the master bedroom, the guest bedroom, and the maid's room, moving the yoga room, the gaming room, and 2 other rooms up to the 3rd floor. The result was a living room with a double-height ceiling, open, grand, unbelievably spacious. A crystal chandelier hung down from the 2nd floor level, and the whole hall was flooded with light. The women couldn't help but tilt their heads back and gasp. The staircase and the fireplace both extended down into the basement. Since the base of the fireplace reached the basement, the pool water stayed at a comfortable temperature much more easily, and the air on the 1st floor was fresher too. My God, this is a level 6 cabin. It's prettier than the villa I used to live in. Lu Qinglan murmured. Zhang Yu ran straight to a window to check the exterior walls, and what she saw made her feel even safer. A layer of refined steel had been added outside the original concrete wall. She couldn't imagine how zombies would ever break in now. Meanwhile, the other survivors had been glued to the rankings, and they spotted my cabin level immediately. Holy crap, level 6? Are you kidding me? Wave God, how did you pull that off? First place is just crushing everybody. Wave God, can you tell us what came out of that rainbow chest? Second place is gonna go cry in the bathroom. That's a straight-up curb stomp. My old classmate and alumni group chats went into full-on brown-nosing mode. Wave, you're so strong. Help a brother out sometime, yeah? I'm begging you. Shenlang, we went to the same school. You're our pride and joy. You're not gonna just stand by and watch us get pushed around, are you? Shenlang, I'm your politics teacher, Teacher 1. Those who succeed should lift up the world. As a first high alum, you can't forget your roots. I'd like to have a good long talk with you tonight. Reading that last one, I blinked, then turned to Lee Manwin. Teacher Lee, who's this dumbass? Huh, Teacher Win. I think she graduated not too long ago. Her name's Wen Xin, quite a pretty woman. Pretty? My irritation dropped considerably. I quietly sent Teacher Wen a friend request and messaged, how old are you? And I mean you and your girlfriends A, B, C, and D. Then I put it out of my mind. Come on, my top priority right now was upgrading my defensive structures. Beautiful women were not to be passed up, but they couldn't interfere with actual business either. I selected the wall. Upgrade to a level 6 wall. Requires 1,600 wood and 1,600 stone. After upgrading, the wall's shape can be altered, and a defensive turret with room for 1 person can be added every 10 meters. Walls really were terrifying. Buildings with costs that doubled each level got scarier the further you went. But I had to upgrade. I spent 4,800 wood on the upgrade, leaving me with only 5,980 wood in supplies. Congratulations, player. Wall upgrade successful. Enclosed area now 1,000 square meters. Please select your wall's defensive configuration. In my mind, I could now manipulate the wall freely. At regular intervals, there were small bumps. Those were the guard turrets. Counting them up, there were about 15. Next, I changed the wall from a square into a 5-pointed star. The benefit was immediately obvious. When zombies attacked in large numbers, they'd funnel into the concave sections, making them incredibly easy to wipe out. The points would be farther away. That's what the guards were for. Besides, I could always change it again. Just as I finished all that, the official notification appeared. It is now 6 p.m. Congratulations to the top 10 players on the leaderboard. Your rewards are now being distributed. A leaderboard materialized in front of everyone's eyes. Frozen Rainforest, first leaderboard. First, Shunlang, level 6 log cabin. Second, Li Hu, level 4 log cabin. Third, Mi Tao, level 3 log cabin. Fourth, Zhou Huijin, level 3 log cabin. Fifth, Zhang Yi, level 3 log cabin. Sixth, Feng Li, level 3 log cabin. Seventh, Su Yuan, level 3 log cabin. Eighth, Du Wan, level 3 log cabin. Ninth, Yin Chun, level 2 log cabin. 10th, Li Manwen, level 2 log cabin. First place reward, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, plus a bonus rainbow chest. Second to 5th place, 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone. 6th to 8th place, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone. 9th to 10th place, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone. All rewards above have been distributed. Due to the small number of reward slots this round, resource rewards have been increased. After the version update, individual rewards will be reduced, but the number of slots will expand. The top 100 players will all receive official rewards. Version update in progress. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., the frozen rainforest will be waiting for you all. The moment the notification ended, the public chat exploded. Holy hell, first place gets that many resources? I've been grinding for 10 plus days, and I don't even have a fraction of that. Top 100 all get rewards after the update? Then I'd better get to work. Shenlang, Almighty One, hurry up and tell us what came out of the rainbow chest. In no time, the public chat was nothing but questions about the rainbow chest. Of course, I was curious too, but I had to get my resources organized first. What was the rush? Good things should be opened after you've properly prepared. Those 5,000 wood and 5,000 stone were a total windfall. In Chun, get all these resources stored away. At this rate, I'll be able to upgrade the cabin again in no time. In Chun nodded. I got 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone as a reward too. Honey, pool it all with yours. It's all yours anyway. Li Manwen nodded as well. In Chun's right. You're the one who upgraded my cabin for me. And with that, she transferred all her resources over to me. I didn't refuse what the two women were doing. I just nodded. We were all family. This was how it should be. That's when it suddenly hit me. Li Manwen's cabin, and after I merge with them, they'll be at the same level as me. So will Rainforest calculate their rankings separately? If it does, doesn't that mean I could sweep all top 10 rewards with my own women? Just thinking about it got me excited. But it probably wouldn't work. That'd basically be exploiting a bug, and Rainforest isn't that dumb. I shook my head. I'd find out next time. All right, In Chun, you go sort through the supplies. I'll see what's in this rainbow treasure chest. Don't worry, honey. Everyone watched me expectantly. I couldn't wait. I opened it. Congratulations, player, on successfully opening the rainbow treasure chest. Reward obtained. 1 mine. Mine, a top-tier resource in the frozen rainforest, filled with vast quantities of stone and various ores. The player must recruit labor to excavate it. This is a massive shortcut to acquiring supplies. Holy crap, an entire mine. My stone income was about to go through the roof. At the same time, the recruitment order upgraded too. Congratulations, player, on upgrading your shelter to level 6. Recruitment order level increased, new positions added. Guards, 30 people, 2 12-hour shifts, compensation negotiable. Wall duty only. Due to the acquisition of a mine, this round of openings focuses on mining positions. Management, 1 mine director, 2 deputy directors. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, 2 days off, overtime paid separately. Skilled labor, 50 shift foreman. 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, 1 day off. Guaranteed minimum output, 10 units of stone per day each. General labor, 10 cooks, 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, responsible only for 3 meals a day for the workers. 500 miners, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, 1 day off. Guaranteed minimum output, 20 units of stone per day each. Please note, conditions inside the mine are unsafe and unsanitary. Please treat your employees well. Interior mine temperature is maintained at roughly 15 degrees Celsius, requiring the player to spend 100 wood per day on upkeep. Without it, the temperature will only be marginally above surface level, which is not conducive to employee productivity. Please don't be stingy. When the description ended, I just sat there stunned. The recruitment order had just handed me over 500 new positions. I was going to have to hire like crazy. And with a guaranteed minimum of 20 units of stone per person per day, 500 people meant 10,000 units a day. Holy hell, I was rich. With this thing, upgrading the cabin would be like strapping it to a rocket. Of course, 500 plus employees weren't cheap. Figure 10 wood per person per day, plus at least 10 more for 3 meals. That's 20 wood a head. Even so, the mine netted me around 5,000 stone a day. That was still a fortune. Good grief. This was supposed to be survival. Was I about to become a capitalist? But damn, it felt good. This was what you called accelerating resource acquisition. While I was still riding the high, Li Manwen leaned in and asked curiously, "Honey, look at that grin. What did you get?" I snapped out of it, cupped her face, and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. Something great. The kiss left her face bright red, but she was beaming inside. "Ah, you. There are so many people around." I chuckled. It's fine, it's fine. Who cares who's watching? Teacherly, you might be getting busy again. In-chun, you've got a big job too. This rainbow chest gave us an entire mine. I've already placed it 10 kilometers out, so the work won't disturb our rest, and it'll still be easy to manage. A mine? All the women's eyes went wide. I smiled at Li Manwen. We need to hire over 500 people this time. Sorry to dump this on you. Zhangyu, you assist Teacherly. You can start recruiting right now, and whatever you do, don't let any experienced miners slip away. Then I turned to In-chan. Put extra effort into the finances. I'll hire you an accountant later to help out. All three nodded. Not only would they handle what I asked, they were genuinely happy for me. The stronger I got, the more they rose along with me. Still, I needed to plant someone I trusted inside that mine. With nothing but new hires, outright rebellion was unlikely, but slacking off was inevitable. So I messaged Wang Yin directly. Got a new assignment for you tomorrow. Be ready. Wang Yin was gnawing on dinner in his ramshackle cabin. The moment he saw the message and thought about his reward for ranking first, he understood instantly. Bro Lang was about to entrust him with something big. Excellent. Cutting it off had been the right call. Otherwise, where would an opportunity like this have come from? He replied immediately. Got it, Bro Lang. Point me at anything, and I'll do it. Whatever the task, I'll give it everything I've got. I smiled. My mind was already made up. I'd make him a deputy director. The man had given up his family jewels just to follow me. Not showing him some trust would be wrong. With arrangements settled, Li Manwen and Zhang Yu threw themselves into hiring. I pitched in too, posting on the public channel. Let me satisfy your curiosity. The rainbow chest gave me a mine. I need over 500 workers, terms negotiable. If you're interested, sign up fast. Don't blame me if you're too late and there's no spot left. I didn't bother hiding it, because there was no point. The second I started hiring, everyone would figure it out anyway. Better to be upfront. Get everyone hired tonight. Start work tomorrow. At 5,000 stone in profit a day, I couldn't afford delays. The public channel exploded. What the hell? A mine? Chest can give that? Is this for real? It's definitely real. People have gotten water sources and food supplies before. A mine makes sense. Bro Lang, can you count me in? I'm begging you. Think how much material you can dig out of a whole mine. The number one guy is insane. Bro Lang, I used to be a miner. Total pro. Trust me. Bro Lang, with that many people, you're definitely going to need a secretary, right? I used to work as one. I know everything. As long as you want it, I'll do anything. Everyone crowded around chatting away, while I was already stretched out comfortably on the couch, enjoying a massage from Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning. No way was I handling the hiring myself. Otherwise, what was the point of grinding all those upgrades? Lu Qinglan was still playing her instrument. Zhang Yu rarely danced anymore, though she just had too much on her plate now. And while I was living in total comfort, Zhang Yi got in touch with Li Hu again. Zhang Yi, bro Hu, what's the plan? Do we go straight at Shenlang after tomorrow's update? He's already got a level 6 cabin. Shouldn't we be a bit more careful? Li Hu, I've got the numbers. Can you give me the coordinates by tomorrow? Zhang Yi, of course. Li Lingshan already agreed. Li Hu, good. Then I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The moment he hung up, Zhang Yi got in touch with Li Lingshan. Li Lingshan, who was in the middle of massaging me, let out a snort. Master, Zhang Yi's scheming again. He wants me to slip into a position by your side while you're hiring, so I can steal your coordinates. I cracked my eyes open. Tell him you already landed the job, and that you'll give him the coordinates tomorrow. I've been dying for him to show up. Li Lingshan nodded. Got it. Then she shot Jiang Ning a glance. Jiang Ning froze, then immediately went on the defensive. What are you looking at me for? I've got nothing to do with Zhang Yi. I'm not telling him a thing. Only then did Li Lingshan smile. At 10 that night, I stuffed a little something into Lu Qinglan before sending her off. She had to clamp her legs together the whole way back. The other women whose overnight passes were used up were sent away too. Only Li Manwen and I were left in the cabin. After we washed up, the two of us curled up in bed. Li Manwen wrestled with it for a long while before she couldn't help tracing circles on my chest. Honey, I'm almost a week late now. You don't think I'm actually pregnant, do you? In that moment, I finally understood why a doctor had shown up in the recruitment notice. Judging by the positions the mine had generated, Li Manwen most likely really was pregnant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to Lu Qinglan instead of her. I was just afraid something might go wrong. Ms. Li, here's what we'll do. Starting tomorrow, hand most of your work over to Zhang Yu and take care of yourself. Better safe than sorry. And we need to recruit a doctor as soon as possible. That way you and the baby are both covered. Li Manwen gave me a light punch. You talk like it's already a done deal. I was just thinking out loud. I chuckled. Did you forget what the pomegranate does? Don't doubt the frozen rainforest. Take care of yourself, you hear me? Her face flushed. Her right hand drifted unconsciously to her belly, and she nodded, the corners of her mouth lifting no matter how hard she tried to stop them. Just the thought that she might really be carrying my child filled her with a happiness she couldn't put into words. Just as I was about to go to sleep, a message came in. When Xine, I'm D. Can we talk about work? I glanced at Lee Manwin, already asleep, and didn't disturb her. I quietly typed back. What kind of work do you want? When Xine had been drooling over my cabin for ages, and now it was level 6. Zhang Yu was always sending her photos, and whatever reserve she had left had long since evaporated. As long as she could get inside that level 6 cabin and work, she'd do anything. A teacher's dignity, a woman's modesty, none of it mattered anymore. Otherwise, she never would have opened with something as intimate as, I'm D. Right now, she was still shivering in her rundown level 1 cabin. If she hadn't gotten lucky early on and found a cold-resistant herb, she never would have survived the cold front. At the moment, she was bundled up like a mummy. A level 1 cabin was brutally cold at night. When my reply came through, her eyes lit up. Anything I'm capable of doing. I thought it over and went straight for it. Send a photo. One where I can see your measurements and your face clearly. I'll figure out where to put you. Lee Manwin had said she was good-looking, but I had to judge for myself. Taste varies, after all. When Xin was obviously humiliated, but it came back to the same thing. If she didn't do what I said, if she didn't gamble on this chance, she probably wouldn't live long. And it wasn't just about the cold anymore. Once the system updated tomorrow, people would be able to kill for cabins. A woman with her looks, once discovered, would only end up worse off. So a moment later, she stripped down to her underwear and took a photo. When Xin, is this okay? My eyes nearly popped out of my skull. Okay. It was more than okay. Not only did she have the kind of melancholy face that made a man instinctively want to protect her, her figure was even better, broad up top, narrow at the middle, a waist you could span with 2 hands, then a sudden lush flare at the hips. A perfect, tempting hourglass, with measurements that were frankly ridiculous. And pale, blindingly pale, so clean and fine you could faintly make out the delicate blue veins under her skin. An idea formed in my head immediately. It's Ms. 1, right? Nice assets. I've got an opening for a swimming instructor. Interested? Mainly you'd be teaching me to swim. I sink like a stone. Of course, swimming wasn't really the point. I just wanted a little playtime in the water. When Xin, however, replied in shock. You have a swimming pool? Me, of course. Kept at a steady 20 degrees. Coming. She was too stunned to know how to respond. Weather like this, a place like this, and there was a temperature-controlled pool? Was he serious? But then she thought about it. There was no reason for me to lie. With my kind of power, I could offer her any position and she'd come running. What would lying get me that her body wouldn't give anyway? So she answered without hesitation. I'll take it. Swimming's my favorite. I'm really good, too. Butterfly, breaststroke, freestyle, even synchronized pairs. I can do it all. I nodded, satisfied. Excellent. I'll test you on every single one and see whether you were lying. That's it for now. We'll discuss compensation in person tomorrow. When Xin, okay. Once the excitement faded, nerves and dread crept in. Going there tomorrow would probably save her life, but some things were going to be rough. Everyone with their own private calculations, the night passed quickly. As the sky began to lighten, the frozen rainforest's announcement appeared. Good morning, survivors. The time is now 6 a.m. temperature, minus 25 degrees. Weather, light drizzle, and mist. This update is complete. All players take note. 1. The leaderboard has changed from weekly settlement to monthly settlement, with rewards increased accordingly. A new board is now live. The top 100 all receive supply rewards, and first place still receives the additional rainbow treasure chest. 2. Safe hours adjusted. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. is now the safe window. All other hours carry uncertain risks, though you may still venture out for supplies. Daylight is shorter, nights are more dangerous. 3. All players now have exclusive coordinates. Anyone who obtains your coordinates can reach you with a teleport scroll, and random encounters are also possible. 4. Player isolation is lifted. Be wary of others, and guard your coordinates and your cabin core. Lose your cabin, and death is the only road left. 5. The point store now offers new purchase options, including relocation orders and scrolls. 6. Official protection is discontinued. Powerful monsters will now appear at random near territories and along travel routes. Cabins are no longer absolutely safe at night. Either, the higher your shelter's level, the better. 7. Players who have confirmed an alliance. Shelters can be built together without needing a relocation order. Under normal circumstances, you may only enter an allied player's shelter between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., with 1 overnight stay permitted per week for emergency refuge. 8. Population is now observable, 1.2 billion currently alive worldwide. Mortality rate has been recalculated. The frozen rainforest wishes you all happy surviving. When Update 1 ended, everyone, myself included, was still slowly digesting it. The core of it came down to one thing. Players could now truly slaughter each other. Forming alliances had become far more convenient, but by the same token, the bandits and thugs to come would be more terrifying than any monster. For ordinary players, it was either huddle together for warmth or find somebody powerful to hide behind. On top of that, the safe hours were shorter and supplies harder to come by. Those new items in the points store weren't so much about saving your own life as they were tools to help you kill other people. I couldn't afford to let my guard down either. From here on out, there would definitely be people slaughtering their way to higher cabin levels, especially anyone with professional training. They'd be like fish in water. Thank God. Thank God I had my one and only cheat. My safety was still pretty well guaranteed. I'd never once thought about devouring anyone else. At my cabin level, there'd be no point, and besides, I'm just not that kind of person. But I knew that countless people wanted to devour me. Zhou Huijin, for instance. The guy was watching his wife Lu Qinglan get dressed and made up when he suddenly spoke. Qinglan, do me a favor and find out Xinlang's coordinates, would you? Lu Qinglan glanced at him, puzzled. What do you want Xinlang's coordinates for? Zhou Huijin narrowed his eyes. Inside, he was cursing. This little slut comes home walking funny every single night and thinks I don't notice? And now she's protecting him? But he put on a quick smile. Look, he's been so good to you, giving you a job, paying you wages. I'm just thinking that one day I might get the chance to properly thank him. What if I run into him someday and don't even recognize him? How awkward would that be? If I know his coordinates, at least I'll have some idea. That actually sounded reasonable. Lu Qinglan was afraid of him meeting me, but she was even more afraid of him getting suspicious. After thinking it over, she gave him the coordinates. Don't you go bothering Xinlang for no reason. The man's busy all day long, you hear me? I know. I'm more worried about you losing your job than anything. Besides, teleport scrolls are precious. Lu Qinglan rolled her eyes at him, contacted me, and vanished in a flash of light. Go on. Come home early tonight. Haha. The second she was gone, Zhou Huijin got on the line with Li Hu. Brother, I've got the coordinates. Want to come over now? On the other end, Li Hu had already rounded up several dozen underlings. With the relocation restrictions lifted after the update, alliances were an enormous boon to people like them. Li Hu didn't answer right away. First he asked Zhang Yi, you get your coordinates yet? Zhang Yi had already contacted Li Lingshan, who had, of course, given him the coordinates exactly as I'd instructed. Once he had my coordinates, Li Hu smiled. Both of them gave the same location, a level 6 cabin. It'll be ours before long. One of his men leaned in. Boss, how about we swing by Zhou Huijin's and Zhang Yi's places first? Feel out how strong they are, so we've got better odds against Xinlang. Another one sneered. Zhang Yi's fine. He's got men under him and he's happy enough being a dog. But that Zhou Huijin thinks his cabin level makes him brother who's equal, expects us to call him boss. Screw that. I say we kill him first and take his cabin. We've got the coordinates now anyway. He's useless. That was exactly what Li Hu wanted to hear. He nodded. Works for me. We swallow Zhou Huijin's cabin first. That puts me close to level 5. After we finish him, we spend the daylight hours plowing through every player whose coordinates we've got. We save Xinlang for tonight, when he's resting. He turned to another man. You take a teleport scroll and go stake out the area near Xinlang's place. The weather's perfect for staying hidden today. Whatever you do, don't get spotted, just watch from a distance. Map out his cabin, his wall layout, where his weapons are. Report anything you see. And bring a gun. Daytime isn't necessarily safe either. Yes, sir, you can count on me. As for sneaking someone in disguised as an employee, Li Hu didn't even consider it. He knew how recruitment orders worked. Anyone who walked in with hostile intent died the moment they crossed the threshold. Once that was settled, he sent another man over to Zhang Yi's to scope out the situation, then messaged Zhang Yi. Get your people and weapons organized and wait for my order. Zhang Yi lit up the instant he got it. His own cabin was packed. Wang Feng, Zhang Chong, Li Yang, Lin Yuan, every classmate I'd ever turned away, all allied with him. Classmates, our time has come. Brother who has spoken. We're just waiting on the order. Today is the day Xinlang dies. Get your weapons ready. Anyone who doesn't have one, tell me and I'll buy from Brother Hu. Yeah, Xinlang celebrated his birthday a few days ago, didn't he? Let's make today his death anniversary. Damn right. He took every beautiful girl in our class. Time for him to cough them back up. And that Misley Manwen, she had rice and wouldn't share it with us. And now she's off being Xinlang's dog. Shameless. Once Xinlang's dead, I'm going to teach her a lesson. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, but with a big fight coming, he didn't want to spoil the mood. He just gave a cold laugh. Brother, Misley is mine. But look, I'm not a stingy man. Today I'll take a page from General Yuan. How about everybody lines up? Every man's eyes lit up. Even the ones who hadn't been thinking about it suddenly had Li Manwen's image in their heads. It wasn't that they'd never wanted to before, they just hadn't dared, hadn't thought they'd ever get the chance. But now, yes, Brother Zhang, I'm with you for life. Li Hu couldn't have cared less about the frenzy on Zhang Yi's end. He'd already led his men along the coordinates to Zhou Huijin's cabin. Ah, Brother Li Hu, you've all made it? Got the plan for taking Xinlang all worked out. Zhou Huijin was riding high. He'd never once been able to act like a real man in front of Lu Qinglan. She used to not know any better and not care, but ever since I came along, the way she looked at him had changed. He never said a word about it, but his pride had been shredded. Now that he could call Li Hu his brother and show up with this many men at his back, he wanted Lu Qinglan to see it. Aside from that one thing, what part of me isn't better than Xinlang? But his tone earned him a cold snort from Li Hu, who walked straight past him and sat down in a chair. One of his men slapped Zhou Huijin across the face. The hell do you think you are, calling him Brother Li Hu? It's Brother Hu. Bro. Zhou Huijin was stunned, and once it registered, he exploded. Li Hu, we had a deal. I hand over the coordinates. You and I are allies. Equals. No one on top. What the hell is this? Li Hu bent down and patted his cheek. Still don't get it? You think you're fit to stand as my equal? You thought you'd get a cut of Xinlang's cabin? You think I'm some kind of charity? If you'd been content to be my dog, I wouldn't have said a word. But you've got big ambitions and a small brain. You're no use to me anymore. He waved a hand. Cut him down. This cabin's only level 3, but it'll do. Zhou Huijin froze. By the time he came to his senses, the goon with the blade was already standing over him. He shook all over. Wait. Wait, Brother Hu. I'll be your underling. Just don't kill me. Anything you want, it's yours. Have a heart, man. I never meant you any harm. Li Hu laughed. A heart? Huh. You're not the first man to talk to me about having a heart, and you won't be the last. If I kill you, doesn't all your stuff become mine anyway? Why do idiots like you always think that's a reason to let you live? He turned back to his man. What are you waiting for? Take his head off and feed it to my pet. The instant the cold steel touched his neck, every possible way out flashed through Zhou Huijin's mind. And the image that finally froze there was Lu Qinglan. He suddenly screamed, Brother Hu, wait, I've got a reason for you not to kill me. One you absolutely won't turn down. Oh, Li Hu's interest was piqued. He was genuinely afraid of missing out on some treasure. Let's hear it. But my patience has limits. You've interrupted me twice now. Waste my time again, and, though I don't believe in torturing what I kill, don't blame me if I let you find out what 1,000 cuts feels like. Zhou Huijin nearly wet himself. He fumbled out a photo. Brother Hu, look. That's me and my wife. She's gorgeous, unbelievably sexy. To prove I'm sincere, I'll give her to you. Just spare my life and take me on as one of your men. That's all I ask. If you kill me, she'll hear about it and run. Li Hu took the photo. A gym in the background. A curvy woman in yoga pants with an absolutely stacked figure, standing next to Zhou Huijin. Not bad. Not bad at all. Zhou Huijin, I never figured you for a guy who ate this well. But, how do I know you're not just stalling, waiting for a chance to get back at me down the road? The way Li Hu saw it, no man could accept something like this. But Zhou Huijin wasn't most men. He forced an ingratiating smile. Brother Hu, there's something you don't know. Me, I can't perform. Better to hand the flower over to you than let it wither. Li Hu brightened. You're telling me your wife's still unsatisfied? Zhou Huijin blinked, then quickly shook his head. She used to be. Not anymore. Why's that? Zhou Huijin pulled up the live photo I'd given him. Look, Brother Hu. This is Xinlang and my wife. She works for him now. That's how I got the coordinates. Damn animal got his hands on her before you did. Has Qinglan all over him every day. It's disgusting. In the live photo, all you could see of Lu Qinglan was the pale curve of her back and a sliver of hip, barely a glimpse. But Li Hu got excited anyway. Someone else got there first. Didn't matter. He happened to have a taste for other men's wives these days. Huijin, buddy, your wife really is soft, pale, and stacked. He whipped his head around. The hell's wrong with you? Can't read a rune? Untie my brother now. Once the ropes were off, Li Hu was all warmth and concern. You okay, brother? Didn't hurt you, did we? What a mess. Don't hold it against me. Just a misunderstanding. Zhou Huijin had already been scared witless, and he saw clearly now what kind of smiling tiger he was dealing with. This world wasn't the old world anymore. He smiled back. Come on, Brother Hu, don't say that. Just brothers messing around. I'm not that petty. Heh, well said. When does your wife get back? I've got to make up for the trouble I caused you, properly. Instead of being enraged by the taunt, Zhou Huijin got excited. Brother Hu, Qinglan works at Xunlang's place until 10 at night. I can't have her come back early. If I push for it, she'll get suspicious, and if Xunlang catches on, your whole plan is at risk. Why don't you wait here? I'll cook something up for the boys, and tonight when Qinglan gets home, Heh. When the time comes, tie me up, brother Hu. That way she won't suspect me. And later it'll be easier for me to keep living with her. Later? Li Hu sneered inwardly. Once I've had her, you think there's a later for you? But out loud he roared with laughter. Brother, you've really thought this through. I'll wait. Let's have a few drinks today. Boys, no killing this afternoon. We're resting up right here at Huijin's place. You got it, brother Hu. Zhou Huijin smiled along and turned away to get busy. Li Hu narrowed his eyes. Whether or not to kill Zhou Huijin was a decision he could make on a whim. He'd deal with that after he'd had Lu Qinglan. He had men watching Shenlang's place. And since they had to wait until 10 anyway, he might as well enjoy himself first and then go finish the guy off. Li Hu's plan was beautiful. His scheme for Lu Qinglan was ruthless. And I didn't know a thing about it. Not even about the scouts he'd sent my way. But that didn't matter. Because as far as I was concerned, every scheme and conspiracy is just a clown act in the face of absolute power. Right now, I was with Li Manwen, Zhang Yu, and Lu Qinglan, getting ready for the mine's opening ceremony. In a single night, I'd successfully recruited nearly 600 people. The requirements for laborers were low, so hiring went fast. At the gate in the wall, I stood with my desert eagle, surrounded by several stunning women. The dense crowd of employees stared at me with envy, eyes practically bulging out of their heads. Couldn't be helped. Beauties like Li Manwen and Lu Qinglan are a massive natural stat boost for any man. But the first group I looked at was the 30 guards, people Li Manwen and Zhang Yu had screened, including more than a few special forces vets and martial arts champions. Out here in the frozen rainforest, even they were more than willing to sign on under my recruitment order. Because doing so didn't just keep them alive, it gave them somewhere to put their skills to use.